While giving a toast at my cousin's wedding, I exposed the secret deal he made to betray our family business. I'm 28, and my cousin Jake is 30. We grew up together, practically brothers. Our moms are sisters, and they had us close enough in age that we were always in the same school, same sports teams, same everything. When we got older, we both ended up working at our grandfather's manufacturing company. He started it back in the 70s with nothing but a loan and a lot of guts. And by the time Jake and I were in high school, it employed about 200 people in our town. Everyone in the family knew that eventually, one of us would take over. Grandpa never said it outright, but you could tell he was grooming us both for it. The wedding was at this fancy hotel ballroom about 20 minutes outside of town. Jake was marrying Sarah, his girlfriend of 5 years. She's nice, a teacher, comes from a good family. The whole thing was huge, maybe 300 guests. Half of them were family, and the other half were business associates, suppliers, clients, people who'd known us since we were kids running around the factory floor. My whole family was there. Jake's parents, my parents, aunts, uncles, cousins I hadn't seen in years. It was supposed to be this perfect day. But about 6 weeks before the wedding, everything changed for me. I was working late at the office, finishing up some orders, and I heard Jake on the phone in his office down the hall. His door was cracked open. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but his voice carried. He was talking numbers, percentages, buyout terms. I heard him say something about offshore manufacturing and real estate liquidation. My stomach dropped. I stood there in the hallway for maybe 10 minutes just listening. He sounded excited. He kept saying things like, "Once this goes through," and "the payout timeline." The next day, I confronted him. I asked him straight up what he was doing. He looked at me like I'd accused him of murder, told me I misunderstood, that it was just exploratory, that I needed to mind my own business. He got defensive really fast, which only made me more suspicious. We'd never kept secrets from each other before. We were supposed to be partners in this, so I started digging. I knew Jake wasn't great with digital security. He used the same password for everything, and we shared access to a lot of company drives. I found a folder buried in his personal directory that he'd forgotten to lock down. Emails going back 8 months. He'd been negotiating with some private equity firm out of Chicago. They wanted to buy the company, strip it for parts, basically. Sell off the real estate, move manufacturing overseas, lay off most of the workforce. The whole thing made me sick. Our grandfather had died 2 years ago, and one of the last things he said to both of us was that this company was about more than money. It was about the people who worked there, the community, keeping things local. Jake was about to set fire to all of that for a big check. I didn't know what to do. Part of me thought I should wait until after the wedding, pull him aside during the honeymoon or something. But the timeline in those emails suggested the deal was moving fast. If I waited, it might be too late. The family might not be able to stop it. I went back and forth in my head for weeks. I barely slept. I kept thinking about our grandfather and what he would want me to do. Then the wedding day came. I got through the ceremony fine. It was beautiful. Sarah looked happy. Jake looked happy. I sat there thinking maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I should just let it go. But then we got to the reception, and Jake gave his speech. He stood up there in front of everyone with a microphone and talked about family values. About how Sarah was marrying into a family that stands by each other no matter what. About how he was committed to preserving what our grandfather built. About loyalty and tradition and all this stuff that I knew was complete garbage. Everyone was clapping and wiping their eyes. His parents looked so proud. My parents were beaming, and I just sat there feeling like I was going to throw up. The best man did his toast after that. Funny stories, inside jokes, the usual stuff. People were laughing and drinking and having a great time. Then the MC got back on the microphone and announced that I was next. Family tradition, he said. Since Jake and I were so close, I felt everyone's eyes turn to me. I stood up. My legs felt shaky. I picked up my champagne glass and looked around the room. I could still back out. I could say something generic about love and happiness and sit back down. Nobody would know. But then I looked at Jake. He was smiling at me, trusting me. And I thought about those emails, about the lies, about our grandfather, about the 150 people who were going to lose their jobs so Jake could get rich. I opened my mouth and started talking. I started safe. I congratulated Jake and Sarah, said something about how beautiful the ceremony was, how happy I was for them. I told a quick story about us as kids, something harmless about building forts in my backyard. People were smiling. A few people laughed. Jake was still looking at me with that relaxed, trusting expression. Sarah had her hand on his arm. Everything felt normal for maybe 30 seconds. Then I paused. I looked down at my glass, then back up at Jake. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I knew this was the moment. I could still stop. I could wrap it up right now and sit down and nobody would ever know. But I thought about those emails again, about the offshore manufacturing plans, about our grandfather, about the speech Jake had just given about loyalty and tradition. I couldn't do it. I couldn't just stand there and let him get away with it. So I said something like, Jake's been talking a lot about family loyalty tonight, about preserving tradition. And I want to make sure everyone here knows the truth about what he's been preserving. The room got quieter. I saw a few people glance at each other. Jake's smile started to fade. He was looking at me differently now, like he was trying to figure out where I was going with this. I didn't give him time to interrupt. I told them about the private equity deal. I said the name of the firm, Cordova Capital Group. I told them Jake had been negotiating for 8 months to sell our grandfather's company. I mentioned the dollar amount, somewhere around $40 million. I explained that their plan was to liquidate the real estate, move all the manufacturing overseas, and lay off most of the workforce. About 150 jobs gone. I told them the deal was nearly finalized, that Jake had been lying to all of us while pretending to care about the legacy. The silence in that room was unreal. It was like someone had hit a mute button. I could see people frozen with their forks halfway to their mouths. Glasses stopped clinking. The only sound was the air conditioning humming in the background. I kept going. I mentioned specific details from the emails, dates of meetings, terms of the agreement. I wanted everyone to know this wasn't some vague accusation. This was real. Jake's face went through about 5 different colors. First he looked confused, then angry, then red, then this awful pale white. He was gripping the edge of the table. Sarah turned to look at him, and I'll never forget the expression on her face. She looked completely blindsided. She had no idea. His mom stood up and started saying something like, "Not here, not now, this isn't the time." Her voice was shaking. Jake's dad was just staring at me with his mouth open. My own parents looked horrified. My mom had her hand over her mouth. My dad was shaking his head slowly like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Then Jake exploded. He lunged toward me. His chair flew backward and hit the table behind him. 2 of his groomsmen grabbed him by the arms before he could reach me. He was shouting that I was a liar, that I was making it all up, that I'd always been jealous of him. His voice was hoarse and desperate. He kept yelling that I was trying to ruin his life, that I couldn't stand to see him happy. Sarah was pulling on his arm, trying to get him to calm down, but he wasn't listening. He was completely out of control. The room erupted. Half the guests pulled out their phones. I don't know if they were texting people or looking up the firm I'd mentioned or what. The other half started arguing at their tables. I could hear Jake's side of the family saying things like, "How dare he? What kind of person does this at a wedding?" But I also heard some of the business partners talking to each other, asking if anyone knew anything about this, saying they'd heard rumors. Our Uncle Rick, who worked in accounting, was nodding like this explained some things he'd noticed. One of our suppliers stood up and walked out. Just left. Jake finally stopped trying to get to me. His groomsmen were still holding him back, but he'd gone kind of limp. He was just staring at me with this look of pure hatred. Sarah was crying. Not quiet crying, full-on sobbing. Her bridesmaids surrounded her. The wedding planner was trying to figure out what to do. The DJ had stopped the music. Everyone was talking at once. I set my champagne glass down on the table. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I didn't say anything else. I just turned and walked toward the exit. People were yelling my name. My mom was calling after me. Someone grabbed my arm. I think it was my dad, but I shook him off. I needed to get out of there. I could feel hundreds of eyes on my back. I heard Jake shout something else, but I couldn't make out the words over all the noise. I got to the parking lot and sat in my car for maybe 10 minutes before I could even put the key in the ignition. My whole body was shaking. I kept replaying it in my head, wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life. Then I started the car and drove home. My phone started buzzing before I even got out of the parking lot. Text after text after text. I didn't look at any of them. I found out later that the wedding ended about an hour after I left. Sarah locked herself in the bridal suite and wouldn't come out. Jake spent the rest of the night trying to do damage control, going from table to table, but most of the guests had already left. The whole thing just collapsed. Their honeymoon to Italy got canceled. Sarah's parents apparently demanded answers before they'd even leave the hotel. My phone didn't stop buzzing for 3 days straight. I had over 200 texts by the time I finally looked at them. Half were from family members calling me every name in the book. My Aunt Claire said I was dead to her. Jake's dad sent me a message saying I'd humiliated his son and destroyed the most important day of his life over business differences. Business differences. Like that's all it was. A bunch of cousins I barely talked to suddenly had opinions about what a terrible person I was. But then the other half of the messages were different. My dad's brother, Uncle Rick from accounting, texted asking if I had proof. My younger cousin Emma said she had no idea and thanked me for saying something. A few of the longtime employees from the company reached out saying they'd heard rumors and wanted to know if it was true. Jake's dad called an emergency family meeting for that Sunday. It was at his house, just the core family. Me, my parents, Jake's parents, Jake, and a few of the aunts and uncles who had stake in the company. Sarah wasn't there. I brought printed copies of the emails. Jake walked in late and wouldn't even look at me. When his dad asked him point blank if it was true, Jake denied everything at first. Said I'd taken things out of context, that I'd misunderstood preliminary discussions, that I was trying to sabotage him. But then I started reading the emails out loud. Specific quotes, meeting notes, the proposed timeline. His dad's face just fell. Jake finally admitted to exploratory conversations, but swore he would never have gone through with it without family approval. Nobody believed him. My dad asked him why he'd been lying for 8 months if it was all innocent. Jake didn't have an answer for that. Turns out Sarah had no idea about any of it either. She thought Jake was committed to running the business long term. They'd talked about settling down in our town, eventually having kids near family. She found out at the same time as everyone else that he'd been planning to cash out and probably move. One of my cousins told me Sarah's been a mess ever since. They're still together as far as I know. But they started couples therapy pretty much immediately. The Italy trip got replaced with therapy sessions twice a week. The family split pretty much down the middle. Jake's dad stopped speaking to me entirely. He thinks I'm a vindictive person who couldn't handle the possibility of Jake being chosen as the successor. He told my dad I was no longer welcome at family events on his side. My Aunt Claire backed him up. She sent me this long email about how family handles things privately, how I'd betrayed Jake's trust, how I'd ruined his marriage before it even started. A few other relatives sided with them. They see it as me airing dirty laundry in the most cruel way possible, but my dad, Uncle Rick, and a handful of others had my back. My dad was furious with me about the method. We had a massive argument about that, but he agreed Jake needed to be stopped. He's barely speaking to his own brother now because of it. Jake's younger sister Amanda actually called to thank me. She's in grad school and was planning to join the company after graduation. She had no idea her future was about to be sold off. Some of the business partners started asking serious questions too. A couple of them were about to sign new long-term contracts, and now they're hesitant. They want to know who's really running things and what the plan is. Jake backed out of the deal about 3 weeks after the wedding. But it wasn't because he wanted to. The family threatened legal action. Turns out he doesn't technically own enough of the company yet to sell it without approval from the board, which includes my dad and Uncle Rick. The lawyers got involved and the whole thing fell apart. I heard through my sister that the private equity firm wasn't happy about it. They'd already put in a lot of work on their end. It's been 2 months now. Jake and I both still work at the company. We have offices on separate floors and we communicate through other people. I've seen him maybe twice in the hallways, and both times he just walked past me like I don't exist. He blocked me on everything. My number, social media, all of it. Sarah blocked me too. I don't blame her for that. I ruined her wedding day, and I'm a constant reminder of the worst night of her life. Half the family won't talk to me. I'm not invited to anything on Jake's side anymore. Thanksgiving is going to be a disaster. Christmas will probably be worse. My mom keeps saying I should apologize for the timing, that I could have handled it differently. But my dad says I should never apologize for telling the truth. They argue about it constantly now. I think I might have damaged their relationship with Jake's parents permanently. I don't really know if I did the right thing. I destroyed his wedding. I humiliated him in front of everyone he knows. His marriage started in the worst way possible. Half my family hates me, but the company is still here. Those 150 jobs are still here. Our grandfather's legacy is still intact. I just don't know if that was worth the cost. During my sister's baby shower, I revealed that the child's father isn't who everyone thinks it is. I, 26F, have always had a complicated relationship with my sister Maya, 29, and honestly, I never thought it would come to this. Growing up, she was the golden child who could do no wrong, and I was the one who always seemed to mess up somehow. Maya knew how to work people, especially our parents. She'd manipulate situations to make herself look good and me look bad, and it worked every single time. Our relationship never recovered from childhood, and as adults, we barely tolerated each other at family events. Maya's been married to Derek for 2 years now. He's 31, and I'm not going to lie, he's genuinely one of the good ones. Way too good for her, if you ask me. He's kind, hardworking, treats her like a queen even when she doesn't deserve it. They'd been trying for a baby for a while, so when she announced her pregnancy 6 months ago, everyone was thrilled. Everyone except me, but I'll get to that. About 3 months ago, everything changed. We were at a family dinner at my parents' house, and Maya left her phone on the kitchen counter while she went to the bathroom. A text popped up on her screen from someone saved as Jay, and it said something like, "Can't stop thinking about last night." I know I shouldn't have looked, but something about it felt off. I picked up her phone and started scrolling. What I found made me sick. Explicit messages, photos, conversations about hotels and sneaking around. And then the worst one, a message where Maya told this guy that she was pregnant and wasn't sure if it was his or Derek's. He responded asking what she was going to do, and she said she'd handle it and that Derek would never know. That's when Maya walked back in and caught me with her phone. She completely freaked out, grabbed it from me, and dragged me outside. She said if I ever told anyone, she'd make sure the whole family knew what a jealous, bitter person I was. She'd convince them I was lying because I'd always been envious of her life. And honestly, I believed her. She's always been better at playing the victim than I've been at defending myself. So I kept my mouth shut, even though it's been eating me alive ever since. Watching Derek get excited about the baby has been torture. He painted the nursery himself. He reads parenting books. He talks to Maya's stomach every night. His mom told my mom that he cries happy tears sometimes when he thinks about becoming a dad. And the whole time, I knew the truth. And I didn't know what to do with it. The baby shower was planned at our mom's house because Maya wanted it to be intimate and family-focused, which really meant she wanted maximum control over everything. When the day came, there had to be at least 40 people there. Balloons everywhere, a ridiculous 3-tier cake, gifts stacked so high you could barely see over them. Derek's entire family showed up, including his parents who had driven 4 hours to be there. I almost didn't go. I told my mom I wasn't feeling well, but she guilt-tripped me hard. She said it would look bad if I wasn't there, that people would talk, that I needed to put my issues with Maya aside for one day. So I went, and I regretted it the second I walked in. Derek was glowing. That's the only word for it. He had his hand on Maya's back, guiding her to her seat like she was made of glass. His mom kept hugging Maya and crying happy tears. Maya was playing her role perfectly, the radiant mother-to-be. soaking up all the attention and love. When she saw me, she gave me this smile that made my blood boil, like she'd won something. The shower went on for what felt like forever. Games, food, more gifts than any baby could ever need. Then came the speeches. A few of Maya's friends went first, talking about what a great mom she'd be. Then Derek's mom stood up. She talked about how long she'd waited for grandchildren, how she'd prayed for this moment, how Maya had become like a daughter to her, and how grateful she was that their families were joining together. Then she said it, the thing that made everything inside me snap. She said, "Maya, you've brought a new branch to our family tree, and we couldn't be more grateful." Everyone clapped. Maya's eyes got all teary. Derek kissed her forehead, and his mom hugged them both. I watched Maya squeeze Derek's hand, and then she looked directly at me. It wasn't a loving look or a sister-to-sister moment. It was smug, like she was showing me that she'd gotten away with it, that she'd fooled everyone, and there was nothing I could do about it. That's when the host announced it was time for family speeches and said I should go first since I was the sister. People were already looking at me expectantly, smiling, waiting for me to say something sweet. My mom nodded at me encouragingly. I stood up, and my hands were shaking so bad I had to clasp them together. I opened my mouth to give some generic congratulations speech, but different words came out instead. I started with the expected stuff. I said congratulations, that I was happy for her, that she was going to be a great mom. My voice sounded weird and distant, like it was coming from someone else. Everyone was smiling at me, waiting for more. Maya had this satisfied look on her face, like she knew I was going to play along like I always did. Then I said it. I said that Derek deserved to know the truth before he signed a birth certificate. The room went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire universe. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I saw my mom's face change from proud to confused to horrified in about 2 seconds. But I'd already started, and I couldn't stop now. I told them the baby wasn't Derek's, that Maya had been having an affair and the father was someone else. I said Derek deserved to know before he devoted his entire life to raising a child that wasn't his. The silence lasted maybe 3 more seconds, and then everything exploded at once. Derek turned to Maya so fast I thought he'd get whiplash. His face went from confusion to something I can't even describe. Horror, maybe. Betrayal. He asked her if it was true, and his voice cracked when he said it. Maya's face had gone completely white, then red, then white again. She was shaking her head, saying no, saying I was lying, that I'd always been jealous of her. His mother made this gasping sound and put her hand over her mouth. Someone behind me dropped a glass, and it shattered on the floor, but no one moved to clean it up. Everyone was just frozen, staring at either me or Maya or Derek. Derek kept asking Maya if it was true. He was getting louder each time, demanding an answer. Maya looked at me with pure hatred and screamed that I was a liar, that I was a jealous bitch who couldn't stand to see her happy. She appealed to the room, to our parents, asking how anyone could believe I'd make up something so horrible. That's when I pulled out my phone. I told Derek I had the messages if he wanted proof. I didn't want to show them in front of everyone, but I would if that's what it took for him to believe me. Maya completely lost it. She lunged at me, screaming that I was destroying her life, that I'd always hated her, and this was my revenge. 2 of her friends had to grab her and hold her back. She was crying and screaming at the same time, calling me every name you can imagine. Our dad finally moved and got between us, but he looked completely lost, like he didn't know what to do or who to believe. Derek's voice cut through all the noise. He was louder than I'd ever heard him, and he just kept repeating the question. Is it true? Is it true? Is the baby mine? Maya tried to deny it again, but her voice was weaker now. She was sobbing, mascara running down her face, and she kept looking around the room like someone would save her. But Derek's family was staring at her with disgust and disappointment. My mom was crying. Her friends looked shocked and uncomfortable. Derek told her to look at him and tell him the truth. His hands were shaking. He said he deserved that much after everything. After 4 years together, after planning their entire future around this baby. That's when Maya broke. She admitted it, but she tried to make it sound less bad. She said it was a mistake, that it only happened a few times, that she loved Derek and wanted to be with him. She said she didn't know for sure whose baby it was, which honestly made it worse because the messages I'd seen made it pretty clear she had a good idea it wasn't Derek's. Derek just stood there for a minute, not moving, not saying anything. Then he turned and walked out. Just left. His dad followed him immediately, and his mom was crying so hard she could barely stand. Derek's brother helped her up and they left too. The whole family just filed out without saying a word to anyone. The room erupted again. Half the guests started leaving because it was so awkward and uncomfortable. The other half just stood there whispering to each other. Maya's friends surrounded her, some of them glaring at me, calling me cruel and heartless. One of them said I should have handled this privately if I had concerns. That humiliating Maya at her own baby shower was unforgivable. My mom grabbed my arm and pulled me into the kitchen. She was furious. She asked me how I could do this here, at the shower, in front of everyone. Why didn't I come to her first? Why didn't I tell her privately so the family could handle it quietly? She said I'd humiliated Maya, humiliated our family, turned what should have been a beautiful day into a nightmare. I tried to explain that Derek needed to know, that I couldn't let him raise a child thinking it was his when it probably wasn't. But she wasn't listening. She said there were better ways, that I'd chosen the cruelest possible moment because deep down I wanted to hurt Maya. Maya was still in the living room, hysterical. She was screaming that I was a vindictive bitch, that I'd ruined her life because I'd never had one of my own. That everyone could see I was pathetic and jealous and couldn't stand that she had a husband and a baby and I had nothing. My dad tried to calm everyone down, but it was useless. More people left. The few who stayed were divided between comforting Maya and shooting me dirty looks. Someone asked if I was happy now that I'd destroyed everything. I left. I grabbed my purse and walked out while Maya was still crying and my mom was still trying to salvage something from the wreckage. I could hear Maya screaming after me even as I got to my car. I drove home in complete silence. No music, no phone calls, nothing. When I got to my apartment, I just sat in my car for 20 minutes trying to process what had just happened. My phone started buzzing before I even made it inside. My mom called first. She was still angry but more controlled now, and she said I should have told her privately, that we could have handled this as a family, sat down with Maya and Derek together, done this the right way. She said I'd embarrassed everyone and made our family look terrible in front of Derek's relatives. Then she said she needed space from me and hung up. My dad called an hour later. He was disappointed, which somehow felt worse than my mom's anger. He said he believed me about the affair, that he'd talk to Maya and get the truth, but that I'd chosen the nuclear option when there were other ways to handle it. He said he didn't know what I expected to accomplish by doing it so publicly. Then Derek's brother called, which I wasn't expecting. He said Derek was a mess, but that he deserved to know the truth. He thanked me for telling him, but then he asked why I did it at the baby shower in front of everyone. I didn't really have a good answer for that. It's been 3 days now since the shower. Derek hasn't gone back to the house he shares with Maya. He's staying with his parents, and apparently he's already talked to a lawyer. I heard this from my cousin, who heard it from someone else, because no one in my family is really talking to me directly anymore. Maya has been blowing up my phone nonstop. Calls, texts, voicemails. At first it was just her screaming at me, calling me every horrible name she could think of. Then it turned into these long messages about how I'd destroyed her life, how I'd always been jealous of her, how I was a terrible person who couldn't stand to see her happy. She said I'd wanted to ruin her marriage since the beginning because I was bitter and alone. Some of her friends have been messaging me too, saying I'm cruel and that I clearly have serious issues. The family is completely divided. My mom's sister called to say that while what Maya did was wrong, my timing was unforgivable. A couple of my cousins reached out privately to say they always knew Maya was shady and I did the right thing. My uncle said I should have minded my own business. It's a whole mess. Derek's family has gone radio silent. His mom blocked Maya on everything from what I've heard. They're not talking to my family at all. I don't blame them. This whole thing probably feels like they were celebrating welcoming a grandchild that might not even be related to them. I can't sleep. I keep replaying that moment over and over. The look on Derek's face when I said it. Maya's scream, the sound of that glass breaking, my mom's horrified expression. Part of me feels justified because Derek needed to know, and this might have been the only way he'd actually believe me. If I'd gone to him privately weeks ago, Maya would have spun some story and turned him against me. She's always been good at that. But I also keep wondering if I did it partly out of anger. That smug look Maya gave me right before the speeches, like she'd won something. Like she'd gotten away with the ultimate deception, and I was powerless to stop it. Maybe I wanted to knock her down in the most public way possible. Maybe it wasn't entirely about saving Derek. The thing that keeps me up at night is that I had options. I could have told Derek privately after the shower. I could have sent him the screenshots anonymously. I could have told my parents and let them handle it. But I chose the most explosive option, the one that would cause maximum damage, and I'm not sure if I did that because it was the only way Derek would believe me, or because I wanted to finally win against Maya for once in my life. Maya's affair partner, the guy she was seeing, apparently ghosted her completely once this all went public. I found that out through the family grapevine. So now she's lost her husband, her side piece, and half her friends in one go. Derek is demanding a paternity test the moment the baby is born. Our family group chat, which is usually blowing up constantly, has been dead silent for 3 days straight. My best friend came over yesterday and we talked for hours. She said I did the right thing telling Derek, but maybe the baby shower wasn't the best venue. She asked me if I'd thought about the consequences before I opened my mouth, and honestly, I hadn't. I just snapped in that moment, and everything came pouring out. Some of Maya's friends from college have been posting vague things on social media about fake people and family betrayal. I'm pretty sure that's about me. My mom hasn't called back. Maya sent me another message last night saying I'd destroyed any chance of her family staying together, that her child would grow up in a broken home because of me. I don't know if I'm the villain here or if I did what needed to be done. All I know is that Derek's life was about to change forever based on a lie, and now at least he has the truth. Whether that makes what I did right or wrong, I genuinely don't know anymore. Update. Derek just texted me. He wants to meet up tomorrow. He says he has questions only I can answer about everything I know. I haven't responded yet because I don't know if I should go or if it'll just make everything worse. On the night of my best friend's engagement proposal, I confessed that I had been the one dating his fiancée in secret. I'm a 30-year-old guy, and Marcus is my best friend. Also 30. We've known each other since we were 7 years old. Same street, same schools, same everything. The kind of friendship where you don't even have to explain yourself because the other person already knows. Or at least, that's what I thought. The woman in the middle of this disaster is Sarah. She's 28. To Marcus, she's his soulmate. His future wife, the best thing that ever happened to him. To me, she's the biggest mistake I kept making over and over again. Here's the thing nobody knew. About 1.5 years ago, I met Sarah at a party. Marcus wasn't there that night because he was traveling for work. She and I just clicked immediately. We started hanging out, hooking up, the usual. It lasted maybe 3 months before it just fizzled out. Nothing dramatic, we just wanted different things, and the timing was off. We stopped talking, and that was that. I never mentioned her to Marcus because honestly, it didn't seem important. It was barely even a relationship. Then 6 months later, Marcus comes to me all excited about this girl he met. He shows me a picture on his phone and my stomach just drops. It's Sarah. I completely froze, but I didn't say anything. What was I supposed to say? It was over between us. Ancient history. And Marcus looked happier than I'd seen him in years. So I kept my mouth shut. I figured the past should stay buried, and there was no point in complicating things when nothing was going on between Sarah and me anymore. Marcus and Sarah got serious fast. Like, scary fast. Within a few weeks, he's talking about how she's the one. how he's never felt like this before. All of it. I just nodded and smiled and acted happy for him, because what else could I do? I kept telling myself I made the right choice by not saying anything. Then 4 months ago, I get a text from Sarah completely out of nowhere. Just 3 words: "We need to talk." We met for coffee and she told me she never mentioned our past to Marcus either. She thought it would just complicate things, and since it was over anyway, why bring it up? I agreed with her. We were both relieved we were on the same page about keeping quiet. That coffee turned into drinks. The drinks turned into us back at her apartment. One mistake turned into another mistake, turned into a regular thing we couldn't seem to stop doing. For 4 months I was sleeping with my best friend's girlfriend while he made plans for their future together, while he talked to me about ring shopping and how he wanted to propose, while he asked me for advice about their relationship. I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for it because there aren't any. I knew exactly what I was doing and I did it anyway. A week before the proposal, Marcus told me his plan. He'd booked this rooftop restaurant, invited both families, all our close friends, around 40 people total. He was so excited he could barely get the words out. He asked me to come early to help set up because of course he did. I'm his best friend. I said yes because I didn't know what else to say. That same week, Sarah was texting me saying we needed to end things before the proposal happened. I agreed with her. We both knew it had to stop, but then we still met up 2 nights before the proposal and ended up in bed again. Neither of us could seem to actually stop. The night of the proposal, I showed up early like Marcus asked. I helped him arrange flowers and make sure the photographer knew where to stand and checked that the restaurant had champagne ready. The whole time I felt like I was going to throw up. People started arriving, both sets of parents, Marcus's sister, Sarah's brother, all our friends. Everyone was dressed up and excited. They all knew what was about to happen except Sarah. Marcus wanted it to be a surprise. Then Sarah arrived and Marcus got this look on his face like she was the only person in the world. It made me feel like the worst human being alive. The lights dimmed. Marcus got down on one knee right in the middle of the restaurant with everyone gathered around. Someone started recording on their phone. He pulled out the ring and started this speech about finding his soulmate and how Sarah changed his life and how he couldn't imagine a future without her. I watched Sarah's face and something was wrong. She didn't look happy or surprised in a good way. She looked panicked. Her eyes found mine in the crowd for just a second, and I saw real fear there. Marcus asked her to marry him. The entire room went silent, waiting for her answer. Sarah's mouth opened and closed. She looked at me again, then back at Marcus. Then she forced this smile onto her face and whispered, "Yes." The room exploded. Everyone was cheering and clapping and crying happy tears. People rushed forward to hug them. Marcus was beaming. His mom was sobbing. Sarah's dad was shaking Marcus's hand. And I just stood there realizing I couldn't let this happen. I couldn't let him marry someone who was in my bed 48 hours ago. I couldn't let him build a life on a lie that I was part of. The applause was still going when I stood up. My chair scraped loud against the floor and people turned to look at me. They probably expected a toast or congratulations. Instead, I opened my mouth and destroyed everything. I said it loud enough for everyone to hear. "I can't let this go on. Marcus, I'm sorry, but she's been with me, behind your back, for months." The room went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire world. Someone's phone was still recording, the little red light blinking in the corner of my vision. Marcus just stared at me. He was still on one knee, still holding the ring. I don't think he understood what I'd said at first because his face didn't change for a few seconds. Just blank confusion. Sarah went white. She started shaking her head and saying no over and over again. No, that's not... But she couldn't seem to finish the sentence. Then Marcus's mom screamed. Actually screamed. "What did you just say?" Sarah's dad stood up so fast his chair fell over backward and crashed on the floor. The sound snapped everyone out of their frozen shock. Marcus finally moved. He stood up slowly, still holding that ring. And he looked at me with this expression I'd never seen on his face before. He asked me to repeat what I said. His voice was so quiet I almost didn't hear him. So I told him everything. The original relationship a year and a half ago. How we'd reconnected 4 months back. How we'd been seeing each other this entire time he'd been planning a future with her. I didn't sugarcoat it and I didn't try to make myself sound better. I just laid it all out. Sarah tried to grab Marcus's arm while I was talking. He pulled away from her like she'd burned him, just jerked his whole body back and stared at her. He asked her if it was true. She was crying too hard to answer, just sobbing and shaking her head but not actually saying anything. Her non-answer was an answer, and everyone in that room knew it. Marcus dropped the ring. It hit the floor and bounced once, and then someone's shoe accidentally kicked it. It skittered under a table and no one moved to pick it up. That's when Marcus's sister started screaming at me, every name you can think of, and some I'd never heard before. She was calling me a backstabbing piece of garbage and asking how I could do this to her brother. Marcus's dad had to physically hold her back because I think she would have actually hit me. Sarah was trying to explain through the crying, saying it didn't mean anything, that she loved Marcus, that I was lying about how long it had been going on. She was grasping at anything that might make this better, but there was nothing that could make this better. I pulled out my phone. I didn't want to, but I had to. I showed Marcus the texts between Sarah and me. Just scrolled through them right there in front of everyone. Messages from 3 days ago, from last week, from a month ago. All the proof he needed that I wasn't lying. He read them and something in his face just broke, like watching a building collapse in slow motion. Everything that made him Marcus just crumbled. Then he turned to me and asked the question that's been eating me alive ever since. Why now? Why like this? I told him the truth. Because I couldn't watch you promise forever to someone who's been lying to you, who's been lying to both of us. The room erupted after that. People started yelling and choosing sides right there. Half of them were screaming at me for being a terrible friend and a terrible person. The other half were saying I did the right thing by telling him before he actually married her. Sarah's mom was crying. Marcus's dad was shouting. Our friend Derek got right in my face asking me what kind of person does something like this. He wanted to know why I couldn't have just told Marcus privately instead of destroying him in front of everyone he loved. I didn't have an answer for him. I still don't. All I knew in that moment was that I couldn't stay quiet anymore. I couldn't watch Marcus put that ring on her finger knowing what I knew. Sarah ran out at some point during all the shouting, just bolted for the door. Her mom went after her, but Sarah was faster. I heard her heels on the stairs and then she was gone. Marcus just stood there in the middle of the chaos. People were yelling and crying and the restaurant staff looked like they wanted to call security. But Marcus didn't move. He kept looking between me and the door. Sarah had disappeared through like he couldn't process what was happening. His best man, Derek, was still in my face. He kept asking me what was wrong with me, why I would do this if I was happy now. Other people were pulling him back, but he kept trying to get at me. I wanted to tell him I wasn't happy, that I felt sick, that I wished I could take it back, but also that I'd do it again, because Marcus deserved to know, but I couldn't get words out. Marcus's family closed ranks around him. His mom and dad and sister formed this wall between him and everyone else. They started moving him toward the exit. He let them guide him like he was in a trance. He walked right past me without looking at me, like I wasn't even there, like 23 years of friendship had just evaporated in the space of 5 minutes. The party ended, obviously. People left in groups, some of them glaring at me, some of them looking like they felt sorry for me. The restaurant staff started cleaning up while people were still filing out. Someone found the ring under the table and handed it to Marcus's dad. He took it without saying anything. I was left standing there with maybe 4 or 5 friends who didn't seem to know whether they should comfort me or tell me to go to hell. We all just stood there in this rooftop restaurant surrounded by decorations for a proposal that would never be celebrated. I went home alone. My phone started blowing up before I even made it to my car. Within an hour of getting home, Marcus had blocked me on everything: phone, social media, email, complete radio silence. I tried calling, and it went straight to that automated message saying the number was no longer in service. I checked Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, and I was blocked on all of them. He'd erased me from his life faster than I could process what had happened. Sarah tried calling me 17 times that first night. I watched my phone light up over and over with her name, and I couldn't bring myself to answer. She left voicemails that went from crying to angry to crying again. In one of them, she screamed that I ruined everything. In another, she said we could have just ended it quietly, and no one would have ever known. She asked why I had to blow up both our lives like that. She was right about that part. We could have ended it quietly, but I didn't answer any of her calls. The next few days were absolutely brutal. Every group chat I was in exploded. People were fighting about what happened, about who was wrong, about what I should have done differently. I had to mute most of them because my phone wouldn't stop going off. Our friend group split right down the middle. Half of them thought I did the right thing, that Marcus deserved to know the truth before he legally bound himself to someone who was cheating on him. They said I was a good friend for telling him, even though it cost me everything. The other half thought I was the worst kind of person. A selfish traitor who only spoke up because I wanted Sarah for myself, or because I was jealous of Marcus's happiness. Some of them said I could have told him privately at any point in the last 4 months, but I chose the most public and humiliating moment possible. Derek texted me 3 days after it happened. All he said was, "You could have told him privately. You didn't have to humiliate him in front of everyone he loves." I read that text about 100 times. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am heartless for doing it that way. I tried reaching out to Marcus through mutual friends, but he refused any contact. I sent messages to Derek and to Marcus's sister and to a few other people asking them to just tell Marcus I wanted to talk. They all said the same thing. He doesn't want to hear from you. Leave him alone. Sarah apparently tried to explain herself to Marcus the day after the proposal. I heard about it from someone who heard it from someone else. She went to his parents' house and tried to talk to him. She claimed I was obsessed with her and that I was making everything up because I couldn't handle that she chose Marcus over me. But I had the texts. Marcus had already seen them. No one believed her story. I found out through the same grapevine that Sarah moved back to her hometown about a week after everything happened. Just packed up and left. Marcus is staying with his parents because he can't stand to be in his apartment. Too many memories, I guess. It's been 2 weeks now, and I still haven't heard from Marcus. Nothing. It's like 23 years of friendship just vanished. We grew up together, went through everything together, and now he won't even acknowledge I exist. The friend group is completely fractured. People have taken sides, and some of them aren't speaking to each other anymore because of this. Friendships that had nothing to do with me or Marcus or Sarah are falling apart because everyone has an opinion about what happened. I keep replaying that moment in my head, standing up, opening my mouth, watching Marcus's face change as he understood what I was saying, watching everything explode around us. Sometimes I wish I could go back and just keep my mouth shut, let him propose, let them get engaged, let it all play out without me saying anything. But then I think about him marrying her, building a life with someone who was lying to him. Having kids, maybe. And then finding out years down the line that his wife and his best friend had betrayed him for months. Would that have been better? I honestly don't know. Some people have told me I was brave, that speaking the truth even when it destroys everything takes courage, that Marcus will eventually understand I was trying to protect him from something worse. Other people have told me I'm a selfish coward, that if I really cared about Marcus, I would have told him privately months ago when it first started happening. Or that I should have kept my mouth shut forever and just lived with the guilt. I don't know which one I am anymore. Maybe I'm both. Maybe I'm neither. All I know for sure is that I destroyed the most important friendship of my life. I ruined what should have been the happiest night of Marcus's life. I humiliated him in front of 40 people, including both our families. And I'm still not sure if I did the right thing. I just found out yesterday that Marcus's mom has been telling people I was secretly in love with Sarah this whole time. That I sabotaged the proposal out of jealousy because I couldn't stand to see her with Marcus. It's not true, but it's the story that's spreading. People I haven't talked to in years are reaching out, asking if it's true that I'm in love with her. I don't even know how to defend myself anymore. anything I say just makes it worse. If I deny it too hard, people think I'm lying. If I don't say anything, people assume it's true. So I just sit here in my apartment and wonder if there was any version of this where I don't lose everything. Where Marcus doesn't hate me and our friends don't have to choose sides and my name doesn't become synonymous with betrayal. I haven't found that version yet. At my mother's funeral, I revealed the secret affair she had that explained years of family tension. I, 34, stood at the podium looking out at a church packed with family, neighbors, and old friends who came to honor my mother's life. My father sat in the front row, stoic as always, flanked by my sister Emma, 31, and my brother Jake, 28. A few rows back sat David, late 50s, my father's friend since college. The man who destroyed our family, though nobody in that room knew it yet, except me and Dad. Growing up, our house was a war zone that nobody understood. My parents fought constantly. These explosive arguments that would start over nothing and end with one of them storming out. Dad would accuse Mom of things. She'd deny everything, then disappear for hours without explanation. Sometimes days. We'd come home from school to find them not speaking, just existing in the same house like strangers. Those cold silences would last weeks. My siblings and I learned to walk on eggshells, never knowing what would set them off. Other families seemed normal. Ours was broken and nobody knew why. I carried that confusion into adulthood. Even as a grown man, I never understood what made my parents so miserable together. They never divorced, but they never seemed happy either. Just stuck in this cycle of anger and resentment that poisoned everything. 3 months before Mom died of cancer, she called me to the hospital alone. My siblings were confused about why she only wanted me, but I went. She was heavily medicated, her skin gray, and I could tell she knew she was dying. That's when she told me. Her exact words were something I'll never forget. I had an affair with David for almost 15 years. Your father knew. That's why everything was the way it was. I just sat there, couldn't speak. She kept talking, crying, saying she was sorry, but that it had been real love, that she and David had connected in ways she never could with Dad. She told me Dad had found out about 7 years into it, but stayed for us kids. That he'd confronted David, and David had promised to end it, but they'd kept seeing each other anyway. All those fights, all that tension, all those years of our childhood spent in a house full of rage suddenly made sense. Then she made me promise not to tell Dad, said he'd suffered enough, that there was no point in dredging it all up now that she was dying. I was furious, but she died 2 weeks later before I could even process what she'd told me. Before I could ask her why she'd burdened me with this, why she'd chosen me to carry this secret. I spent the next months watching David at family gatherings, acting innocent, playing the concerned family friend. He'd come by to check on Dad, bring casseroles, offer to help with funeral arrangements. Everyone praised him for being such a good friend during this difficult time. It made me sick. Dad never said anything, just accepted David's help with that same expressionless face he'd worn my entire childhood. The funeral day arrived and the church was packed. Mom had been involved in everything: the community garden, her book club, church committees. Various people got up to give eulogies. Her book club friend talked about her love of mystery novels. Her neighbor mentioned how Mom always brought over extra vegetables from her garden. Cousins shared childhood memories, everyone talking about what a wonderful, generous, loving woman she was. The whole time I sat there with my jaw clenched, knowing the truth, knowing what she'd done to Dad, to us. Then David got up to speak. He walked to the podium slowly, like he was carrying the weight of the world. Started talking about how Mom was the most extraordinary woman he'd ever known. How she understood him like no one else could. His voice kept breaking and he had to pause to collect himself. He used phrases like, "My heart breaks in ways I can't explain," and talked about their special connection. The crowd was eating it up. Tissues came out everywhere. People were nodding, some crying along with him. Then he said it. "She was the love of my life, and I'll miss her every day." the love of his life. He actually said that. In front of my father. In front of everyone. People applauded when he finished. Actually applauded. I looked at my father and his face was stone. He didn't react, didn't move, just stared straight ahead at Mom's casket like he'd learned to do decades ago. My best friend's betrayal being celebrated as beautiful grief, and he just had to sit there and take it. Something snapped in me. I was supposed to speak next, and suddenly, my prepared speech about Mom's recipes and her garden felt like a lie. I looked at David sitting back down, wiping his tears, accepting sympathetic shoulder touches from people around him. Looked at my father, alone in his grief, surrounded by people who had no idea what he'd endured. Everyone had just applauded the man who spent 15 years sleeping with his wife, the man who'd helped destroy our family, and they thought it was touching. My hands were shaking as I walked to the podium. I had no idea what I was about to do, but I knew I couldn't let this stand. Not anymore. I stood at the podium with my prepared speech in my hands, the one I'd written about Mom's tomato plants and her terrible jokes and how she taught us to ride bikes. Looking down at those words, they felt like a betrayal to my father. Everyone was waiting. The church was quiet except for some sniffling, and I could feel my siblings watching me from the front row. I started reading the speech, talked about Mom's strength, how she'd raised 3 kids while working full-time, mentioned her sense of humor, the way she could make us laugh even when things were hard, said she'd taught us to be independent, to stand up for ourselves, all true things, safe things. The church was nodding along, a few people smiling at the memories. Then I stopped, just stood there silent for what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds. I looked out at David, sitting there with red eyes, accepting comfort from the people around him. Looked at my father, still staring straight ahead with that blank expression. Looked at my siblings, Emma already crying, Jake with his arm around her. I put the speech down on the podium. But I'd be lying if I said she was perfect, I said. And I'd be dishonoring my father if I let certain things go unsaid. The room went from quiet to dead silent. I could see Emma tense up in her seat, like she knew something was coming but didn't know what. Jake looked confused. Dad didn't move at all. My mother had a 15-year affair with someone in this room. The gasps were immediate. Someone said, "Oh my God," loud enough for everyone to hear. I kept going because if I stopped, I'd lose my nerve. She confessed it to me before she died, told me it was the reason for all the fighting, all the tension we grew up with, all those years we spent wondering why our parents couldn't stand each other, why our house felt like a battlefield. It was because of this affair. I looked directly at David. His face had gone completely white. He was gripping the pew in front of him. That man just stood here and called my mother the love of his life. And you all applauded him. The whispers started then, people turning to each other, trying to figure out who I was talking about. But David knew. Everyone near him knew, from the way he looked. My father has known for years. He's carried this betrayal silently while his best friend pretended to be supportive. While that same man came to our house, ate at our table, acted like he cared about our family. David stood up, didn't say a single word, didn't look at anyone, just walked straight down the aisle toward the exit. People moved out of his way like he was contagious. The church erupted in whispers, everyone talking at once. I heard someone say, "Is he talking about David?" And someone else respond, "Oh my God, it has to be." Emma was staring at me with her mouth open, tears streaming down her face, but not the sad kind anymore. The angry kind. Jake had gone pale. My Aunt Carol, Dad's sister, stood up from her seat and pointed at me. "How dare you," she said, loud enough to cut through the noise. "How dare you do this here today?" But I wasn't done. I needed to finish it. Mom wasn't perfect. She made choices that hurt people, that hurt our family, that hurt my father most of all. Dad deserved better, and he deserves the truth, even if it's ugly, especially because it's ugly. I looked at my father, and he had his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. I couldn't tell if he was crying or just trying to hold himself together. Emma jumped up and ran out of the church. Jake followed her. More people were standing now, some heading for the exits, others arguing in hushed voices. My aunt was making her way toward the podium, and I knew I needed to leave. I stepped down, and she got in my face immediately. "You selfish bastard," she hissed. "This was about your mother, not about you, not about your need to air dirty laundry." Other people were gathering around. Mom's book club friends looked horrified. Our neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, was crying. Someone I didn't even recognize called me disgusting. The pastor was trying to restore order, but nobody was listening. Half the church was filing out, done with the service, done with the drama. The other half was standing in clusters, gossiping, staring at me, or at my father, or at the door David had left through. I walked back to my seat, but Emma's friend Sarah was sitting in my spot and she wouldn't move, just glared at me. So I stood there awkwardly while the church cleared out around me. Dad was still in the front row, still hadn't looked up. I wanted to go to him, but people kept getting in my way, either to yell at me or to leave or both. The reception was supposed to be in the church basement. I could hear people arguing about whether it was still happening, whether anyone even wanted to stay. My uncle was trying to usher people downstairs, but most were heading for the parking lot instead. I saw Jake and Emma outside through the window, Emma screaming at someone on the phone. Probably one of her friends, telling them what I'd done. I just stood there in that emptying church, watching everything fall apart, and realized I might have just destroyed more than Mom's reputation. I might have destroyed what was left of our entire family. The reception was a disaster. Maybe half the people who'd been at the funeral actually came downstairs, and the tension was thick enough to choke on. People stood in tight circles, whispering, shooting looks at me or at Dad. The caterers had set out all this food that nobody was touching. Emma and Jake cornered me by the coffee station within 10 minutes. "How could you do this?" Emma was practically screaming, but keeping her voice low enough that it was just a harsh whisper. "You ruined her funeral. This was supposed to be about honoring Mom, and you made it about your need for drama." Jake wouldn't even look at me, just stood there shaking his head, his jaw clenched. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold. "You're selfish. That's all this is. You wanted to be the center of attention, and you didn't care who you hurt." I tried to explain, tried to tell them that Dad deserved the truth, that David had no right to stand up there and talk about Mom like that. But Emma just talked over me, said I was making excuses, that I'd traumatized everyone. They both walked away and spent the rest of the reception on the other side of the room, not looking at me once. Extended family was split. A few people came up to me quietly and said I was brave, that someone needed to say it. But most looked at me like I was something they'd scraped off their shoe. Mom's friends wouldn't come near me. Mrs. Patterson actually turned her back when I tried to apologize to her. My cousin Mark told me I was a disgrace and that Mom would be ashamed of me. Dad left the reception early, just slipped out without saying goodbye to anyone. I saw him go and wanted to follow, but my Aunt Carol blocked my way and told me I'd done enough damage for one day. The days after were worse. Emma and Jake stopped answering my calls completely. The family group chat that used to be full of memes and dinner plans went dead silent. I'd send messages trying to explain myself and get nothing back. Then Emma removed me from the chat entirely. The texts from everyone else, though, those kept coming. Cousins I barely talked to messaging to call me an asshole. Mom's book club friends leaving voicemails about how cruel I was. My uncle sent a long text about family loyalty and how I'd betrayed it. Even people from high school who'd seen it on Facebook were reaching out to tell me I was wrong. The worst was David's wife calling. I didn't even know she had my number. She was crying so hard I could barely understand her at first. Turns out she'd had no idea about the affair. None. 15 years of her husband cheating, and she'd been completely in the dark. She kept asking me why I didn't tell her privately, why I had to do it publicly, and I didn't have a good answer. I hadn't thought about her at all, honestly. I hung up feeling like even more of a piece of shit. I started second-guessing everything, lying awake at night replaying that moment at the podium, wondering if I should have just read my prepared speech and let it go. Maybe Mom had been right. Maybe Dad had suffered enough without me humiliating him in front of everyone. Maybe some secrets are supposed to die with people. All I'd done was make sure everyone knew our family's worst moment. Make sure it was the thing people would remember about Mom's funeral forever. 3 days later, Dad showed up at my apartment. I wasn't expecting him, and when I opened the door, my stomach dropped. He looked exhausted, older somehow. I was sure he was coming to tell me he was done with me, that I'd gone too far. He came in, sat down on my couch, and didn't say anything for a long time. I just stood there waiting for it, waiting for him to tell me I'd ruined everything. Finally, he looked at me and said, "I'm grateful you said it." I actually thought I'd heard him wrong at first, but he kept talking, told me he'd been living a lie for decades, pretending to be friends with David, pretending not to know, pretending at family gatherings and holidays and every single day. He said everyone at the funeral had been pitying Mom, crying over her, talking about what a wonderful person she was, and nobody remembered what she'd put him through, what David had put him through. I wanted to say something, he told me. For years I wanted to say something, but I could never bring myself to do it. You freed me. I don't have to pretend anymore. He hugged me for the first time in years, just pulled me in and held on, and I realized he was crying. We both were. But that relief didn't fix everything. My siblings still won't talk to me. It's been 3 weeks now, and the family group chat is still silent. Emma sent one message through a mutual friend saying I destroyed Mom's legacy and she needs space. Jake blocked my number. Cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone's chosen sides, and most of them didn't choose mine. David and his wife are getting divorced. I heard that through the grapevine. Apparently, she's taking him for everything. Part of me feels guilty about that too, about her becoming collateral damage. Dad seems lighter now, I guess. But he's also alone. David was his last close friend, and now that's gone. He has me, but he lost his other 2 kids in the process. They're furious that he thanked me. Emma found out somehow and sent me a long message saying I weaponized Mom's death for my own sense of justice, that Dad is too broken to think clearly, that I manipulated him. But here's the thing. Dad asked me to come over this weekend. Specifically asked me, not them. Said he wants help cleaning out Mom's things, and he wants me there. When I told Emma, thinking maybe it would help, she lost it. Said I was driving a wedge between Dad and his other children, that I was trying to become his favorite by destroying Mom's memory. I'm sitting here now wondering if there's any way back from this. Half the family thinks I gave Dad the closure he deserved. The other half thinks I'm the worst kind of son. My siblings might never forgive me. Mom's memory is destroyed. Dad has his truth, but he's lost most of his family in the process. Every time I replay that moment at the podium, I still don't know if I did the right thing. I just know I couldn't sit there and listen to David talk about my mother like that, while my father suffered in silence one more time. Whether that was brave or selfish, I honestly can't tell anymore. On my daughter's wedding day, I admitted that the man walking her down the aisle was not her real father. I, 55, have been carrying a secret about my daughter Emma, 28, and my husband David, 57, for nearly 3 decades. 29 years ago, I had an affair. It was brief, stupid, and something I convinced myself meant nothing. I was already married to David. We'd been together for 5 years at that point. The affair lasted maybe 2 months before I ended it and cut off all contact. Then I found out I was pregnant. I never told anyone. Not David, not the other man, not a single soul. When Emma was born, David was over the moon. He never questioned anything. Why would he? We were married, we'd been trying for a baby, and there she was. He was there for everything. The 2 a.m. feedings, the diaper changes, teaching her to walk, her first day of school, every single milestone. He was her father in every way that mattered. The biological father moved to another state shortly after the affair ended and never knew I was pregnant. I told myself it was fine. That biology didn't matter when David loved her so completely. Emma looks like my side of the family anyway. She has my nose, my mother's eyes, my build. No one ever questioned it. David's sister once joked that Emma didn't get any of the family height, but that was it. Just a joke. I buried the truth so deep that sometimes I almost forgot it myself. Almost. but it was always there. Every father-daughter dance, every time someone said Emma had David's smile, every time she called him Dad, the guilt would surface and I'd push it back down. I'd remind myself that telling the truth would only hurt people, that David was her real father, that some secrets are better kept. Then wedding week arrived. Emma was glowing, absolutely radiant. She'd been planning this day for over a year. David had been helping with everything. He paid for half the wedding, gave input on the venue, even learned to dance properly so he wouldn't embarrass her. He kept tearing up randomly all week, saying his little girl was all grown up. The rehearsal dinner was the night before the ceremony. It was beautiful. Emma's fiancé's family was there, our extended family, close friends. Everyone was happy and drinking and making toasts. Then Emma stood up to make a speech. She talked about how grateful she was for everyone's support, how excited she was to marry the love of her life. Then she turned to David. She said he was the most amazing father in the world, that she was so lucky to have him, that she hoped her marriage would be as strong and loving as her parents' marriage. That watching him and me together all these years had shown her what real love looked like. David was crying. Everyone was clapping and wiping their eyes. I felt like I was going to throw up. I couldn't sleep that night. I just lay there staring at the ceiling while David slept next to me. The guilt was crushing my chest. I kept thinking about Emma's words, about the lie she was living, about what would happen if she ever did one of those ancestry DNA tests. People do them all the time now. What if there was a medical emergency and the blood types didn't match? What if David found out years from now and realized I'd let him live a lie his entire life? I went back and forth all night. I'd decide to tell them after the honeymoon. Then I'd change my mind and think I should tell them right away. Then I'd convince myself to never say anything at all. By morning I was exhausted and no closer to a decision. The wedding day was chaos in the best way. Hair and makeup, getting Emma into her dress, photos, last-minute adjustments. I was with Emma and her bridesmaids all morning. 3 separate times I almost pulled her aside to tell her. Once when we were alone in the bridal suite. Once when she was putting on the necklace David had given her that morning. Once right before we left for the ceremony. But I couldn't get the words out. She was so happy. How could I destroy that? I decided I'd stay quiet. I'd take it to my grave. They'd never have to know. It was the right thing to do. Then the ceremony started. I was sitting in the front row. David walked Emma down the aisle and she was crying, and he was crying, and everyone was smiling. They reached the altar. The officiant started talking. I was watching David's face as he looked at Emma. He was so proud, so full of love. And something inside me just broke. The officiant did the whole opening, talked about marriage and love and commitment. Then he asked if anyone objected to the union. The room was silent. Emma and her fiancé were holding hands and smiling at each other. The officiant was about to continue when I stood up. I don't even remember making the decision to do it. My body just moved on its own. Everyone turned to look at me. Emma's smile faltered. David looked concerned, like maybe I was feeling sick. The room was completely quiet. And then I opened my mouth and said, I need to say something. Emma, David, everyone needs to know the truth. The words started coming out, and I couldn't stop them. I told them that Emma's biological father wasn't David, that I'd had an affair 29 years ago, that I got pregnant and never told anyone, that David had raised Emma his whole life without knowing the truth. I said it all in front of 150 people, friends, family, co-workers, people from David's side, people from mine, everyone just staring at me. I remember my voice sounding weird, distant, like someone else was talking and I was just watching it happen. But it was me. I was the one saying these things. I was the one destroying everything. The room went dead silent. You know that expression about hearing a pin drop? It was like that, but worse. No one was even breathing. Emma's face changed so fast. First she looked confused, like she didn't understand what I was saying. Then I watched it click. Her eyes went wide and her mouth opened slightly. Then her whole face just crumpled. She started crying, not gentle tears, not wedding tears. She was sobbing. Her shoulders were shaking and she was gasping for air. Her fiancé grabbed her arm to steady her, but she could barely stand. She was still holding her bouquet and it was shaking in her hands. The flowers were trembling. David didn't move. He was standing next to Emma at the altar and he just froze. His face went completely blank. Empty. Like every thought in his head had been erased at once. He was staring at me, but I don't think he was actually seeing me. His mouth was slightly open. He didn't blink, didn't cry, didn't yell. Nothing. Just stood there like a statue. Then Emma screamed at me. She was still crying, but she was yelling too. She asked how I could do this. Why would I do this? Why today? Why in front of everyone? Why at all? Her voice was so raw it hurt to hear. She kept saying, "How could you?" over and over. Her fiancé was trying to hold her, but she was practically collapsing against him. The guests started reacting then. People were gasping, whispering to each other. Someone in the back started crying. I think it was one of David's aunts. A few people stood up like they were going to leave or maybe come stop me. My sister was sitting 3 rows back and she had her hand over her mouth, just staring at me with this look of absolute horror. David still hadn't said anything. He was just standing there. Then slowly, like he was moving through water, he turned and walked away from the altar. Didn't look at Emma, didn't look at me, didn't look at anyone. Just walked straight down the aisle toward the exit. People moved out of his way. The room was still mostly silent except for Emma's crying and the whispers. I watched him push through the doors at the back of the venue and disappear. Emma was completely breaking down now. Her bridesmaids rushed up to the altar to help her. They were surrounding her, trying to hold her up, trying to get her to breathe. Her fiancé looked lost. He kept looking between Emma and the doors David had gone through, like he didn't know whether to go after David or stay with Emma. He stayed. He was holding Emma, and she was crying into his shoulder, ruining his suit jacket with her makeup and tears. My sister suddenly appeared next to me. She grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt and told me I needed to leave immediately, right now, before things got worse. I looked around and half the room was staring at me with these expressions of disgust and shock. David's brother was standing up and saying something to his wife. Emma's bridesmaids were shooting me looks that could kill while they tried to comfort her. The officiant was just standing there with his book open, completely frozen. He looked like he had no idea what to do. This definitely wasn't in his wedding ceremony training. Some guests were starting to leave. Others were pulling out their phones. I heard someone say they were going to check on David. My brother appeared on my other side. He wasn't as gentle as my sister. He told me I was a selfish piece of work and a few other things I won't repeat. He and my sister basically escorted me toward the side exit. I looked back once and saw Emma being led away by her bridesmaids toward what I think was the bridal suite. She was still sobbing. Her veil was crooked, and her dress was dragging on the ground because no one was holding the train anymore. The ceremony was over. Just done. No vows, no kiss, no pronouncement of marriage. Just my confession and then everyone falling apart. The beautiful venue Emma had picked out and spent months planning for. The flowers she'd agonized over. The music she'd carefully selected. All of it ruined. The guests were standing around in confused clusters, talking in hushed voices. Some were crying. Most looked angry. My brother walked me all the way to my car. He told me I was the most selfish person he'd ever met, that I'd just destroyed Emma's wedding day and probably her relationship with David because I couldn't handle my own guilt for one more day, that I'd made her wedding about me and my need to confess. He said a lot more, but I'd stopped really hearing him. I got in my car and drove home on autopilot. I don't even remember the drive. When I got home, the house was empty. David's car wasn't in the driveway. I sat on the couch still in my dress and just stared at the wall for I don't know how long. Then my phone started going off. Text after text, call after call. My siblings, my cousins, David's family, friends who'd been at the wedding. I didn't answer any of them at first. I just watched the notifications pile up. Eventually, I started reading the messages. Most of them were brutal. My younger sister called me selfish and cruel. David's brother said I was a monster. My aunt said she couldn't believe I'd do something so horrible. Friends were asking what was wrong with me, why I would destroy Emma's special day, how I could humiliate David like that in front of everyone. The messages kept coming for hours. I stopped reading them after a while. David came home late that night. I heard his car pull up around midnight. He came inside, went straight to our bedroom, and closed the door. I slept on the couch. The next morning he was gone before I woke up. He didn't come back that night either. On the second day after the wedding, I came home from the grocery store, and David's car was in the driveway. I thought maybe we could finally talk. But when I walked inside, he was carrying boxes out to his car. He'd packed up his clothes, his toiletries, some books, his laptop. He didn't say a single word to me, just kept loading his car while I stood there. I tried to talk to him, but he held up his hand and told me not to, just those 3 words. Then he left. I found his wedding ring on the kitchen counter later, just sitting there next to the coffee maker. 28 years of marriage summed up in a piece of metal on the counter. Emma blocked my number. I tried calling her the day after the wedding, and it went straight to voicemail. I texted her, and the messages turned green. Blocked. I drove to her apartment twice. Once she didn't answer the door, even though I could hear someone inside. The second time, her fiancé answered and told me Emma didn't want to see me. He wasn't mean about it, but he was firm. He said she needed space, and I needed to respect that. Then he closed the door. My younger son called me 3 days after the wedding. He was crying. He lives across the country, so he wasn't at the ceremony, but obviously he'd heard everything. He asked me why I would blow up the family like this. Why I couldn't have just kept it to myself. He said Emma was devastated, and David wasn't answering his calls, and everyone was taking sides. He told me he loved me, but he didn't understand how I could do this. We haven't talked since. I found out through my sister that Emma and her fiancé went to the courthouse the next week and got married anyway. Just the 2 of them and 2 witnesses. David walked her down the aisle. My sister told me this like it was supposed to make me feel something specific, but I couldn't figure out what. Relief that Emma still wanted David as her father. Guilt that I wasn't there. Pain that she'd rather get married at a courthouse than reschedule with me potentially there. All of it, I guess. Most of my family cut me off. The big Sunday dinners at my mom's house that I'd gone to for decades, not invited anymore. The family group chat, removed. My brother won't look at me. My younger sister answers my calls, but she's cold. She thinks what I did was unforgivable. David's entire family has completely iced me out, which I expected, but a few people surprised me. My aunt reached out 2 weeks after the wedding. She didn't excuse what I did, but she said she understood the weight of living with a lie. She'd had her own secrets over the years, and she knew how they could eat at you. She told me she didn't know if the timing would ever have been right, but she understood why I finally broke. My cousin sent me a long message saying she actually admired that I told the truth. That living a lie for decades must have been torture. That maybe it was better for everyone to know, even if the fallout was terrible. She said sometimes you have to blow things up to rebuild them honestly. I don't know if I agree with her, but it was nice to hear something that wasn't pure condemnation. One of David's old coworkers called me. We'd been friendly for years through David. He said what I did was horrible and the timing was worse. But he also said secrets like that have a way of coming out eventually. That maybe I'd just controlled when instead of letting it explode randomly years from now. He wasn't excusing it, just offering a different perspective. It's been 2 months now. Emma still won't talk to me. David officially filed for separation 3 weeks ago. I got the papers in the mail. I haven't signed them yet, but I will. I don't think there's any coming back from this. I've lost almost everything. My daughter won't speak to me. My husband is gone. Most of my family has turned their backs on me. I'm not invited to anything anymore. Holidays are coming up, and I already know I'll be spending them alone. Some days I tell myself I did it because they deserved the truth, that living a lie was wrong and I finally made it right. But most days, especially late at night when the house is quiet and empty, I think I just couldn't handle the guilt anymore, and I made it everyone else's problem. I took my pain and spread it to everyone I loved. I don't know if Emma will ever forgive me. I don't know if David will ever speak to me again. I don't know if I did the right thing or if I just committed the most selfish act of my entire life. All I know is I can't undo it. The words are out there. The truth is out there. And I have to live with what I've done. At my brother's birthday dinner, I revealed that his wife had secretly drained our late father's inheritance. I, 29, have been sitting on a secret about my brother Mark, 35, and his wife Rachel for 3 months now. Our dad passed away 6 months ago, and he left behind a pretty sizable inheritance that was supposed to be split evenly between me and Mark. Nothing complicated, just a straightforward 50-50 split. But that's not what happened. I found out completely by accident. I was at Mark's place back in July helping him fix his deck, and Rachel had left some estate paperwork out on the kitchen counter. I wasn't snooping. I just needed to move the stack to set down my water bottle. But I saw the account statements on top, and something looked wrong. The numbers didn't match what I remembered from when we first met with the estate attorney, so I looked closer. Turns out Rachel had been handling all the paperwork for Mark because he was too grief-stricken to deal with it after Dad died. Mark trusted her completely, told her to take care of everything while he processed losing our father. And she did take care of it, just not the way anyone expected. I found transfer records showing she'd moved over $150,000 into her personal accounts, not joint accounts with Mark, her accounts. Money that was supposed to be split between me and my brother. I took photos of everything with my phone before she got back. My hands were shaking the whole time. When Mark asked me later why I seemed off that day, I lied and said I was just tired. I didn't know what to do. How do you tell your brother that his wife is stealing from him? That she's stealing from both of you? I kept waiting for the right moment, the right way to bring it up. But there never was one. Then 2 weeks ago, Rachel announced she was throwing Mark a big birthday dinner. She made this whole production out of it. Booked a private room at this upscale Italian place downtown. Invited everyone. Both sides of the family, Mark's friends, even some of his co-workers. About 20 people total. She sent out these fancy digital invitations and everything. I wanted to skip it, but I knew that would raise questions I wasn't ready to answer. The night of the dinner, I felt sick the entire drive there. I kept thinking maybe I should just pull Mark aside beforehand, show him everything privately. But Rachel was already at the restaurant when I arrived, and Mark showed up right after me, so there was no chance. We all got seated and Rachel was in full hostess mode, making sure everyone had drinks and appetizers, laughing and charming the whole room. She kept putting her hand on Mark's shoulder and calling him her rock. It made my stomach turn. I barely touched my food during the main course. My mom asked me twice if I was feeling okay. I told her I was fine, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Mark seemed happy, though. He was smiling and joking with our cousins, completely oblivious to everything. That's what killed me the most. He had no idea. Rachel had handled everything so he wouldn't have to stress about it, and he genuinely appreciated her for it. He'd told me multiple times how grateful he was to have her during such a difficult period. Then came the toast. Rachel stood up with her wine glass and tapped it with her fork to get everyone's attention. The whole room went quiet. She started going on about what an amazing man Mark was, how responsible he was, how he always took care of family finances perfectly. She talked about their future together and how they were building it on a foundation of trust and honesty. Trust and honesty. I almost laughed. Almost. She kept going, saying how proud Dad would be of the man Mark had become, how he always did right by family. People were nodding along, smiling. Mark looked embarrassed but pleased. And I just sat there gripping my wine glass, feeling this rage building in my chest. The hypocrisy was unbelievable. She was standing there acting like the devoted wife while she'd robbed us both blind. What made it worse was that Mark didn't even know the details of the inheritance. He'd let Rachel handle everything. He probably thought the money was safely invested somewhere, or in accounts they shared. He had no clue she'd funneled it into her personal accounts where he couldn't touch it. She'd been planning this, or at the very least, she'd seen an opportunity and taken it while he was vulnerable. I looked around the table at my family, at Mark's happy face, at Rachel still going on about integrity and partnership. My mom was dabbing at her eyes with her napkin. Rachel's parents were beaming, and something in me just snapped. I'd been carrying this secret for 3 months, watching Rachel play the perfect wife, watching my brother live in ignorance. The right moment was never going to come because there was no right moment for something like this. So I decided to make one. I set down my wine glass and stood up. Rachel was still mid-sentence when I interrupted her. I stood up before I could talk myself out of it. My chair scraped against the floor and everyone turned to look at me. Rachel stopped talking mid-sentence, still holding her wine glass in the air. I said we needed to talk about family finances. Actually talk about them. Rachel's smile froze on her face and she tried to laugh it off, told me to sit down. This wasn't the time or place, but I was already committed. I looked directly at Mark and told him the inheritance from Dad wasn't in the accounts he thought it was. The room went completely silent. You could hear the kitchen staff clattering dishes in the background, but nobody at our table made a sound. Mark just stared at me with this confused expression, like he was trying to figure out if I was joking. Rachel set down her wine glass carefully and said I was being inappropriate, that we could discuss this later if I had questions about the estate. But I didn't have questions. I had answers. I told Mark I'd found the paperwork at his house 3 months ago, that I'd seen the transfers. Rachel had moved over $150,000 into her personal accounts, money that was supposed to be split between us, money that was supposed to be his. Mark's face changed. He turned to look at Rachel and asked if it was true. His voice was quiet, but everyone heard it. Rachel's face went from white to bright red in about 2 seconds. She started stammering, saying I was twisting things, that I didn't understand how estate management worked. She said she'd moved the money for safekeeping, that she was planning to tell him, that she was managing it better than the estate attorney could. My mom's voice cut through the noise. She demanded to see proof. She wasn't angry yet, just shocked, so I pulled out my phone. I'd kept all the photos I'd taken back in July, knew I might need them eventually. I started passing my phone around the table, showing the bank statements, the transfer records, the dates and amounts. My mom's hands were shaking when she held it. That's when things really fell apart. Mark hadn't said anything else. He was just staring down at his untouched birthday cake while my phone made its way around the table. Rachel started crying, saying I was trying to ruin her marriage, that I'd always been jealous of what she and Mark had. She looked at Mark and told him I was lying, that I'd probably faked those documents somehow. But my mom had seen enough. She stood up and asked Rachel directly why the money was in accounts Mark didn't have access to. Why she hadn't told him. Why she'd handled everything in secret. Rachel's dad jumped in then, saying we were all ganging up on his daughter, that this was a misunderstanding and we were humiliating her at a family celebration. The table erupted. My aunt started yelling at Rachel, saying she'd always known something was off about her. Rachel's mom was crying and saying we were all terrible people. Mark's best friend asked him if he knew about any of this. Some of Mark's co-workers were trying to quietly excuse themselves. My cousin was recording part of it on her phone before my mom told her to put it away. Mark stood up. He didn't say anything to anyone, just pushed his chair back and walked out of the private room. Everyone went quiet for a second, then Rachel ran after him, still crying and calling his name. We could hear her heels clicking on the restaurant floor. I sat back down. My mom was looking at me with this expression I couldn't read. Disappointed maybe, or just exhausted. She asked why I did it this way, why I couldn't have told Mark privately. I didn't have a good answer for her. I still don't. I just said I tried to find the right way, but there wasn't one, and Rachel was never going to come clean on her own. Rachel's parents stood up and left without saying goodbye to anyone. A few other people followed them out, mostly Rachel's side of the family. The ones who stayed were arguing among themselves about whether I was right to expose everything or if I'd just blown up my brother's marriage for no reason. Someone said I could have at least waited until after his birthday. Someone else said better now than never. The restaurant staff came in to check on us because of all the noise. My mom apologized to them and asked for the check. The birthday cake sat in the middle of the table with all 35 candles melted down into the frosting. Nobody had sung happy birthday. Nobody had taken any photos except my cousin's video that we'd never see. People started leaving in groups. Some of them stopped to talk to me on the way out. My aunt hugged me and said I did the right thing. My uncle said I was an idiot. Mark's best friend just shook his head and left without saying anything. Within 20 minutes, the private room had cleared out except for me and my mom. She paid the bill even though Rachel was supposed to. We sat there for a few more minutes, not saying much. She asked if I was sure about the documents, if there was any chance I'd misunderstood something. I showed her the photos again on my phone. She nodded slowly and said we'd figure it out, but it was going to be ugly. I drove home alone that night and my phone started blowing up before I even got there. Text messages from family members, some supporting me, most calling me every name in the book for ruining Mark's birthday. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on my couch scrolling through text messages until 3 a.m. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Half my family was telling me I was vindictive and cruel for doing that to Mark on his birthday. The other half was saying I did what needed to be done. My cousin sent me a long message about how family should handle things privately. My aunt sent me one saying Rachel got what she deserved. Nobody seemed to care about the actual theft, just about the timing and the scene I'd caused. Mark didn't contact me at all. Not that night, not the next day. I tried calling him twice and both times it went straight to voicemail. I sent him a text saying I was sorry for the way it happened but not sorry for telling the truth. He didn't respond. On the second day, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was Mark. His voice sounded completely flat, exhausted. He asked me to send him everything I had. All the documents, all the photos, every piece of evidence. I emailed it to him within 10 minutes. Bank statements, transfer records, dates, amounts, account numbers. Everything I'd photographed that day back in July, plus some additional digging I'd done afterward. We talked for maybe 5 minutes total. He thanked me for sending it and said he needed time to process everything. Then he hung up. That was 3 weeks ago, and it was the last real conversation we've had. Rachel went on the offensive almost immediately. She posted something on Facebook the day after the dinner about how lies and jealousy can destroy families. Didn't name me directly, but everyone knew who she meant. Then she started telling people I'd forged the documents, that I was trying to steal Mark's inheritance for myself. Some people believed her. Rachel's entire side of the family cut me off completely. A few of Mark's friends did too. I got unfriended and blocked by at least 10 people in the first week, but other family members reached out privately. My mom's sister called me and said she'd always thought Rachel was too controlling with money. One of Mark's co-workers sent me a message saying he'd seen red flags in their relationship for years. Even some people who were angry at first started coming around once they looked at the evidence my mom had forwarded to a few key family members. The family was basically split down the middle. My mom tried to stay neutral at first, but I could tell she believed me. She'd seen the documents herself. She stopped going to family gatherings where Rachel would be present, which caused its own drama. Rachel's mom called my mom and screamed at her for 20 minutes about raising such a spiteful son. They haven't spoken since. Rachel's parents threatened legal action against me for defamation. Their lawyer sent me a letter that basically said I needed to retract everything I'd said and apologize publicly or they'd sue. I forwarded it to my own lawyer, who laughed and said good luck to them since I had documentation proving everything. I never heard from their lawyer again after my lawyer responded. Mark's lawyer did contact the estate attorney, though. I know because the estate attorney called me to confirm some details about the transfers. That's how I knew Mark had actually looked at everything I sent him. He was taking it seriously, even if he wouldn't talk to me about it. Through the estate attorney, I learned they'd managed to recover some of the money through legal channels. Not all of it, maybe about 60% so far. The rest Rachel had already spent or moved somewhere they couldn't trace yet. I heard through my cousin that Mark and Rachel are still living together but sleeping in separate rooms. Rachel apparently told people they're working through it, going to counseling, that it was all a misunderstanding. But my cousin's friend saw them at the grocery store and said they didn't speak to each other the entire time. Mark looked like he'd aged 10 years. I've tried texting Mark a few more times, sent him a message on his birthday weekend saying I hoped he was doing okay, Sent another one 2 weeks ago just saying I missed talking to him. Nothing back. My mom says he's not ready, and I need to give him space. But I don't know if space is going to fix this or just make it permanent. The worst part is wondering if I did the right thing. Yeah, Rachel was stealing from us. Yeah, Mark deserved to know. But I destroyed his birthday in front of everyone he cared about. I humiliated him. I exposed his marriage as a fraud in the most public way possible. Maybe I could have pulled him aside the next day, shown him everything privately, let him confront Rachel on his own terms. Maybe the truth didn't have to come out like that. But then I think about Rachel standing there giving that toast, lying to everyone's faces, and I get angry all over again. She wasn't going to tell him. She'd been managing that money for months and hadn't said a word. If I'd told Mark privately, she could have made up some story, manipulated him into believing her version. At least with witnesses, there was no denying what happened. So now I'm here. My brother won't talk to me. Half my family thinks I'm a hero and half thinks I'm an asshole. I saved my brother from being robbed blind, but I might have lost him in the process. And I still don't know if that makes me right or just makes me alone. When my cousin's graduation ceremony ended, I exposed the truth about who actually wrote his thesis. I'm a 24-year-old woman, and my cousin Brandon is 26. We grew up close, almost like siblings since our moms are sisters and we only live 20 minutes apart. The difference is his parents always had money and mine didn't. Brandon never had to work through college. I took out loans for everything. About 6 months ago, he called me out of nowhere. We hadn't talked much since I'd finished my own master's degree a year earlier. I was working retail and sending out job applications every night, getting nowhere. He asked if we could meet for coffee, and I figured why not. That's when he asked if I could help him with his thesis. Except help wasn't really the word he used after the first 5 minutes. He wanted me to write the entire thing. He offered me $3,000. I sat there staring at my lukewarm coffee, thinking about my credit card bills and my student loans, and how I'd just had to ask my parents for rent money again. $3,000. I told him I'd think about it. I lasted 2 days before I texted him yes. It started in January. His thesis was on policy implications of remote work on urban planning, which was actually close to what I'd studied. He sent me his topic approval and some notes his advisor had given him. The notes were basically an outline. I did everything else: the research, the literature review, the methodology, the analysis, all of it. 80 pages plus bibliography and appendices. He'd text me at weird hours asking about deadlines, or if I could change a section because his advisor had questions. I'd be up at 2 a.m. revising his arguments while he posted Instagram stories from bars. His captions were always stuff like, "Thesis life has me stressed," with a beer emoji. I wanted to throw my laptop across the room. His thesis defense was in late April. I had to coach him through every possible question his committee might ask. We met 3 times and I basically fed him flashcards of my own arguments. He passed with minor revisions. When he texted me that he'd passed, he said his advisor called his work exceptional. My work. She called my work exceptional, while I was folding clearance sweaters at Target. The family group chat went insane with congratulations. His mom posted this long thing on Facebook about how proud she was of her brilliant son who worked so hard. My mom even commented on it saying she was proud of him too. I felt sick. I also felt angry at myself for being sick because I was the one who'd agreed to do this. I took his money. I wrote every word knowing what I was doing. But then the praise just kept coming. His advisor recommended him for a competitive fellowship. He got interview requests from think tanks and consulting firms who'd seen his thesis abstract. People kept asking him about his research at family dinners, and he'd give them these rehearsed answers I'd written out for him. He was good at it too. He sounded smart because he was repeating smart things I'd said. Graduation day was last Saturday. The whole family came. My parents, his parents, aunts, uncles, younger cousins, everyone. I wore a dress I'd bought on sale and sat between my parents in the auditorium. It was hot and crowded, and the speeches went on forever. When they finally started calling names for his department, my aunt started crying happy tears. I watched Brandon walk across that stage in his cap and gown. The department head shook his hand and said something I couldn't hear. His thesis advisor was sitting with the other faculty, and she was smiling so wide. She hugged him when he walked past her seat. Everyone around me was clapping and taking pictures. My uncle was recording everything on his iPad. After the ceremony, we all gathered outside on the lawn. It was sunny, and people were taking photos everywhere. Brandon was in the center of our family group, still wearing his regalia, and everyone wanted a picture with him. His advisor came over to congratulate him again, and my aunt introduced her to everyone. She told my aunt that Brandon's thesis was one of the best she'd supervised in years. That's when Brandon decided to make a speech. Nobody asked him to, he just sort of called everyone over and started talking. He thanked his parents for their support. He thanked his advisor for pushing him. Then he started talking about the journey of writing his thesis. He said something about all the sleepless nights and moments of self-doubt. He said the hardest part was pushing through when he wanted to give up, but he learned the value of persistence and academic integrity. Academic integrity. He said those words while looking around at everyone's proud faces. Then he said he was thinking about pursuing a PhD. He wanted to build on this research, maybe teach someday. His advisor was nodding enthusiastically and said she'd write him recommendations anywhere he wanted to apply. I couldn't breathe right. My heart was pounding and my hands were shaking. This wasn't just about one thesis anymore. He was going to build an entire career on my work. Every job, every recommendation, every opportunity would be because of something I'd written while making $9 an hour. I didn't plan what happened next. I didn't walk into that graduation thinking I was going to blow up his life. But standing there listening to him talk about honesty and integrity while his advisor filmed him on her phone, something just broke inside me. He was still talking when I interrupted him. I just said I needed to say something. Everyone turned to look at me. They were all smiling like they expected some sweet cousin speech about how proud I was. My aunt even had her hand on her heart. My voice came out shaky but loud enough. I said Brandon didn't write his thesis. I said he paid me $3,000 to write every single word of it. The silence was immediate and complete. Nobody moved. I could hear traffic from the street behind us, and that was it. Brandon's face went totally white and then red. He said, "What the hell was I doing?" Not even a question, just flat. His advisor's smile disappeared. She said, "Excuse me," like she'd misheard. Then everything exploded at once. My aunt started screaming at me. Actual screaming. She asked how I dared ruin his special day, and if I was jealous because I couldn't find a job with my own degree. Other family members were talking over each other, trying to figure out what was happening. Brandon's friends were backing away slowly. Some of his classmates had their phones out. My uncle tried to grab my arm and pull me aside. He was saying whatever Brandon owed me, they'd pay it. Just stop talking, we could work this out privately. I pulled away from him. Brandon was trying to do damage control. He said I'd helped him edit it, and I was confused about how much I'd actually contributed. He said I was having some kind of episode. His voice was panicky, though. Everyone could hear it. I pulled out my phone. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I said I had every draft, every email, every message where he told me exactly what to write. I had documentation of everything, including the Venmo payment for $3,000 with a note that said, "For the help." His advisor stepped forward. She wasn't yelling. Her voice was quiet and cold, and somehow that was worse than my aunt screaming. She said she needed to see those documents right now. She gave me her university email address and told me to send everything immediately. Brandon was still trying to talk his way out. He was saying it wasn't what it looked like. I'd misunderstood our arrangement. He'd paid me for research assistance, which was normal, but his face was so red and his voice kept cracking. One of his classmates said something about always wondering how he'd written something that good. Someone else laughed, but it wasn't a friendly laugh. My aunt was crying now. She kept saying I'd destroyed the family, that I was a liar and nobody would believe me. But she was looking at Brandon when she said it. She knew. I think she knew the second I said it that it was true. My parents showed up right in the middle of everything. They'd been stuck parking the car and missed the whole ceremony. My mom took one look at everyone's faces and asked what happened. Nobody answered her. My dad just stood there with his mouth open. Some younger cousins were asking what was going on. One of them was maybe 12 and she looked scared. People were leaving. Not everyone, but the ones who weren't family were definitely backing away from the situation. A few of Brandon's classmates were clearly recording on their phones now. I saw at least 3 cameras pointed at us. The advisor said again that she needed those files. She said the university would be conducting a formal investigation and that Brandon should not contact me or attempt to interfere with any communication I had with the Academic Integrity Office. She wasn't even looking at Brandon anymore. She was looking at her phone, already typing something. Brandon finally snapped at me directly. He called me vindictive and ungrateful. He said he'd given me money when I was desperate, and this was how I repaid him. He said I was ruining his life because I was bitter about my own failures. His dad tried to quiet him down, but Brandon kept going. He said I'd probably end up sued for breach of contract and defamation. I was crying by then. I don't even remember when I started. My hands were still shaking, but I managed to pull up my email on my phone. I forwarded everything to his advisor right there in the parking lot. 6 months of emails, screenshots of our text messages, the Venmo transaction, draft after draft with my comments and his responses, the original topic approval form that I'd helped him fill out. Everything. My phone made the whoosh sound when the email sent. The advisor's phone buzzed. She looked at me and nodded once, then walked away while talking on her phone to someone. I heard her say academic misconduct and immediate review. Brandon and his parents left. Just turned around and left without saying anything else. My aunt was still crying. Half the family followed them to the parking lot. The other half stood there staring at me like I was a stranger. Some people did come up to me after. A few cousins, one of my uncles. They said quietly that I'd done the right thing, that it took courage, that academic fraud was serious. But they said it while looking around to make sure nobody heard them defending me. I left alone. My parents were still trying to process what had happened. My mom looked angry, but I couldn't tell if it was at me or Brandon or the situation. She asked why I didn't tell her. I didn't have an answer. I drove home and sat in my car for 20 minutes before I could go inside. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept refreshing my email like something was going to happen immediately, even though it was a Saturday evening. The family group chat exploded around midnight. I'd muted it after the ceremony, but I checked it before bed and there were over 200 messages. People were arguing about what I'd done. My aunt had written this long thing about family loyalty and how I'd humiliated them in front of Brandon's professors and friends. Some cousins were defending me. Others were saying I should have handled it privately. One uncle said if I had proof, then I was right to speak up. Another uncle said I clearly did it for attention. I didn't sleep that night. I just lay there thinking about Brandon's face and his advisor's voice and my aunt crying. Around 3 a.m, I started wondering if I'd actually just ruined my own life too. Sunday morning, the university emailed me. They were opening a formal investigation into academic misconduct and needed me to provide a statement along with all documentation. They set up a phone call for Monday. I forwarded them everything I'd already sent to his advisor, plus some additional files I'd found. Bank statements showing the deposit. More drafts with timestamps proving I'd been the one writing at 2 a.m. while Brandon was posting on social media. Brandon called me Sunday afternoon. I almost didn't answer. He didn't yell this time. He just asked why. He said we could have worked something out. His parents would have paid me more if I'd felt cheated. He said I'd destroyed everything he'd worked toward. I told him he hadn't worked toward anything and hung up. He texted me an hour later saying his lawyer advised him to stop contacting me. That was the last I heard directly from him. The family split completely. My aunt and uncle blocked me on everything. So did about half of my cousins. Brandon's immediate family is apparently not speaking to my parents either now. My mom is upset about losing her sister over this. My dad keeps saying I did the right thing, but he looks worried whenever he says it. But some family members reached out privately to say they supported me. One cousin admitted she'd always suspected Brandon was cheating somehow because he'd barely passed his undergraduate classes. Another uncle said academic integrity matters, and fraud is fraud regardless of family. My grandmother called and didn't take sides, but said she was sad the family was broken like this. It's been 2 weeks now. The university confirmed they're doing a full investigation. They interviewed me over the phone for almost 2 hours. They asked for permission to analyze the writing style of my thesis versus Brandon's undergraduate papers. I said yes. They asked if he'd coerced me, and I had to admit he hadn't. I'd agreed to it for money. They said that didn't change what he'd done, but it might complicate things for me too. Brandon's job offers are on hold. I only know this because one of his friends who was at the graduation posted something vague about it on social media. Apparently, the organizations that were interested in hiring him are waiting to see what the university decides. His fellowship application was withdrawn. I don't feel good about that, but I don't feel bad either. I mostly just feel numb. 3 of his classmates contacted me through LinkedIn. They said they'd suspected cheating in their program before and thanked me for coming forward. One of them said Brandon had bragged once about knowing people who could write papers, and she'd thought he was joking. Apparently, I wasn't the only one. The university is now looking into whether other students might have submitted fraudulent work. My parents are worried about legal consequences for me. Could I be barred from working in academia? Could I lose my own degree for participating in fraud? I don't know. Nobody knows yet. I've been looking into whether I need a lawyer, but I can't afford one. The $3,000 is still sitting in my bank account. It feels contaminated now. I haven't touched it. I don't know if I'm supposed to give it back or if that would look like I'm admitting to something worse. Everything feels uncertain. I keep replaying that moment when I interrupted his speech. Sometimes I feel like I did exactly what needed to be done. He was standing there lying to everyone and planning to build an entire career on stolen work. Someone had to stop it. Other times, usually at night, I feel like a monster. I took his graduation moment away in the worst possible way. I humiliated him in front of everyone he'd ever want to impress. His parents will probably never forgive me. My own family is fractured. My aunt texted my mom saying I didn't just ruin Brandon's future, but destroyed the whole family's reputation. She said now everyone will think we're all cheaters and liars. Some of my younger cousins are apparently getting questions at school about it because people saw the videos that got posted online. I still haven't found a job. I'm still working retail and living in the same apartment I couldn't afford before any of this happened. The difference is now half my family won't talk to me, and the other half looks at me like I'm either a hero or a cautionary tale, depending on the day. The university said their investigation could take another month. Until then, everything is just suspended. Brandon's degree, his future, my relationship with my family, all of it hanging in the air waiting for someone else to decide what happens next. At our family's Christmas dinner, I revealed that my sister's fiancé had been secretly messaging me for months. I, 27, have been dealing with an impossible situation involving my sister Claire, 29, and her fiancé Derek, 31. For 4 months, I've been carrying around a secret that's been eating me alive, and Christmas Eve is when everything finally exploded. Claire got engaged back in June. The proposal was perfect, at least according to her. Derek took her to this fancy restaurant overlooking the water, got down on one knee, the whole thing. She called me right after, screaming and crying happy tears. I was genuinely excited for her. Derek seemed great. He had a good job in finance, was close with his family, treated her well from what I could see. Our parents absolutely loved him. My mom was already planning the wedding in her head, talking about venues and dress shopping. My dad, who's usually pretty reserved, actually teared up when Derek asked for his blessing. It felt like Claire had found her person. But then August happened. Derek started messaging me. At first, it was innocent stuff. He'd ask what Claire's favorite flowers were, or what kind of wine she liked, saying he wanted to plan surprises for her. I thought it was sweet. I'd respond with quick answers, trying to be helpful. Then the messages changed. He started complimenting me, said I looked great in a photo Claire had posted of us together, made a joke about how I was the fun sister, and Claire was the responsible one. I brushed it off as him trying to be friendly, maybe a little awkward about it. Then came the late-night texts. The first one that really made me uncomfortable came at 11 p.m. on a random Tuesday. He said he couldn't stop thinking about something I'd said at dinner the week before. Something completely mundane about a movie I'd seen. He said I was more interesting than I gave myself credit for. I didn't respond. 2 days later, another message. this time saying Claire was lucky to have a sister like me and that he wished he'd met me first. I told him that was inappropriate and he needed to stop. He apologized, said he was just joking around, that I was too sensitive. He'd back off for a week or so, then start again. Comments about how I looked in certain outfits. Messages at 2 a.m. saying he was thinking about me. Once he straight up said I was more attractive than Claire. I saved every single message, screenshots, backups, everything. Part of me knew I'd need proof eventually. But I didn't know what to do with it. Telling Claire would destroy her. She was so happy, constantly talking about wedding plans, showing everyone her ring, gushing about how Derek was her soulmate. How do you tell someone that? How do you break their heart like that? I tried everything else first. I barely responded to his messages. I avoided being alone with him at family gatherings. I even blocked him once, but then he asked Claire why I'd blocked him at Sunday dinner, acting all confused and hurt, so I had to unblock him and pretend my phone was being weird. He was always completely normal in person. He'd hug Claire, kiss her forehead, hold her hand. At Thanksgiving, he helped my mom in the kitchen and talked sports with my dad. My younger brother Max, 23, thought Derek was awesome. Everyone did. That's what made it so much worse. Christmas Eve, our family does this big dinner at my parents' house. It's been a tradition forever. My mom, 56, goes all out. Fancy china, multiple courses, the whole thing. My dad, 58, usually carves the prime rib and pretends he's not emotional about having everyone together. This year there were about 20 people crammed around the extended dining table. Aunts, uncles, cousins, my grandparents. Claire kept announcing that this was their last Christmas as an unmarried couple, like she had to remind everyone every 5 minutes. Derek was being extra charming, laughing at my dad's jokes, complimenting my mom's cooking. We were halfway through dinner when Derek stood up with his wine glass. Everyone got quiet, expecting a toast. He started talking about marriage, about commitment, about how excited he was to join our family officially. Then he said something about the foundation of marriage being honesty and trust and respect. He kept going on and on about transparency, about never keeping secrets from the person you love, about how important it is to be genuine and faithful. Claire was tearing up. My mom was smiling. Everyone was nodding along like he was saying the most profound thing they'd ever heard. I felt sick, actually nauseous. I pushed some mashed potatoes around my plate and tried not to make eye contact with anyone. Then my phone buzzed in my lap. I glanced down. It was Derek. The message said I looked beautiful tonight and he couldn't stop staring at me across the table. He sent it while giving his toast about honesty, while promising to be faithful to my sister, while everyone sat there believing every word. Something snapped. I don't even remember making the decision. My hands were shaking, but I pushed my chair back and stood up. The legs scraped against the hardwood and everyone looked at me. Derek's face changed immediately. He knew. I pulled out my phone and said I had something to add about honesty. For about 30 seconds, I just stood there holding my phone. Everyone was staring at me. Claire looked confused, still had that happy glow on her face from Derek's toast. My mom had this nervous smile like she wasn't sure if I was about to say something sweet or weird. Derek had gone completely pale. He knew exactly what was about to happen. I started reading the texts out loud. My voice was shaking at first, but then it got steadier. I read the one from September where he said Claire was great, but I was gorgeous, and that she didn't have to know he said that. The table went silent. Like, immediately. Someone's fork clattered against their plate. I kept going. Read the one where he said he couldn't stop thinking about what I'd look like in the dress I wore to my cousin's wedding. Read another one from October where he said he wished things were different, that he'd met me before Claire. Claire's smile disappeared. She just stared at me with her mouth slightly open, not understanding yet. My Aunt Linda said something like, "What on earth is happening right now?" But I ignored her. I read the text from 3 weeks ago, sent at 2 a.m., where he told me he wished I was there instead of Claire. That's when Claire stood up. Her chair almost tipped backward. She asked what this was, what I was doing. Her voice cracked. Derek immediately started talking over everyone. Said I was lying. that I was making things up, that he never sent me anything like that. He looked around the table like he was the victim here, like I was some crazy person attacking him for no reason. My mom started yelling at him, asking him what the hell he thought he was doing. My dad pushed his chair back and stood up too. I'd never seen him look that angry. Some of my relatives started talking all at once. My Aunt Linda was yelling at me, asking how I could do this now, saying I was ruining Christmas. My Uncle Rob was telling Derek to shut up. Claire walked over to me. She looked like she might throw up. I handed her my phone without her having to ask. She scrolled through the messages, weeks and weeks of them. Her hands were shaking. She kept scrolling and scrolling, reading things I hadn't even said out loud. The really bad ones. The ones where he talked about my body, where he said explicit things about what he wanted to do. I watched her face change from confusion to understanding to complete devastation. Her mascara started running down her cheeks. Derek tried to grab my phone out of Claire's hands, just reached for it like he could make the evidence disappear. My brother Max shoved him back hard. Derek stumbled and caught himself on the table, started saying I'd misunderstood everything, that they were just friendly messages, that I was twisting things. He said I'd always been jealous of Claire, that I was trying to sabotage their relationship because I couldn't stand to see her happy. A few relatives were nodding along like maybe that made sense. My grandma was crying, asking someone to please explain what was happening. Claire wasn't looking at Derek. She was still reading my phone, scrolling back to August, seeing how long this had been going on. She made this sound, like a gasp or a sob, I don't know. Then she took off her engagement ring and threw it at him. It hit him in the chest and bounced onto the floor. She told him to get out. Just said it once, quietly, but everyone heard. Derek started apologizing, saying he was drunk when he sent those. That work had been stressful, that he didn't mean anything by it. Said it was just stupid jokes that went too far, that he loved her, only her, that this was all a huge misunderstanding. Claire finally looked at him, told him to get the fuck out of her parents' house. I'd never heard her talk like that. My dad moved toward Derek, didn't say anything, just stood there waiting for him to leave. Derek looked around the table like someone was going to defend him. No one did. He started pleading with Claire, reaching for her arm. She jerked away from him. He tried one more time, saying we could talk about this, that she was overreacting, that he could explain everything if she'd just listen. My dad physically walked him to the front door. Not roughly, but firm enough that Derek didn't have a choice. After the door closed, the house erupted. Half my family surrounded Claire, trying to hug her, comfort her. The other half started arguing in the dining room. Aunt Linda was screaming at me, saying I'd destroyed Christmas, that I should have told Claire privately instead of humiliating everyone in front of the whole family. She said I was cruel and selfish. Uncle Rob was yelling back at her, saying I did the right thing, that Derek deserved to be exposed. My cousin Sarah was crying. My grandma was still asking what happened. No one had actually explained it to her clearly. Claire locked herself in the bathroom upstairs. I could hear her sobbing through the door. My mom tried to get her to come out, but she wouldn't. People were leaving, gathering their coats, some of them shooting me dirty looks on their way out. A few hugged me and whispered that I was brave. Most just left without saying anything. The dining room was a mess. Dinner was cold. Wrapping paper from the presents we hadn't even gotten to sat under the tree. My dad stood in the kitchen with his hands on the counter, staring at nothing. I sat on the stairs by myself. Max came and sat next to me, didn't say anything for a while. Then he told me Derek was a piece of shit and I did the right thing. I wasn't sure if that was true. The house felt destroyed. Christmas was destroyed. I could still hear Claire crying upstairs, and I wanted to go to her, but I didn't know if she'd want to see me. I'd just blown up her entire life in front of 20 people. Part of me felt relieved that the secret was finally out. The other part felt like the worst person alive. Christmas Eve ended around 9. People kept leaving in clusters, awkward goodbyes, some of them not even saying goodbye at all. Claire eventually came out of the bathroom and went straight to her old bedroom, locked the door. My mom tried talking to her through it, but Claire said she just wanted to be alone. My parents asked if I wanted to go home, but I couldn't leave. I ended up sleeping in the guest room. Barely slept at all, really. Just kept replaying the whole night in my head, wondering if I should have done it differently. If I should have pulled Claire aside weeks ago. If I should have waited until after Christmas. If I should have never said anything at all. Christmas Day was miserable. Just the 5 of us, immediate family. Claire came downstairs around noon, looked like she hadn't slept either. Her eyes were swollen and red. We tried to do presents, but it felt wrong. My mom made breakfast, and we all kind of picked at it. Dad turned on a movie, but no one watched it. Claire sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket, staring at her phone. I later found out Derek had been calling and texting her nonstop, dozens of messages begging her to talk to him. She wasn't responding, but she was reading them. I tried to talk to her a few times, but she'd just nod or give one-word answers. She wasn't mean about it, just shut down. I couldn't tell if she was mad at me or just processing everything. Max left in the afternoon to go see his girlfriend. My parents kept trying to make things feel normal, but it was pointless. We were all just sitting in this heavy silence, pretending we weren't. December 26th, Claire finally talked to me. I was in the kitchen making coffee, and she came in, stood in the doorway for a minute. Then she asked if we could talk. We sat at the kitchen table and she cried for a while before saying anything. She said she wasn't mad at me, that she needed me to know that, but she was overwhelmed and didn't know how to feel about anything. She admitted she'd had weird feelings about Derek the past month or so, little things that didn't quite add up. How he was always on his phone, how he'd gotten defensive when she asked who he was texting. She'd ignored it, told herself she was being paranoid. Then she told me something I didn't know. Derek had been following some of her friends on Instagram, girls he'd never met. One of them, her friend Jessica, mentioned a few weeks ago that Claire's fiancé had DM'd her asking about her holiday plans. Claire had laughed it off at the time, said Derek was just being friendly. Now she was going through everything in her head differently, seeing all these red flags she'd missed or excused. By December 28th, Claire officially called off the engagement. She changed her Facebook relationship status back to single, started texting her friends and bridesmaids, telling them the wedding was off. She didn't go into detail with most of them, just said things didn't work out. Derek kept trying to contact her. He sent flowers to my parents' house twice. The second time, my dad met the delivery guy at the door and sent them back. Derek even showed up at Claire's apartment on the 29th. She wasn't there. She was still staying with our parents, but her roommate called her freaking out. Claire blocked his number after that, blocked him on every social media platform. She started seeing a therapist on the 30th. My mom had been pushing her to talk to someone, and she finally agreed. She's been going every few days, trying to work through everything. She said the therapist told her it's normal to feel angry at multiple people at once, that grief isn't linear, whatever that means. She started the process of canceling wedding vendors. Lost the deposit on the venue, $3,000. The photographer was willing to refund half. The caterer kept everything. She had a breakdown about it 2 days ago, crying about money and how stupid she felt for not seeing who Derek really was. My mom has been incredible through all of this. She's been taking care of Claire, making sure she eats, sitting with her when she cries. She pulled me aside a few days after Christmas and told me I saved Claire from making the biggest mistake of her life. Said she was proud of me for speaking up, even though it was hard. My dad hasn't said much, but he hugged me really tight the other day and told me I did good. Max has been posting vague stuff on Instagram about protecting family and loyalty. Pretty sure it's directed at Derek, but he won't admit it. But not everyone feels that way. Aunt Linda still isn't speaking to me. She texted my mom saying, I'm an attention seeker who chose the worst possible moment to air dirty laundry. My cousin Sarah has been posting passive-aggressive stuff on Facebook about people who create drama for no reason. Some relatives have told my mom they think I should have handled it privately, that I traumatized Claire by doing it in front of everyone, that the public humiliation wasn't necessary, that I could have just told Claire quietly and let her deal with it. It's January 2nd now. Claire is still staying with my parents, hasn't gone back to her apartment yet. She's been distant with me. Not cold exactly, but not warm either. We haven't really had a real conversation since that one time in the kitchen. She thanks me when I bring her coffee or offer to run errands with her. But it's surface-level stuff. I don't know if she blames me for how everything happened or if she's just trying to survive right now. My mom says to give her time, that she's grieving the future she thought she had. The family group chat is weird now. Some people post like nothing happened. Others have gone silent. We're supposed to have a birthday dinner for my grandma next month, and I genuinely don't know if I'm invited anymore, or if it'll just be awkward if I show up. People are clearly taking sides. Claire's friends keep messaging me asking what happened, saying Claire won't talk about it. I don't know what to tell them. It's not my story to share, but they're worried about her. I keep going back and forth between feeling like I did the right thing and feeling like I destroyed everything. Claire has to return wedding gifts, tell people the engagement is off, deal with questions from everyone she knows. Our Christmas is ruined probably forever now. Every year we'll remember this. Some of my family will probably never forgive me. But Claire also isn't marrying someone who was already cheating on her emotionally, maybe would have done worse after they got married. She's heartbroken now, but maybe I saved her from something way worse down the line. I still don't know if exposing Derek in front of everyone was the right call, or if I just made everything harder than it needed to be. Claire hasn't told me how she really feels about what I did, and I'm scared to ask. Part of me wonders if our relationship will ever be the same, or if she'll always associate me with the worst night of her life. On the night of my parents' anniversary party, I announced that my brother had been stealing from their business for years. I, 31, have been watching my older brother Mark, 34, get praised as the golden child my entire life, while I was always seen as the screw-up who couldn't hold down a steady job. I work freelance doing graphic design, which my family sees as basically unemployed. Mark is married with 2 kids, lives in a nice suburb, and works as the accountant for our parents' catering business. He's the responsible one. I'm the one who still rents an apartment and doesn't have his life together. My parents are 62 and 60, and they started their catering company 30 years ago from absolutely nothing. They were throwing their 35th wedding anniversary party at the nicest banquet hall in town. I'm talking like 80 people, extended family, old friends, business partners, the whole thing. 3 weeks before the party, I stopped by their house just to visit. My mom mentioned casually that they might need to downsize the business soon. She seemed stressed about money, which was weird because the company had always done well. I offered to help look at their books since I know some basic accounting from managing my freelance finances. My dad brushed it off immediately and said, "Mark handles everything. It's all under control." But I couldn't sleep that night. Something felt really wrong. The next day I called my dad and asked if I could just peek at the business bank statements. I told him I wanted to see if I could help reduce their website marketing costs or something. He was reluctant but eventually gave me login access. I think he felt bad for brushing me off the day before. I looked at the statements that night and my stomach dropped. There were these irregular transfers going back years, payments labeled as equipment maintenance and vendor deposits, going to an LLC I'd never heard of. I spent hours going through everything. Then I looked up the LLC online. It was registered to Mark. I spent the next 2 weeks documenting everything. I took screenshots, made spreadsheets, printed bank statements. I found at least $180,000 missing over 4 years. Mark had been taking small amounts regularly. A few thousand here and there, always disguised as legitimate business expenses. The money went into his side business first, some bar he opened that failed after 6 months. Then it looked like crypto investments after that. I knew I had to confront him before telling our parents. I met Mark at a coffee shop 2 days before the anniversary party. When I first brought it up, he actually laughed. He said I didn't understand how business works, that these were legitimate expenses I was too inexperienced to recognize. Then I slid the printed statements across the table. His face went completely white. He stared at the papers for a long time without saying anything. Then he started begging. He said I couldn't tell our parents, that it would destroy them. He promised he'd pay it all back, said he'd been planning to return the money anyway and just needed more time. I told him he had until the end of the month to come clean himself or I would do it for him. He agreed, but I could tell he was lying. I knew my brother. He was going to try to smooth this over somehow, maybe move money around to cover his tracks, maybe convince our parents I was making things up. The day of the party came, and I showed up at the banquet hall feeling sick. I saw my parents greeting guests, and they looked so happy. My mom kept crying those happy tears, and my dad had his arm around her the whole time. There were so many people there. Aunts, uncles, cousins I hadn't seen in years, family friends, people who'd worked with my parents since the beginning. I kept telling myself to wait. Maybe Mark would actually confess after the party. Maybe I should just let them have this one night. After dinner, the speeches started. Different people got up and talked about my parents, about family legacy, about how much they'd built together. Then Mark stood up with his champagne glass. He gave this whole speech about safeguarding the family business for the next generation. He talked about how he'd been protecting their life's work and making sure his kids would inherit something meaningful. Everyone clapped. Some people were crying. My aunt was nodding along like he was giving some inspiring TED Talk, and Mark looked directly at me while he said it. There was this little smirk on his face, like he knew exactly what he was doing, like he was daring me to say something. That's when I realized he was never going to confess. He thought I wouldn't have the guts to ruin the party. He was betting on me staying quiet to protect the moment. And then later he'd find some way to explain everything away or make me look crazy. My dad announced that I would speak next. I stood up, and my legs felt weak. I looked at my mom's happy face and my dad's proud smile. I looked at Mark sitting back down, still wearing that confident smirk. I made my decision right there. I started by congratulating my parents on 35 years of marriage. I talked about how they'd built their business from nothing through honest work and long hours. My voice was shaking, but I kept going. Then I said it. I told everyone in that room that Mark had been stealing from the company for the past 4 years. The silence was instant, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire banquet hall. I heard someone drop a fork. My mom gasped and put her hand over her mouth. My dad's face went from confused to angry in about 2 seconds. Mark jumped up from his chair and shouted that I was a fucking liar. His wife grabbed his arm and she looked completely lost. People started murmuring. One of my aunts said, "What is happening?" I had brought a folder with me. I'd hidden it under my chair before the speeches started. I pulled it out and started reading off the fake expenses, the LLC name, the transfer amounts and dates. My voice kept cracking, but I made myself keep going. Mark was interrupting the whole time, calling me jealous, saying I was making everything up because I'd always resented him. Then his wife asked what LLC and what bar. Her voice was quiet, but everyone heard it. That's when Mark's entire face changed. I realized his own wife didn't know about any of it. My dad demanded to see the papers. I walked over and handed them to him with shaking hands. He put on his reading glasses, and my mom looked over his shoulder. I had to watch my parents' faces crumble as they read through the bank statements. My mom started crying, but these weren't the happy tears from earlier. My dad just kept shaking his head and saying, "How could you do this?" Mark tried to explain. He said he was going to pay it all back. He said the business was doing fine and they'd never even noticed the money was gone. He claimed he was investing it for their future, that he was trying to help. My dad cut him off and said, "You stole from us, from your own parents." That's when Mark turned on me. He said I'd always been jealous of him my entire life. He screamed that I'd waited until tonight specifically to humiliate him in front of everyone. He said I could have told them privately, but I wanted to destroy him publicly. Some of what he said wasn't even wrong, honestly. But he was the one who'd made that speech about protecting the family, knowing exactly what he'd done. My uncle had to step between us because Mark started moving toward me. Some guests were already leaving at this point. They were grabbing their coats and slipping out because this was way too uncomfortable. Other people crowded around my parents trying to comfort them. Mark's wife took their 2 kids and walked out. Mark followed her, but he turned around and shouted that this wasn't over. Then I was just standing there alone while the party fell apart around me. The DJ had stopped the music. Some people were hugging my parents. My aunt was crying. A few cousins were standing in a corner whispering and looking at me. My mom couldn't look at me. She couldn't look at Mark either when he'd been there, but now she couldn't look at me. My dad told everyone they needed to go home. He didn't make an announcement or anything. He just started telling people individually that the party was over. Staff members were already starting to clean up, even though there was still an hour left on the rental. Most of the guests left within 15 minutes. My parents left without saying goodbye to probably half the people who'd come. They just walked out to their car and drove away. I stayed behind with my aunt to help gather up the gifts and the leftover cake that nobody had eaten. My aunt didn't say much to me. She just kept shaking her head. I drove home that night, replaying everything in my head. The look on my mom's face. The way my dad's shoulders had slumped when he read those statements. Mark's kids crying as their mom rushed them out. The guests leaving early, probably going home to call their own family members and gossip about what they'd just witnessed. I'd exposed my brother in front of 80 people. I'd revealed that he'd stolen over $180,000 from our parents at their anniversary celebration. I'd turned what should have been a happy memory into something my parents would probably never be able to think about without pain. But I kept coming back to Mark's face during his speech. That smirk. The way he'd looked right at me while talking about protecting the family business. He'd thought he was untouchable. He'd thought I'd stay quiet to avoid making a scene. My phone started buzzing before I even got home. Texts from cousins, from family friends, from people asking what the hell had just happened. Some people were asking if what I said was true. Others were asking how I could do that to my parents on their special night. I turned my phone off and sat in my apartment in the dark. I didn't hear from my parents at all that night, or the next day. I called them multiple times and got no answer. On the third day, my mom finally texted me. All it said was that they needed time and to please respect that. That text felt worse than anything that had happened at the party. My parents didn't call me for 5 days. I called them constantly and got nothing. That text from my mom telling me they needed time made me feel like I'd been punched in the stomach. I started wondering if I'd made the worst mistake of my life. The family divided pretty quickly. My uncle called and said about half of them thought I'd done the right thing. The other half thought the timing was cruel, and that I'd done it just to hurt Mark. My aunt told me my mom had been crying for days straight. One of my cousins said Mark was going around telling everyone I'd fabricated the evidence because I was jealous. Mark's wife apparently kicked him out and filed for separation. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing with texts from different family members, everyone taking sides. On day 5, my dad finally called. His voice sounded exhausted and older somehow. He told me they'd frozen Mark's access to all the business accounts. They'd gone through everything with their accountant and found even more discrepancies once they knew what to look for. The total was closer to $220,000. They'd already contacted a lawyer. Then he said he wished I'd told them privately first. I tried to explain that I had confronted Mark privately, that I'd given him a chance to come clean. My dad said he didn't mean Mark. He meant them. He said I should have told them first before doing anything else. I said I wanted to give Mark a chance to confess to them himself. My dad just said at your parents' anniversary party in front of everyone. I didn't really have a good answer for that. He told me they'd talk more later and hung up. The extended family reactions kept coming. My grandmother called me and said I'd destroyed the family. Several relatives stopped talking to me entirely. But my parents' business partner actually called to thank me. He said the company might have gone completely under in another year if this had kept going. 2 of my cousins reached out saying they'd been suspicious of Mark for a while but never had proof. One family friend told me I had guts to do what no one else would have done. It's been 2 weeks now. My parents are speaking to me again, but everything feels strained. We meet for coffee and the conversations are awkward. We talk about surface-level stuff and avoid mentioning Mark or the party. My mom still cries when his name comes up. They're working with their lawyer on whether to press charges. Mark hired his own attorney and has been threatening to sue me for defamation, which is insane considering I have all the bank statements. The business is being restructured. They hired a new accountant to replace Mark, and they're trying to figure out how to recover from this financially. My dad looks like he's aged 10 years in 2 weeks. They were talking about retiring in a few years, but now they'll have to work way longer than they planned. Mark's situation is pretty bad. His wife is definitely going through with the divorce. He moved in with one of his friends. He obviously lost his job at the company. Some of our mutual friends cut him off completely, while others seem to believe his story that this was all a misunderstanding. He's been posting vague stuff on social media about betrayal and family loyalty. We haven't spoken directly since that night. I can't sleep most nights. I keep replaying the moment over and over. I wonder if I should have pulled my parents aside during the party instead of making a public announcement. Or maybe I should have just waited until the next day. But then I think about Mark's speech and how he looked at me, and I know he forced my hand. Part of me wonders if he did that on purpose, thinking I wouldn't dare make a scene. My parents are slowly trying to recover the business. Some of their loyal clients have stuck with them. They had to take out a small loan to cover immediate expenses and payroll. The new accountant says they can fully recover in 2 to 3 years if they're careful, but that means my parents are working harder than ever right now. They can't afford to retire anymore. That guilt sits on me constantly. Last week my mom told me she understood why I did it, but then she also said she can't look at photos from the party anymore. She said every time she thinks about their anniversary now, she'll think of that night. My dad is more practical about it. He says the truth needed to come out eventually, but even he admitted he wishes it had happened differently. I've been visiting them once a week now, and helping out however I can with the business stuff, so that's where I am. Some days I think I saved my parents from complete financial ruin. Other days I think I destroyed the last good memory they could have had together. My brother stole from them for years, but I'm the one who took away their happy anniversary. I still don't know if I did the right thing the wrong way, or if exposing him publicly was the only way to make sure he couldn't talk his way out of it. I guess I'm still figuring that out. Edit. My parents' lawyer just called this morning. Apparently Mark took out a business credit card in their name last year that they didn't know about. There's another $30,000 they didn't know was missing. My dad asked if I can come over tonight to look at the statements with them. I guess we're not done yet. During my best friend's rehearsal dinner, I revealed that his bride once tried to sleep with me. I'm 29, and my best friend Jake, also 29, was getting married to his fiancée, Emma, 27. We've been friends since college, over a decade of the kind of friendship where you don't even have to explain yourself because the other person just gets it. Jake was the guy who drove 3 hours to help me move when my ex kicked me out. I was the one who sat with him in the hospital when his dad had a heart attack. That kind of friendship. Jake and Emma had been together for 3 years. On paper, they were perfect. She laughed at his jokes. He supported her career. They had the same goals about kids and where to live. Everyone loved them together. I wanted to love them together too. But I had a secret that had been eating me alive for over a year. It happened at our mutual friend Matt's birthday party. One of those house parties where everyone's drinking too much and the night gets blurry. Jake had gone to the bathroom, and I was standing in the kitchen grabbing another beer when Emma appeared next to me. She was drunk, really drunk, and she got way too close, like pressed up against me close. She started saying things, how she'd always wondered what it would be like with me. How Jake was great, but sometimes she thought about other possibilities. Then she tried to kiss me. I pushed her away. Not hard, but firm enough that she stumbled back a little. I made some excuse about needing to check on something outside and spent the rest of the party avoiding her. Jake noticed I left early, but I blamed it on being tired from work. The next morning, I woke up to a text from her. "Please don't tell Jake about last night. I was so drunk. It meant nothing. That was it. No real apology. Just damage control." I should have told Jake right then. I know that now. But I convinced myself it was just a drunken mistake, that she was embarrassed, that telling him would blow up their relationship over nothing. Days turned into weeks, and then they got engaged 6 months later, and suddenly it felt like too much time had passed. How do you tell your best friend his fiancée hit on you when he's already picked out a ring and started planning a future? So I said nothing, but the guilt didn't go away. It got worse. Actually, every time I saw them together, every time Jake talked about how lucky he was, every time Emma acted like the perfect girlfriend, I felt like I was betraying him by keeping my mouth shut. The rehearsal dinner was at this nice Italian place downtown. Both families were there, all the bridesmaids and groomsmen, maybe 40 people total. The energy was exactly what you'd expect. Loud laughter, clinking glasses, parents crying happy tears. Jake's mom kept hugging Emma and calling her daughter. Emma's dad kept slapping Jake on the back and making jokes about grandkids. I was sitting at the wedding party table trying to eat my chicken parmesan and pretend everything was fine. A couple of the groomsmen were arguing about football. One of the bridesmaids was already tipsy and laughing too loud at everything, normal rehearsal dinner stuff. Then Emma stood up to give a speech. She thanked everyone for coming, talked about how excited she was to marry Jake, told some cute story about their first date. Everyone was smiling and nodding along. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. What Jake and I have is built on complete honesty and loyalty. We tell each other everything, even the hard stuff, even the embarrassing stuff. That's why I know we're going to make it, because we don't keep secrets from each other. My chest got tight. I couldn't swallow the food in my mouth. I reached for my water glass and my hand was shaking. I looked around the room. Jake's parents were beaming at their son. Emma's family was crying. The bridesmaids were taking photos. Jake was looking at Emma like she was the only person in the world, and I was sitting there knowing it was all built on a lie. Maybe Emma had convinced herself it didn't matter, that being drunk was an excuse, that not telling Jake was the same as it never happening. But I couldn't do that anymore. The speeches continued. Emma's sister went next, then Jake's brother, then one of the bridesmaids. Everyone was funny and heartfelt and appropriate, the kind of toasts you'd expect at a rehearsal dinner. Then they called me up. Best man speech time. I stood up with my glass and every single person turned to look at me with these expectant, happy faces. Jake gave me this grin like he couldn't wait to hear what embarrassing story I'd tell. I started normal. Talked about how Jake and I met freshman year, how he was the worst beer pong partner but the best friend. People laughed. I told a story about a road trip we took to Nashville. More laughs. I was supposed to wrap it up with something about how happy I was for them and how Emma was perfect for him. But my hand was shaking and my heart was pounding and I kept thinking about Emma's speech, about honesty, about loyalty, about how Jake deserved to know the truth before he legally bound himself to someone who had crossed that line. I took a breath. But I can't stand here and celebrate honesty without being honest myself. The room got quiet. Not silent yet, but that shift where people sense something's off. About a year ago at Matt's party, Emma came on to me. She was drunk and she tried to kiss me. I pushed her away. I should have told you then, Jake, but I didn't. I'm telling you now, because you deserve to know before you marry her. Now it was silent. The silence lasted maybe 3 seconds, but it felt like an hour. Everyone just stared at me. I could see people trying to process what I just said, like their brains were buffering. Jake's face went through about 5 different emotions in the span of a second. Confusion first, like he hadn't heard me right. Then this look like he was trying to figure out if it was some kind of joke. Then understanding hit and his expression just went completely blank. Empty. I'd never seen him look like that before. Emma went pale, like all the blood just drained out of her face. She started shaking her head, these tiny movements like she could rewind time if she just disagreed hard enough. She whispered something I couldn't hear, but I'm pretty sure it was just no over and over. Then everything exploded at once. Emma shot up out of her chair so fast she knocked over her wine glass. Red wine spread across the white tablecloth, but nobody moved to stop it. Her voice came out high and panicked when she said that I was lying, demanding to know why I would do this. She looked around the room like she was searching for someone to back her up, to tell everyone I was crazy. Jake still hadn't moved. He was staring at me with this look I couldn't read. Not anger exactly. Something worse. Betrayal maybe, but I couldn't tell if it was directed at me or Emma or both of us. Emma's mother started screaming. Actually screaming. Something about how I was ruining everything and how dare I do this on their wedding weekend. One of Emma's aunts joined in. The bridesmaids rushed over to Emma, forming this protective circle around her. Jake's dad stood up and tried to get everyone to calm down, but his voice got drowned out by Emma's family yelling at me. One of her uncles called me a jealous piece of shit. Her sister said I was clearly in love with Emma and couldn't handle seeing her happy. I just stood there holding my champagne glass like an idiot. I didn't know what to do with my hands. Part of me wanted to sit back down, but I felt frozen. Emma was crying now, mascara starting to run down her face. She turned to Jake and reached for his hand, trying to explain. Her voice was shaking when she said it wasn't how it sounded, that she didn't remember it, that she was blackout drunk, and it meant nothing. That's when Jake finally moved. He pulled his hand away from her like she'd burned him. The look on his face when he did that, I'll never forget it. It wasn't angry. It was worse than angry. It was like something inside him had just broken. He stood up from the table, didn't say anything to anyone, just pushed his chair back and walked toward the exit. His mom called after him, but he didn't stop. The whole restaurant was watching now. Not just our party, but the other tables too. Everyone had stopped eating to stare at the drama unfolding. Emma called his name, then louder. Then she was practically shouting for him to wait, to let her explain. She tried to follow him, but her sister grabbed her arm and held her back. I don't really remember deciding to go after him. I just moved, set down my glass and headed for the door. Behind me, I could hear Emma's family still yelling, someone saying they should call the police. One of the groomsmen trying to calm everyone down. I found Jake in the parking lot. He was just standing next to his car, keys in his hand, but not moving to unlock it. When he heard me coming, he spun around. He asked me why. Why now? Why the fuck would I do this now? His voice was loud but controlled, which was somehow scarier than if he'd been yelling. I tried to explain, told him about the guilt, about how I'd been carrying it for a year, about how I couldn't listen to Emma talk about honesty and loyalty and stay quiet. It sounded weak, even as I was saying it. He cut me off, said I'd had a whole year to tell him. Literally, any day in the past 12 months I could have pulled him aside and told him the truth. But I chose his rehearsal dinner, in front of both families, in front of everyone. I didn't have a good answer for that, because he was right. The restaurant door opened and Emma came running out. Her bridesmaids were right behind her, but she waved them off. She was still crying, makeup completely ruined now, and she went straight to Jake. She started explaining before she even reached him, saying she was blackout drunk, that she barely remembered it, that it was nothing, that it was a stupid mistake from over a year ago. She kept saying it meant nothing, like if she said it enough times it would become true. Jake held up his hand to stop her. His voice came out flat when he asked if it happened or not. Yes or no? Did she come on to me at that party? Emma hesitated, just for a second, but it was enough. Then she nodded. Jake's jaw clenched. He looked at her for a long moment, then at me, then back at her. He said he couldn't do this right now. He got in his car and drove away, just left both of us standing there in the parking lot. Emma turned on me. The crying had stopped and now she was furious. She asked what the fuck was wrong with me, why I would humiliate her like that, if I had any idea what I'd just done. She said I'd ruined everything, that I was selfish and cruel and she'd never forgive me. Her bridesmaids came and got her, shooting me death glares as they led her back inside. I could hear Emma sobbing again as they walked away. I stood in that parking lot alone for a few minutes. Other guests started filtering out, avoiding eye contact with me as they headed to their cars. One of the groomsmen, Mike, came over and asked if I was okay. I said I didn't know. He just nodded and left. I drove back to my hotel in complete silence. Didn't turn on the radio, just replayed the whole thing over and over in my head. Jake's face. Emma's wine glass hitting the table, the screaming. The way Jake pulled his hand away from Emma like he couldn't stand to touch her. My phone started buzzing before I even made it back to the room. By the time I got back to my hotel room, my phone had 17 missed calls and about 30 text messages. I sat on the edge of the bed and started going through them. 2 of the groomsmen texted saying that took guts. One said, "Worst timing ever, man, but I get why you did it." Another one, Chris, who I'd known almost as long as Jake, blocked me. I watched his profile picture disappear from my contacts in real time. Emma's family and bridesmaids were brutal. Her sister called me a psychopath. One of the bridesmaids said I was obviously in love with Emma and couldn't handle rejection. Her mother sent a long message about how I'd destroyed her daughter's special day and that I should be ashamed of myself. Someone I didn't even recognize sent me a message calling me a jealous snake. Jake didn't text at all. I kept checking my phone expecting something from him, even if it was just telling me to go fuck myself. But nothing came through. The silence from him was worse than all the angry messages combined. I barely slept that night. Just lay there staring at the ceiling, replaying everything. The wedding was supposed to happen the next evening. I had no idea if it would actually go forward or not. I got my answer the next morning. Woke up at 6 to a group text from Jake that just said the wedding was postponed, that he needed time to think. The message went out to the whole wedding party. Within minutes, the group chat exploded with confusion and people asking what was going on and if everyone was okay. Nobody responded. The chat just filled up with unanswered questions until people stopped trying. About an hour later, Emma sent me a direct message. It was long. She apologized for what happened at the party, said she'd been dealing with cold feet back then and made a terrible drunken mistake. But then the message shifted, and she tore into me for humiliating her in front of everyone, for choosing the worst possible moment, for ruining what should have been the happiest weekend of her life. She said I could have pulled Jake aside privately at any point, but instead I chose to blow up her life in the most public way possible. I read it 3 times, but didn't respond. What was I supposed to say? The rest of that day was a blur. I checked out of the hotel early, drove home in silence again. My mom called and I let it go to voicemail. She called again an hour later, and I finally picked up. She asked what happened because apparently word had spread fast and someone had already told my parents. I explained everything. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said I did the right thing telling Jake, but maybe could have done it differently. Not super helpful, but I appreciated that she didn't just yell at me like everyone else. My dad called later that night. He wasn't as understanding. He said I was selfish, that I'd sat on this information for a year, and then dropped it like a bomb at the worst possible time. He said it seemed like I just wanted to unload my guilt without caring about the collateral damage. We argued for a bit, and then he hung up on me. 3 days passed with no word from Jake. I texted him once asking if he wanted to talk. He left me on read. Then on the 4th day, he finally called. My heart jumped when I saw his name on my screen. I answered immediately. His voice was different, cold, not angry, just distant, like he was talking to a stranger. He said he didn't know if what I did was right or wrong, that he needed to know the truth but questioned if it had to happen like that. I tried to explain again, but it sounded hollow. He cut me off and said he needed space from both of us right now, from me and from Emma. He said he'd been staying at his brother's place trying to figure out what to do. I asked if the wedding was off. He said he didn't know, that he couldn't think straight, that every time he tried to process the Emma thing, he got angry at me for the timing, and every time he tried to process his anger at me, he remembered that Emma had actually done it. The call lasted maybe 5 minutes. It felt like we were reading from a script. None of the easy back and forth we'd had for over a decade. When we hung up, I felt worse than if he'd just yelled at me. That was 2 weeks ago now. The wedding is officially on hold with no new date set. I checked the venue's website out of curiosity, and that weekend slot is listed as available again. 3 of the groomsmen reached out privately to thank me for telling the truth. Mike said he'd always had a weird feeling about Emma but couldn't put his finger on why. Another guy, David, said his sister went through something similar and wished someone had spoken up before her wedding. It helped a little, but not much. Emma's entire family blocked me on everything. Social media, phone numbers, all of it. I'm completely cut off from that side of things. I only know what's happening through the few groomsmen who still talk to me. Apparently Emma is staying with her sister across town. Jake is still at his brother's place. They've talked a few times, but nobody knows what they're saying to each other. His parents are being neutral about the whole thing. His mom told my mom that they're disappointed in how I handled it, but understand why I felt I needed to say something. I replay that moment constantly, standing up at that table with everyone looking at me, The sound of Emma's wine glass hitting the tablecloth, the way Jake's face changed when he understood what I was saying. Sometimes I'm convinced I did the right thing. Other times I think I just wanted to stop feeling guilty and didn't care who got hurt in the process. Jake and I haven't spoken since that one phone call. I don't know if we ever will again. Even if the wedding somehow happens, I won't be invited. And if it doesn't happen, he'll probably blame me for the rest of his life. I saved him or I destroyed everything. Maybe both. I still don't know which one is true. At my grandmother's will reading, I revealed the secret that one of my uncles wasn't biologically related to us. I'm a 33-year-old woman, and up until 3 months ago, I thought I knew everything about my family. My grandmother raised 4 kids: Uncle Richard, 58, Uncle Tom, 55, Aunt Carol, 52, and my mom, 50. Richard was always the golden child, always. Every family gathering, every holiday, every single time we got together, it was about Richard and his accomplishments, and how proud Grandma was of him. The rest of them learned to live with it, I guess. But you could see it bothered my mom. She'd make these little comments sometimes about how she visited Grandma just as much, but never got the same recognition. 2 years ago, Grandma had a minor stroke. Nothing major, but it scared her enough that she asked me to help organize her attic in case something worse happened. She wanted to know where everything was, wanted things sorted and labeled. I spent 3 weekends up there going through decades of accumulated stuff. Old photos, my grandfather's military uniform, boxes of Christmas decorations from the 70s. That's when I found the metal box. It was under the floorboards beneath a pile of artificial Christmas trees. Not even hidden well, really. Just tucked away where no one would look unless they were moving everything around. The box was locked, but the key was taped to the bottom. Inside were letters dated from 1966, a DNA test report from 2003, and a sealed envelope with "For Richard, open after my death," written in my grandmother's shaky handwriting. I read everything. The letters were from my grandfather to some woman named Patricia. He'd gotten her pregnant during an affair, and when she didn't want the baby, my grandmother agreed to raise him as their own. Richard. My grandmother had known from day one that he wasn't biologically hers or my grandfather's biological son. The DNA test from 2003 confirmed it. She must have wanted to be absolutely sure before she died. Richard shared no genetic relation to her or any of his siblings. I confronted Grandma about it the next day. She cried and begged me not to tell anyone. She said it would destroy Richard, destroy the family, that some secrets were meant to stay buried. She made me promise to keep quiet until after she died, and like an idiot, I agreed. I thought maybe I'd never have to deal with it. Maybe she'd leave everything equally and it wouldn't matter. She died 3 months ago. Heart failure, peaceful, in her sleep. The funeral was huge. She was loved by everyone in our community. Richard gave this long eulogy about being her devoted son, about their special bond, about how he'd spent every Sunday with her for 30 years. My mom and Aunt Carol looked exhausted. Uncle Tom, who'd just lost his job, looked defeated. But Richard looked proud, like he'd won something. Then we got the notice about the formal will reading. Grandma had left specific instructions that everyone had to be present at the lawyer's office, that it couldn't just be emailed or mailed out. That should have been my first warning. The weeks leading up to it were tense. Richard kept making comments at family dinners about how he knew Grandma would take care of him. He'd say things like, "Well, some of us put in the time, or Mom always recognized real devotion. My mom needed help with my nephew's college tuition. Aunt Carol's husband had medical bills piling up. Uncle Tom was applying for jobs at 55 and getting nowhere. And Richard just kept talking about his special relationship with Grandma, like the rest of them hadn't loved her too." The day of the will reading, we all crammed into Mr. Patterson's office downtown. The lawyer's office was small and stuffy, and there were only enough chairs for about half of us. Some of my cousins had to stand. Richard made sure he got a seat right up front, next to the lawyer's desk. Mr. Patterson went through the small stuff first. Jewelry, photo albums, Grandma's china set. Everyone was polite, nodding, saying thank you even though nobody cared about the china. Then he got to the real estate and money. Grandma's house was worth about $800,000. She had around $300,000 in savings and investments. Mr. Patterson cleared his throat and started reading. Richard got the house, plus $200,000 cash. The remaining $100,000 was split 5 ways between Uncle Tom, Aunt Carol, my mom, and 2 of my older cousins, about $20,000 each. The room went completely silent. I watched my mom's face crumble. Aunt Carol stared at the floor. Uncle Tom's jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth would crack. And Richard actually smirked. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms, this satisfied look on his face like he'd just won a competition. Then he said it. Well, Mom always knew who really cared about her. I spent every Sunday with her for 30 years. I earned this. My cousin Jessica started to say something, but Richard talked over her. Some of us actually put family first instead of just showing up when it was convenient. My mom made this small sound, like a wounded animal. That's what did it. That's what made me open my mouth when I should have kept it shut. I said, "You didn't earn anything, Richard. You're not even her son." The room exploded. Everyone started talking at once, but Richard's voice cut through all of it. He shot out of his chair so fast it fell backward and hit the wall. His face went bright red, and he started screaming at me to shut my mouth, calling me a liar, asking what the hell was wrong with me. Uncle Tom grabbed his arm because it looked like Richard was about to come at me across the desk. Mr. Patterson stood up and tried to get everyone to calm down, but nobody was listening. My cousins were all talking over each other, asking me what I meant, telling me this wasn't funny. Aunt Carol just kept saying, "What? What?" Like her brain couldn't process what I'd said. My mom was staring at me with this look of absolute horror. I pulled the folder out of my bag. I'd made copies of everything, the letters, the DNA results, all of it. I'd brought them thinking maybe I'd need them, or maybe I'd just throw them away in a trash can on my way out. I hadn't decided until that moment whether I'd actually use them. Richard lunged for the folder, but Uncle Tom had him by both arms now. I started pulling out pages, and Richard was yelling that I'd forged them, that I was jealous, that I was a spiteful bitch who couldn't stand to see him happy. I read parts of the letters out loud over his shouting. The affair. Patricia getting pregnant. My grandmother agreeing to raise the baby as her own. My grandfather's name signed at the bottom of a letter saying he'd made arrangements with Patricia, and she'd agreed to give up all parental rights. Then I held up the DNA test from 2003. Mr. Patterson actually took it from me and read it himself, adjusting his glasses. He looked at Richard and then back at the document. My mom started crying, these quiet sobs that somehow made everything worse. One of my cousins, Daniel, was already on his phone, probably Googling whether this affected the inheritance distribution. Richard's voice changed then. The anger dropped away, and suddenly he just sounded desperate. He asked to see the original documents. I told him they were in a safe deposit box, but these were certified copies. He tried saying Grandma must have been confused when she got the DNA test done, that maybe she had early dementia or something. Mr. Patterson pointed out that the test was dated 2003, 22 years ago, and Grandma had been completely sound of mind back then. She'd been sharp right up until the stroke 2 years ago. Richard's legs seemed to give out, and he sat down hard on the floor, right there in the lawyer's office. He looked up at me and asked if his dad knew. The man he'd called Dad his whole life. Did he know Richard wasn't his biological son? I told him I didn't know. The letters only talked about my grandmother's choice to keep him and raise him. There was nothing about whether my grandfather knew the truth or had been deceived, too. That's when the family really fractured. Uncle Tom started yelling about how our grandmother had lied to all of them for 60 years, how she'd made them all feel like shit compared to Richard, when Richard wasn't even really their brother. My mom turned on me and screamed that I should have talked to her first, that I had no right to do this here, in front of everyone. Aunt Carol was the only one being quiet, but she'd cornered Mr. Patterson and was asking him in this urgent whisper if the will could be contested based on this information. My cousins on Richard's side turned on me. His daughter Sarah called me disgusting. His son Mike said I was a jealous, cruel person who'd just destroyed their father's entire identity because I was mad about money. My cousins on my mom's side were arguing that the whole will needed to be redone, that it wasn't fair, that Richard had gotten everything under false pretenses. Mr. Patterson tried multiple times to get control of the situation. He finally just said the reading was over, that we'd have to reschedule, that everyone needed to leave his office immediately before he called security. But nobody moved. We all just stood there, or sat there. This family that had been whole an hour ago now completely shattered. As people started filing out, still arguing, still crying, Mr. Patterson called Richard's name. He'd pulled out another envelope from the file, the sealed one I'd seen in the metal box. For Richard, open after my death. Richard took it with shaking hands. He didn't wait. He tore it open right there in the hallway outside the lawyer's office, with half the family still around. I watched his face as he read. He went through shock, confusion, anger, pain, and something else I couldn't identify. Then he crumpled the letter in his fist, threw it on the ground, and walked away. Just walked right out of the building without another word. I stood there for a minute, then picked up the letter. I know I shouldn't have read it, but I did. My grandmother had written that she loved him like her own son, that blood didn't matter, that he was hers in every way that counted. She said she was leaving him more because his biological mother had abandoned him, and she wanted to make up for that pain, wanted him to know how valued he was. And then at the end, she wrote that she knew I'd found the documents. She'd known for 2 years that I knew, and she hoped I'd understand why she'd kept the secret. She signed it, "Your mother, who chose you and loved you always." I drove home in complete silence. My phone started going off before I even got to my driveway. Texts and calls from everyone. I turned it off and sat in my car for an hour, holding that crumpled letter, wondering what the hell I'd just done. That night my phone had 47 missed calls and over 100 text messages. I finally turned it back on around midnight and immediately regretted it. Half the family was calling me every name in the book. Vindictive. Cruel. A bitch who destroyed everyone's lives over jealousy and money. The other half was thanking me for exposing the truth before Richard walked away with everything that should have been split fairly. Uncle Richard sent me a text at 2 a.m. It was long and rambling, jumping between begging me to say I'd lied and made everything up, to telling me he'd never forgive me, to saying he hoped I rotted in hell for what I'd done to him. I read it 3 times and then didn't respond. What could I even say? My mom called the next day and we had the worst fight we've ever had. She said I should have come to her first before saying anything, that I'd ambushed everyone, humiliated Richard, and destroyed any chance of our family staying intact. Then she admitted something. She said she'd always suspected Richard wasn't Dad's biological kid. Something about how he looked nothing like any of them. How Grandma had always been weird and defensive about his baby photos, but she'd never wanted to know for sure because some things were better left alone. 3 days after the will reading, Uncle Tom and Aunt Carol filed to contest the will. Their lawyer argued that if Grandma knew Richard wasn't biologically related, then her reasons for giving him the majority of the estate were based on deception or misguided guilt. Richard's lawyer fired back that adoption and intent matter more than biology, and that Grandma had clearly intended for Richard to inherit what she left him. My cousins split down the middle on it. Some wanted the whole will thrown out and everything split equally. Others thought Richard should keep something but not the lion's share. The house can't be sold now. The money is frozen. Nobody gets anything until the legal mess is sorted out, and Mr. Patterson said that could take months or even years. So instead of anyone getting help with their bills or their kids' college or anything else, we're all just stuck in this nightmare waiting for lawyers to figure it out. Thanksgiving was 4 weeks after the will reading. We had 2 separate dinners because people refused to be in the same room. I went to my mom's and it was miserable. Half the usual people were missing. Nobody talked about Richard or the will, but it was the only thing anyone was thinking about. My mom barely spoke to me the entire day. Uncle Richard blocked me on everything. Social media, phone, email. His kids did the same. His daughter Sarah has been posting these vague things on Facebook about fake family members and betrayal, and I know they're about me even though she never uses my name. Richard's son Mike told one of my other cousins that I'm dead to them, that I killed their father's soul for no reason except spite. Aunt Carol pulled me aside at a grocery store last month and thanked me quietly. She said what I did was brutal, but it needed to happen, that the truth mattered. But she won't say any of that publicly or in front of the family. She won't back me up when people attack me in the family group chat that I'm apparently still in for some reason. Uncle Tom is the only one who's been completely honest. He called me 2 weeks after everything happened and said that what I did was harsh as hell, that the timing was terrible, that I'd blown up the family. But then he said it needed to happen, and he was glad someone finally had the guts to do it. He's the only one who doesn't make me feel like a complete monster. Through family gossip, I heard Richard hired a private investigator to find his biological mother. Apparently she's still alive, in her 80s, living in Arizona. He tracked her down and called her. She told him she didn't want anything to do with him, that she'd made her choice 60 years ago and it hadn't changed. I don't know if that's true or if it's been exaggerated through the family telephone game, but either way, it's awful. His kids are struggling with all of it. They feel like their entire family history is a lie. Richard's wife filed for separation last month, though I don't know if that's related to this mess, or if their marriage was already having problems. Someone said they saw Richard at the cemetery screaming at Grandma's grave, but again, I don't know if that actually happened or if it's just family drama getting amplified. I started seeing a therapist 6 weeks ago because I can't sleep. I keep replaying that moment in the lawyer's office over and over. Part of me feels justified. Richard was being so smug, so entitled, acting like everyone else hadn't loved Grandma just as much. But I know I didn't do it just for fairness. I did it because I was angry. I was angry at him for being the favorite, angry at Grandma for the inequality, angry at the whole situation. I could have handled it differently. I could have pulled Richard aside privately after the reading. I could have told just Mr. Patterson and let him deal with it legally. I could have talked to my mom or Uncle Tom first, but I didn't. I chose the nuclear option in front of everyone, and I did it because in that moment, I wanted to hurt Richard the way his smugness was hurting everyone else. The worst part came last week. I was still going through Grandma's things that she'd left to me, and I found another letter. This one was addressed to me but never sent, dated about 6 months before she died. She wrote that she knew I'd found the documents, that she'd known for 2 years. She said she understood why I was struggling with the secret and that whatever I decided to do, she'd understand and forgive me. The last line said, "The truth has a way of coming out, and maybe it's better if it does, while I'm not here to see the pain it causes." It's been 4 months now. The legal battle is still ongoing with no end in sight. The family is permanently fractured. We'll never all be in the same room again for holidays or weddings or anything else. I've lost half my family over this. Uncle Richard drove past my house last week, just slowly rolled by and stared at me through my living room window before driving away. I don't know if that was threatening or if he just wanted to see me, but it scared me enough that I'm considering a restraining order. My mom still barely speaks to me. When she does, it's cold and brief. Aunt Carol pretends everything is fine but won't defend me. Uncle Tom is supportive, but he's dealing with his own fallout. My cousins are split, and the ones who hate me really, really hate me. So here I am. The inheritance is frozen. Richard's identity is destroyed. The family is broken, and I still don't know if I did the right thing. Some days I think I was justified. Other days I feel like the cruelest person alive. Most days I just feel tired. Edit. Posted this last night and woke up to way more responses than I expected. To answer some questions, yes, I've tried reaching out to Richard, but he won't respond. No, I don't know anything else about what was in that sealed envelope besides what I saw. The lawyer says the will contest could take 1 to 2 years minimum. My mom somehow found this post this morning and called me screaming about airing our family's dirty laundry online. We're not speaking again. I guess I needed outside perspective because everyone in my family is too close to see this clearly, including me. On the night of our company's annual award banquet, I exposed my boss for stealing credit for my project. I'm 28, and I work as a senior analyst at a mid-sized tech consulting firm. My boss, Derek, 45, has been my manager for 3 years. For the most part, those years were fine. He left me alone to do my work, I met my targets, and everything was professional. But 6 months ago, I started working on something that changed everything. The project was a cost optimization system for our client operations. I'm talking about a complete overhaul of how we allocated resources and managed project timelines. It took me 6 months of late nights and weekends to build it from scratch. The data analysis alone almost killed me, but it worked. The system ended up saving the company $4.2 million in the first quarter after implementation. Derek barely paid attention to it at first. I'd send him progress updates and he'd respond with one-line emails. But about halfway through, he started showing up to my progress meetings. He'd ask questions about the methodology, take notes, and offer suggestions that honestly didn't add much. I figured he was just doing his job as a manager, staying informed about what his team was working on. 2 months ago, Derek scheduled a presentation with the executive team. I assumed I'd be presenting since it was my project. The morning of the presentation, he told me my attendance wasn't necessary and that he'd handle it. I should have said something then. I should have pushed back. But I didn't want to seem difficult or like I didn't trust him to represent my work properly. I found out through my coworker Sarah that Derek presented the entire project as his own concept. She was in the room taking notes and said he never mentioned my name once. He called it his breakthrough idea, his solution to a problem he'd been thinking about for over a year. When the executives asked questions about the technical details, he apparently fumbled a bit, but recovered by saying he'd have his team work out the specifics. A month later, the nominations for the annual awards came out. Derek was nominated for Executive of the Year. The description specifically cited the cost optimization project as evidence of his innovative leadership and vision. I tried to address it with him privately. Twice. The first time I asked if we could talk about the executive presentation and why I wasn't included. He said we were a team and that the success of the project reflected well on everyone. When I pressed him about the award nomination, he got annoyed and said I should be happy the work was getting recognition at all. The second time I brought it up, he cut me off and told me I needed to think about the bigger picture and that this visibility benefited the entire department. The week before the banquet, the company sent out promotional materials. There was Derek's face on the internal newsletter with a headline about his innovative approach to cost management. They quoted him talking about his late nights working through data and his moment of clarity when the solution came to him. Those were my late nights, my moment of clarity. He took the specific story I told him about my breakthrough and made it his own. Sarah told me to let it go. She said that's just how it works here, that managers take credit and junior people do the work, and the best thing I could do was document everything for my own records and maybe use it as leverage for a promotion later. I knew she was probably right, but knowing something logically and accepting it emotionally are two different things. The night of the banquet, I put on a black dress and showed up at the hotel ballroom. The whole thing was this elaborate production with round tables, a stage, and centerpieces that probably cost more than my monthly rent. There were hundreds of people there, every employee above a certain level, all the executives, even some of our industry partners and clients. I sat at a table with my team while Derek sat up front at the executive table. I watched him laughing with the CEO and the other VPs, completely at ease. I ordered a drink and tried to focus on the conversations around me, but I kept glancing at the stage. The awards ceremony started after dinner. They went through the different categories one by one. Employee of the Year, Team of the Year, Innovation Award. People walked up, gave short speeches, and everyone clapped. It was all very standard and boring until they got to Executive of the Year. They called Derek's name, and the entire room stood up. Standing ovation. I stayed in my seat for a second before forcing myself to stand too, because not standing would have been too obvious. Derek walked up to the stage with this huge smile on his face. He shook hands with the CEO, took the award, and stepped up to the microphone. Then he started talking. He talked about his vision for the company, his commitment to innovation, his dedication to finding solutions that would position us as industry leaders. He talked about the late nights he spent analyzing data, about the moment when he realized there was a better way to optimize our resource allocation. He used the exact same details I'd worked out, the specific problem with our old system, the methodology I'd developed, even the projected savings figures I'd calculated. My face felt hot. My hands were shaking. I gripped the edge of the table and tried to breathe normally. Sarah leaned over and grabbed my arm under the table. She didn't say anything, but I knew what she meant. Don't do anything. Let it go. Derek kept talking. He thanked his team for their support in executing his vision. He held up the award and smiled for the photographer. Everyone was clapping again. He finished his speech and stepped off the stage, walking back toward his table. The applause was still going. And something inside me just snapped. I stood up. My chair scraped loudly against the floor. My voice came out louder than I expected. That project wasn't yours, Derek. The room went quiet so fast it felt unreal. People stopped clapping mid-motion and turned to look at me. I could feel hundreds of eyes on me, but I kept my focus on Derek. He had frozen mid-step, maybe 5 feet from his table. He turned around slowly with this confused smile on his face, like he hadn't heard me correctly or thought I was joking. I said it again, louder this time. That cost optimization project. I designed it. I built it. You took credit for my work. The confused smile disappeared. His face went pale first, then red. The CEO and the other executives at the head table were staring at me with their mouths literally open. I could hear someone at a nearby table whisper something, but I couldn't make out the words. Derek tried to laugh it off. He said this wasn't the time or place and that we could discuss it later. His voice had this forced casual tone like he was trying to diffuse an awkward situation at a dinner party. I interrupted him. I asked him when the time was. When he ignored my emails? When he canceled our one-on-one meetings? My voice was shaking, but I kept going. I told the room that I had the original project proposal with my name on it, dated 8 months ago. I had the code repository showing every single commit I made. I had emails where Derek asked me to explain the methodology to him because he didn't understand how it worked. I listed off specific technical details, the algorithm I developed, the data sources I compiled, the testing protocols I designed. Someone in the crowd said, "Oh my God." I'm pretty sure it was someone from the IT department who had helped me with the system integration and knew exactly who had done the actual work. Derek started talking over me. He said something about team efforts and collaborative processes and how there seemed to be a misunderstanding about roles and contributions. He was using his manager voice, that calm, authoritative tone he used in meetings when he wanted to shut down discussion. But his hands were shaking. I could see it from where I was standing. The CEO stood up. He held up one hand and said we needed to take this offline immediately. His voice was sharp and not at all pleased. The HR director, who I hadn't even noticed was there, stood up too. The adrenaline that had been pushing me forward suddenly started to drain away. I became very aware of where I was and what I'd just done. Hundreds of people were staring at me. Some of my coworkers looked sympathetic. Others looked uncomfortable or shocked. The industry partners and clients at the other tables looked scandalized, like they couldn't believe someone would cause a scene like this at a professional event. Derek was still standing near the stage, holding his award. He looked humiliated and furious at the same time. His face was still red, and he was gripping the award so hard his knuckles were white. The CEO made a gesture toward the exit. He said both of us needed to follow him out, right now. I walked toward the doors, and the crowd kind of parted to let me through. Nobody said anything, but I could feel the weight of all those stares. Sarah caught my eye as I passed our table, and she looked terrified for me. Mark from accounting was shaking his head like I'd just committed career suicide. My brain was racing. Part of me felt vindicated and righteous. I'd finally said what needed to be said, but another part of me was starting to panic. I'd just publicly accused my boss of theft in front of the entire company and our business partners. I'd disrupted the biggest event of the year. I'd embarrassed the executives who had given Derek that award. I thought maybe I'd finally done the right thing, or maybe I'd just ruined everything. We got out into the hallway and the CEO was already there with the HR director. Derek came out a few seconds after me, still carrying his award. He immediately started talking. He said I'd been under a lot of stress lately and that I seemed confused about the collaborative nature of the project. He said he was concerned about my well-being and that maybe I needed some time off to get perspective. The CEO cut him off. He said we'd review the documentation and that both of us needed to go home. We'd discuss this on Monday. His voice was ice cold, and I couldn't tell if he was more angry at me for making a scene or at Derek for potentially lying. The HR director said she'd be in touch with both of us and that we should not discuss this with anyone else in the company until the investigation was complete. Then she said we should leave through the back exit to avoid going back through the ballroom. I went home. I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head, the look on Derek's face, the silence in that room, the CEO's expression. I checked my phone obsessively, but there were no messages except one from Sarah asking if I was okay. Monday morning, I got an email from HR requesting a meeting at 2 p.m. The subject line just said, "Required attendance," and my stomach dropped when I saw it. I showed up to work, and the vibe was weird immediately. Some people wouldn't make eye contact with me. Others gave me these subtle nods or small smiles as they passed my desk. Nobody said anything directly. Sarah came to my desk around 10 a.m. She said what I did was insane, but also that I was kind of her hero. Then she asked if I had a lawyer. Another coworker, Mark, stopped by later and warned me that HR was probably going to fire me for making a scene. He said I'd embarrassed the executives and made the company look dysfunctional in front of clients, and that they couldn't let that slide, even if I was right about the project. I spent the morning pulling together every piece of evidence I had: original project proposals with timestamps, email chains, repository logs showing my code commits, screenshots of my planning documents, meeting notes, everything. Around noon, I got a few anonymous Slack messages. One person thanked me for saying something and said Derek had done the same thing to them last year with a client presentation. A junior analyst sent me a long message about how Derek had taken credit for her market analysis and she'd been too scared to speak up. But I also got cold shoulders from some people I thought were friends. I overheard two people talking in the break room. One of them said I had a point, but that what I did wasn't professional and that there were proper channels for these kinds of complaints. At 1:45 p.m., I walked to the HR conference room. The HR director was there. So was the CEO. They both had these completely neutral expressions that gave me nothing. I sat down across from them with my folder of evidence and tried to keep my hands from shaking. The HR director started by saying they'd reviewed some of the preliminary documentation. Then she paused and looked at the CEO. The CEO leaned forward and said they'd spent the weekend reviewing the project files. He said my name was on the original proposal. My credentials were all over the code repository. The initial presentations to stakeholders had my signature on them. He said it was clear I'd done the bulk of the technical work. Then he said the manner in which I chose to address this was completely unacceptable. My stomach dropped. I started to say something, but he held up his hand. He said disrupting the banquet and publicly accusing Derek in front of clients and partners was a serious lapse in judgment. He said it made the company look dysfunctional and reflected poorly on everyone in leadership who had vetted that award nomination. The HR director jumped in. She said they took credit theft seriously, but that I'd violated several company policies about proper channels for grievances. She mentioned something about a code of conduct and professional behavior standards. I barely heard her because my brain was screaming that I was about to get fired. Then the CEO said Derek had been placed on administrative leave pending a full investigation. I looked up at him. I must have looked confused because he repeated it. Derek was on leave. They were interviewing everyone who had worked on the project and reviewing all the documentation. If the investigation confirmed that Derek had deliberately misrepresented his role, there would be serious consequences up to and including termination. But I was being given a formal written warning for my conduct at the banquet. It would go in my permanent file. One more incident like that, and I'd be terminated immediately. The HR director slid a paper across the table. She said I needed to sign it acknowledging the warning. My hand was shaking when I picked up the pen. The CEO said one more thing before I left. He said that if the investigation proved what I'd claimed, the company would issue a formal acknowledgement of my work on the project. But he also said I needed to seriously consider whether I could continue working here after what happened. He said the banquet incident had damaged relationships, and that some executives felt I'd shown poor judgment and impulse control. I signed the paper and left. I went back to my desk and just sat there for a while trying to process what had happened. I wasn't fired. Derek was on leave. But I also had a warning in my file, and the CEO had basically told me my future at the company was uncertain. The rest of the week was bizarre. Derek's office was dark and empty. His meetings got reassigned. People were being called into HR one by one to give statements about the project. I gave my statement on Tuesday, and it took almost 3 hours. They asked me to walk through everything from the initial concept to the final implementation. Sarah told me that Derek's assistant had been questioned for over 2 hours. Apparently, she'd been asked to pull all of Derek's calendar appointments and emails related to the project. Sarah said the assistant looked shaken when she came out. Some people started treating me differently. A few of the senior analysts who'd always been friendly suddenly acted cold. One of them told me I should have just looked for another job instead of blowing everything up. He said that even if I was right, I'd made myself unemployable because no company wants to hire someone who causes public scenes. But other people were quietly supportive. The junior analyst who'd messaged me on Slack came to my desk and thanked me in person. She said watching me speak up had made her feel less alone. 2 other people from different departments sent me private messages saying Derek had taken credit for their work too, and they'd given statements to HR about it. I started applying to other jobs. I didn't know how the investigation would end or if I'd even want to stay after everything that happened. My relationship with leadership was damaged. Some of my colleagues thought I was unprofessional. Even if I got vindicated, the environment felt poisoned. 3 weeks after the banquet, HR called me in again. The investigation had concluded. They'd found that Derek had systematically misrepresented his involvement in the project and had taken credit for work that was primarily mine. He'd been terminated. The CEO wanted to meet with me. When I went to his office, he told me the company would be issuing an internal memo acknowledging my work on the cost optimization project. He said they were also reviewing their awards process to prevent this from happening again. Then he asked if I wanted to stay with the company. I told him I needed time to think about it. He said he understood. He also said that while my method was wrong, bringing the issue to light had revealed a larger pattern of behavior that needed to be addressed. He said 3 other employees had come forward with similar complaints about Derek during the investigation. I left his office and went back to my desk. The memo went out that afternoon. It was short and formal. It acknowledged my role as the lead developer and architect of the cost optimization system. It said the company valued integrity and accurate attribution of work. My phone started buzzing immediately. Messages from coworkers, former colleagues from other companies who'd heard about what happened. Even a recruiter who said she'd been following the situation and was impressed by my backbone. But I also got a message from someone in the VP circle saying I'd burned bridges I'd never be able to rebuild, and that I'd always be remembered as the person who made a scene at the banquet. Sarah came to my desk and asked what I was going to do. Stay or leave. I told her I honestly didn't know. That was 2 weeks ago. I'm still here. I'm still doing my job. The CEO has been polite but distant. Some coworkers act normal and others still avoid me. I got contacted by a headhunter about a position at a competitor that would be a significant step up in title and pay. Edit. The HR meeting happened. Derek was fired. I got acknowledged for the project. But I still don't know if I destroyed my career here, or if this was the only way anything would have changed. Some days I feel vindicated. Other days I wonder if I should have just kept my mouth shut and moved on quietly. My inbox has 3 job applications in draft, and I keep going back and forth on whether to send them. Right before my sister's graduation ceremony, I revealed her darkest secret to the whole family. I, 24F, have had a complicated relationship with my younger sister Maya, 22, for as long as I can remember. Actually, complicated is putting it lightly. Maya has spent the better part of a decade making my life hell, and somehow she's always managed to come out of it looking like an angel while I'm the family screw-up. Growing up, my parents treated Maya like she could do no wrong. Perfect grades, perfect friends, perfect everything. Meanwhile, I was the disappointment. It didn't matter what I did or how hard I tried, I was always just not quite good enough. And Maya knew exactly how to use that to her advantage. The sabotage started small when we were teenagers. She'd tell my friends I was talking behind their backs, spread rumors about me at school, that kind of thing. I lost friendships over lies I didn't even know she'd told until it was too late. When I tried to tell my parents what was happening, they acted like I was being paranoid and jealous. Maya would cry and play the victim, and they'd comfort her while lecturing me about being a better sister. But the worst incident happened 2 years ago. I was working at a retail job. Nothing glamorous, but it paid my bills while I was figuring out what to do with my life. Maya came to visit me at work one day, and a week later I got called into the manager's office. Apparently money had gone missing from the register on my shift, and there was some story about me being seen taking it. I got fired on the spot. I found out months later through a mutual acquaintance that Maya had bragged about framing me because I'd refused to lend her money for some concert tickets. By then it was too late to do anything about it. And of course my parents didn't believe me when I tried to explain what really happened. That job loss derailed everything for me. I struggled to find new work with that termination on my record. I had to move back home briefly, which meant more time around Maya and her constant subtle digs. My parents kept comparing us, kept asking why I couldn't be more like her. She was thriving at college, getting amazing grades, involved in all these clubs and organizations. And there I was, barely scraping by, with a reputation in tatters. Eventually I managed to get back on my feet, got a new job, moved into a small apartment, started rebuilding. But the damage Maya had done followed me everywhere. Old friends still believed her lies, my parents still saw me as the problem, and Maya just kept winning at life while I fought to stay afloat. So when her graduation rolled around this past spring, I really didn't want to go. I told my parents I had work, I had plans. I wasn't feeling well. Every excuse in the book. But my mom called me crying, saying it would look terrible if I didn't show up. What would the relatives think? How could I be so selfish on Maya's big day? My dad sent me a text that just said it would be really bad for the family if I didn't come. So I caved. I always cave with them. The day of the ceremony, I drove to the college and met my parents and a bunch of relatives in the auditorium. Everyone was in such a good mood, talking about how proud they were of Maya, how bright her future was, how she'd accomplished so much. My aunt kept going on about how Maya was the first person in our extended family to graduate with honors. My dad had his camera ready, and my mom was already tearing up before the ceremony even started. I sat there in that uncomfortable auditorium seat, trying to plaster a smile on my face and not think about how Maya had systematically ruined my life while building her own perfect image. I was trying to be the bigger person. I was trying to just get through the day. Then they started the ceremony and announced that Maya wasn't just getting her diploma, she was receiving the Student Integrity Award, some special honor for students who exemplified honesty, ethical behavior, and academic integrity throughout their college career. The dean got on stage and talked about what an outstanding example Maya was, how she represented the best values of the institution. My stomach dropped. The applause was deafening. My parents were actually crying tears of joy. My mom grabbed my hand and squeezed it like this was some beautiful family moment we were sharing. People around us were standing up to clap. Someone behind me said something about what an amazing young woman Maya must be, and I just sat there, feeling like I was going to be sick, because 3 months earlier, I'd been at my parents' house picking up some mail that still got sent there. I'd used the family computer in the living room to check something, and Maya had left herself logged in. I wasn't snooping, but I saw the files right there on the desktop. Papers she'd paid someone to write. Messages with some kind of cheating ring where students shared exam answers. Her senior thesis that she'd bought online for $300. I'd known for months that Maya had cheated her way through college, and I hadn't said anything because I knew exactly what would happen if I did. I'd be the jealous sister making up lies again. I'd be trying to tear Maya down because I couldn't handle her success. My parents would never believe me, and I'd just make myself look worse. But sitting there, watching her walk toward that stage to accept an award for integrity, watching my parents cry with pride over the daughter who'd built her entire life on lies while destroying mine, something inside me just snapped. My hands were shaking. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it over the applause. Maya's name echoed through the speakers as they called her up. She was smiling that perfect smile, waving at our section. My dad had his phone up recording. My mom was whispering about how this was the proudest moment of her life. And I stood up. The chair scraped loud against the floor when I stood up. People around me turned to look. My mom immediately tried to grab my arm and pull me back down, hissing at me to sit, but I yanked away from her. Maya was halfway to the stage, still waving, still soaking in the applause. She hadn't noticed me yet. Nobody had really noticed except the people in our immediate area, but I didn't care anymore. I was so tired of staying quiet while she got celebrated for being everything she wasn't. I shouted her name first. Then I said she didn't deserve the award. My voice cracked a little because I was shaking so hard, but I kept going. I told everyone she'd cheated on her exams, that she'd paid someone to write her senior thesis, that she'd plagiarized multiple papers throughout college and bought her way through classes she should have failed. The applause died so fast it was like someone had hit a mute button. Just complete silence. Maya stopped dead in her tracks, one foot on the stage stairs, and turned to look at me. I'll never forget the expression on her face, just pure shock, mouth open, eyes wide. The spotlight was literally on her and she was frozen there like a deer. My dad grabbed my shoulder and told me to shut up. My mom was saying, "Oh my God," over and over. People in our row were staring at me like I'd just set off a bomb. But people in other sections were pulling out their phones. I could see screens lighting up all around the auditorium. I wasn't done, though. I said I had proof, that I'd seen the files on her computer. I named the specific classes she'd cheated in. I mentioned the website she'd used to buy her thesis. At that point, my voice was getting louder because my dad was physically trying to drag me toward the aisle, and I was fighting him off while still yelling. The dean and some other college officials were huddled together near the stage, clearly having an emergency discussion about what to do. Maya finally moved, but instead of continuing up to get her award, she came down off the stairs and started walking toward our section. Her face had gone from shocked to absolutely furious. She was crying, but it was angry crying, and she was shouting at me to shut up, calling me a liar, screaming about how jealous and pathetic I was. That just made me angrier. I yelled back that she'd spent years sabotaging me and lying about me, and now she wanted to cry about the truth coming out. I brought up the job she got me fired from. I said she'd framed me and bragged about it. My mom was crying now too, begging me to stop, saying I was ruining everything. Random relatives were trying to get involved, some telling me to calm down, others asking if what I was saying was true. Security was moving through the aisles toward me by this point. The ceremony had completely stopped. The entire auditorium was in chaos. Some people were still recording on their phones. Others were just staring. I heard someone a few rows back say they'd always thought something was off about that thesis project. Maya reached our section and got right in my face, calling me every name you can think of. She said I'd always been jealous of her, that I was making everything up because I couldn't stand to see her succeed. She said, I was a horrible person and a horrible sister. My parents were right there backing her up, my dad saying I'd lost my mind, my mom saying she couldn't believe I would do something so cruel. I asked Maya to deny it then, told her to look everyone in the eye and say she didn't cheat. She just kept crying and calling me names instead of actually denying anything. That's when I knew other people were starting to realize something was wrong too, because the whispers around us were getting louder. Security reached me and told me I needed to leave. I didn't fight them. I was shaking so hard I could barely walk anyway. They escorted me up the aisle toward the exit, and I could feel hundreds of eyes on me. My parents were following behind us, and I could hear my dad on the phone with someone, probably trying to do damage control already. When we got to the lobby, my parents completely lost it on me. My dad was yelling about how I'd humiliated the entire family, asking what was wrong with me, saying I'd just destroyed my sister's future over jealousy. My mom was crying and saying she'd always known I had problems, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. She said I was cruel and vindictive and she didn't know how they'd raised someone like me. I told them to check Maya's computer if they didn't believe me. gave them specific file names, told them to look at her browser history and her email. My dad said he wasn't going to invade Maya's privacy based on my lies. My mom said I needed professional help. Maya came out to the lobby surrounded by concerned relatives and friends. Someone had given her tissues and everyone was comforting her. She saw me standing there with security and started sobbing harder, saying she couldn't believe her own sister would try to ruin the biggest day of her life. People were taking her side immediately, telling her it was okay, saying I was clearly disturbed. My phone started blowing up right there in the lobby. Messages from cousins, aunts, uncles. Most of them were telling me I was disgusting. A few were asking if what I said was actually true. One of Maya's friends found me on social media and sent me a message calling me a psycho bitch. The video was already spreading. Someone had posted it in a local community group and it was getting shared. Security told me I needed to leave the campus. My parents said they didn't want to see me or hear from me. Maya screamed at me one more time to get out of her life. So I left. I walked to my car alone while my phone kept buzzing with notifications, got in, and just sat there for a while trying to process what I'd just done. The ceremony was supposed to continue, but I'd blown it up completely. Maya didn't get her integrity award that day. She didn't even get her regular diploma on stage in front of everyone. And somehow I was the villain in all of this. I drove home in complete silence, phone face down in the passenger seat because it wouldn't stop buzzing. When I finally got to my apartment and checked it, I had over 50 messages. Most of them were from family members absolutely tearing into me. My aunt said I was dead to the family. A cousin I barely talked to sent me a paragraph about what a terrible person I was. Maya's best friend somehow got my number and left me a voicemail that was just her screaming at me for 2 minutes straight. But there were a few messages that weren't hate. One of Maya's former classmates, someone I didn't even know, sent me a DM saying she'd always suspected Maya was cheating because her work quality was so inconsistent. Another person said they'd been in a group project with Maya and she'd contributed nothing but still put her name on everything. It wasn't much, but it was something. Within an hour, I was blocked from every family group chat. My mom blocked my number entirely. My dad sent one final text saying I was no longer welcome at their house, and I needed to get my remaining belongings out within the week or they'd be donated. He said I'd made my choice, and now I had to live with it. The video someone took went viral locally. Not like national news viral, but it spread through the college community and surrounding area fast. I saw it reposted in at least 6 different Facebook groups. People were commenting with their takes. Some said I was brave for speaking up. Most said I was an awful sister who'd ambushed Maya on what should have been the best day of her life. A few people pointed out that Maya never actually denied the accusations, just attacked me. That night, Maya posted on all her social media about having a sister who tried to destroy her out of pure jealousy. She said I'd made up lies because I couldn't handle her success. She said she'd always tried to be there for me despite my issues, and this was how I repaid her. The post got hundreds of supportive comments. People were telling her to cut me out of her life completely, saying she deserved better, calling me every name you can imagine. I didn't post anything. What was I supposed to say? That I had proof, but it was on her computer that I'd technically looked at without permission? That would just make me look worse. So I stayed quiet and watched everything explode around me. The college launched an investigation the next day. I found out because one of the deans emailed me asking if I would be willing to provide evidence for my claims. I sent them everything I could remember, every detail about the files I'd seen, the names of the websites, the dates. I didn't know if it would be enough since I didn't have actual copies of anything, but at least they were taking it seriously. Maya's Integrity Award was revoked immediately, which my mom blamed me for in a text she sent before blocking me. The college told Maya her degree was under review pending the investigation results. I heard through the grapevine that she was suspended from some alumni program she was supposed to start. My parents hired a lawyer to see if they could sue me for defamation. The lawyer apparently told them it would be hard to prove since the college was actively investigating, which meant there was basis for the claims. That just made them angrier. My dad left me a voicemail saying I'd better hope Maya's name got cleared or I'd be hearing from their attorney. For 2 weeks, I barely left my apartment. I called in sick to work a few days because I couldn't handle being around people. My anxiety was through the roof. I kept replaying the moment over and over, wondering if I should have handled it differently, if I should have just kept my mouth shut like I always had before. Then the college's investigation found evidence. They went through Maya's academic records more carefully and found inconsistencies. They checked some of her submitted work against online databases and found matches. They couldn't prove everything I'd claimed, but they found enough. Maya's degree was put on hold. She had to appear before an academic integrity board. I found this out not from my family, obviously, but from someone who worked in the registrar's office who'd seen the video and reached out to let me know. They said it was a whole mess, that Maya had lawyered up, that the college was trying to keep it quiet, but word was spreading anyway. Maya sent me one text after the findings came out, just said I'd ruined her life and she hoped I was happy. Then she blocked me too. My parents never acknowledged that the investigation had found anything. As far as they were concerned, I was still the villain who'd made false accusations at my sister's graduation. I thought proving I was right would feel better than this. I thought people would apologize or at least admit I'd been telling the truth. But that didn't happen. My family still blamed me for handling it the way I did, even if the core accusations turned out to be valid. They said I could have gone to the college privately if I really had concerns. That I chose the most public, humiliating way possible because I wanted to hurt Maya, not because I wanted justice. Maybe they're right about that part. I don't know anymore. Yeah, I was angry. Yeah. I wanted her to face consequences for once in her life, but watching her accept an award for integrity when I knew the truth, that felt like something I couldn't let slide. It's been a few months now. Maya's situation with the college is still ongoing. Last I heard, she might get to keep her degree, but with notations on her record, or she might have to retake certain classes. I don't know for sure because nobody in my family will talk to me. I spent my birthday alone this year. Thanksgiving is coming up and I already know I'm not invited. Some days I feel justified. Maya did cheat. She did lie. She did sabotage me for years. The investigation proved I wasn't making things up. Other days I feel like I just burned down my entire family out of spite. I could have found another way. I could have sent an anonymous tip to the college. I could have confronted Maya privately first. But I didn't do any of those things. I stood up in that auditorium and destroyed her in front of everyone. And now I'm sitting here wondering if exposing the truth was worth losing my entire family over, or if I just proved I'm exactly the jealous, vindictive person they always said I was. During my best friend's wedding toast, I told the truth about his bride's affair. I'm a 29-year-old guy, and I just stood up as best man at my childhood best friend Jake's wedding. Jake and I have known each other since we were 7 years old. We met in second grade when he punched a kid who was bullying me, and we've been inseparable ever since. We're talking decades of friendship here, sleepovers, family vacations together, being there for each other through every breakup and family crisis. His parents practically raised me. When my dad left, Jake's dad taught me how to shave. That's the kind of bond we're talking about. So when Jake got engaged to Sarah about 2 years ago, I was genuinely happy for him. Sarah seemed great at first. She was polite, successful, worked in marketing at some tech company. I didn't know her super well because they'd only been dating for a year before the engagement, but Jake was happy, and that's what mattered to me. I agreed to be his best man without hesitation. Everything started going wrong about a year ago. I started noticing Sarah acting differently whenever I was around. She'd be on her phone constantly, smiling at texts and angling the screen away. She started mentioning this coworker named Marcus all the time. Marcus said this. Marcus recommended that restaurant. Marcus has such great taste in music. It was constant. Jake didn't seem bothered by it, so I tried to ignore the weird feeling in my gut. Then 3 months before the wedding, I caught them. I had borrowed Jake's camping gear for a trip and realized I'd left my keys at his place. Sarah's apartment was closer to where I was, and I knew she had a spare set Jake kept there. I texted her but didn't get a response, figured she was at work. I drove over and used the emergency key Jake had given me years ago. I walked in and there they were, Sarah and some guy I'd never met, kissing in her living room. His hands were in her hair, her arms were around his neck. It wasn't some friendly peck. They were completely absorbed in each other and didn't hear me come in. I just stood there for maybe 3 seconds before I backed out as quietly as I'd entered. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key back in the lock. I called Jake immediately and asked him to meet me. We met at our usual bar and I told him everything. I explained exactly what I'd seen, that there was no ambiguity, no misunderstanding. This wasn't walking in on a hug or catching the tail end of something innocent. Jake's face went through about 5 different emotions before settling on anger. But he wasn't angry at Sarah. He got defensive immediately, told me I must have misunderstood what I saw. When I insisted I hadn't, he pivoted to saying maybe it was her cousin or something. I told him I'd never seen this guy before in my life. That's when he accused me of being jealous. I'd gone through a pretty rough breakup about 6 months earlier, and Jake threw that in my face. He said I was projecting, that I was bitter about being single and couldn't handle seeing him happy. He said Sarah had already told him about her close friendship with a coworker named Marcus, and that I was twisting an innocent friendship into something it wasn't. When I pushed back, he got really angry and told me that if I kept making accusations, he'd uninvite me from the wedding entirely. I backed off after that because I didn't want to lose my best friend, but I couldn't let it go completely. 2 weeks later, I was driving through downtown and saw them again. Sarah and Marcus sitting at a restaurant together. It was 8 o'clock on a Wednesday night. They were holding hands across the table. I took a photo and sent it to Jake with a simple message asking what Sarah was doing. He called me 15 minutes later, furious. He said Sarah had already explained she was meeting Marcus to discuss a work project over dinner. He said I was stalking his fiancée now and that I needed to get help. He told me I was still invited to the wedding, but I needed to drop this completely or our friendship was over. So I dropped it. I showed up to the bachelor party and smiled. I went to the rehearsal dinner and gave a practice speech about our friendship. I watched Jake get more and more excited about the wedding while I felt sicker every day. I kept telling myself that maybe I was wrong, maybe there was an explanation, maybe Jake knew something I didn't. The wedding day came. The ceremony was at a nice venue, one of those restored historic buildings with exposed brick and string lights everywhere. I stood up there next to Jake as his best man while he married Sarah. I watched him cry when she walked down the aisle. I held the rings. I signed as a witness on the marriage license. The reception started and everything seemed perfect on the surface. People were dancing, the food was good. Jake's grandmother was crying happy tears. I was sitting at the head table trying to eat my salmon when I saw him. Marcus. He was sitting in the back with Sarah's co-workers wearing a dark suit. Sarah had invited him to the wedding. I watched Sarah during dinner. She kept glancing over at his table. At one point, they made eye contact across the room and she smiled at him. Not a polite smile. The same smile I'd seen on her face that day in her apartment. Then, the MC tapped the microphone and announced it was time for the best man's speech. Everyone started clapping and looking at me. Jake turned in his chair with this huge, trusting smile on his face. I stood up, grabbed the microphone, and my hands started shaking all over again. I started the speech the way I'd rehearsed it. I talked about meeting Jake in 2nd grade, about how he'd stood up for me against that bully on the playground. People laughed. I mentioned our failed attempt to build a treehouse in 8th grade that resulted in both of us getting grounded for a month. More laughter. I talked about high school, about Jake being there when my dad left, about him forcing me to leave my dorm room freshman year of college when I was depressed. Everyone was smiling. Jake was looking up at me with this expression of pure happiness and trust. My voice started cracking halfway through a story about our first road trip. I could feel the words I'd planned slipping away, and different words trying to force themselves out. I looked at Sarah. She was looking at Marcus again. Just for a second, but I saw it, and something in me just snapped. I said something like, "But being a best friend isn't just about remembering the good times." The tone shift was immediate. I saw a few people in the crowd exchange confused glances. Jake's smile faltered a little. I kept going. I said that a real best friend tells you the truth even when it's hard, even when you don't want to hear it. Then I just said it. I told everyone that 3 months ago. I walked into Sarah's apartment and caught her kissing another man. I described what I'd seen. Her arms around his neck, his hands in her hair, the two of them completely absorbed in each other. I said I'd tried to tell Jake privately, but he'd refused to believe me. I said I'd seen them together again at a restaurant, holding hands across the table. The room went completely silent for maybe 2 seconds. Then chaos. Sarah's face drained of all color. She started shaking her head and saying no over and over. Jake was just staring at me like he couldn't process what was happening. Then Sarah's mom started screaming. She was yelling at me to sit down, calling me disgusting, asking what kind of person does this at a wedding. Sarah's maid of honor jumped up and started shouting too. I pointed toward the back of the room and said the guy's name was Marcus, and he was sitting right there with Sarah's coworkers. Everyone turned to look. Marcus was already standing up, trying to get to the exit. That's when Jake finally reacted. He stood up so fast his chair fell backward. He looked at Marcus trying to leave, then at Sarah, then back at me. Sarah started crying and saying I was lying, that I was jealous and trying to ruin her wedding. Her bridesmaids were surrounding her, some of them glaring at me, some of them looking confused. Sarah's father pushed through the crowd and came at me. He grabbed my jacket and started yelling in my face about ruining his daughter's life. 2 of the groomsmen had to pull him off me. People in the crowd were shouting over each other. Some of Jake's friends were asking if it was true. Sarah's family was screaming at me to get out. A few people had their phones out, recording. I could see Marcus had made it to the door and disappeared. Jake's mom was crying. His dad was trying to get to Jake through the chaos. Jake just kept standing there looking between Sarah and me. Sarah was still denying everything, but her voice sounded desperate now. She was saying Marcus was just a friend, that I'd misunderstood what I saw, that she'd never cheated on Jake. But Jake wasn't looking at her anymore. He was staring at the door where Marcus had just fled. Then he asked her why Marcus ran. His voice was quiet, but everyone near the head table heard it. The shouting died down a little. Sarah tried to say Marcus was probably just uncomfortable with the drama, but Jake cut her off. He asked her why she'd invited Marcus to their wedding if he was just a coworker. Sarah stammered something about inviting her whole team. Jake's dad reached him and put a hand on his shoulder. Jake looked at his dad, then at his mom, who was still crying, then at his grandmother sitting at a nearby table looking completely devastated. Then he looked at me. I've never seen that expression on his face before. It wasn't anger exactly, it was something worse. Betrayal, maybe. Or heartbreak. I don't know if it was directed at Sarah or at me or both of us. He told me to get out. He didn't yell it. He said it quietly, clearly. Just get out. Get the fuck out. Sarah tried to grab his arm, but he pulled away from her. Her maid of honor was crying now, too. The whole room was staring at me. I put the microphone down on the table and walked out. I could hear the shouting start up again behind me as I left. Sarah's mom was screaming something about suing me. One of Jake's cousins called after me, but I didn't turn around. I just kept walking through the venue and out to the parking lot. I sat in my car for over an hour. My phone kept buzzing, text after text. Some people were calling me a hero for exposing the truth. Others were calling me a monster for doing it at the wedding. A few people were asking if I was okay. My own brother sent me a message asking what the hell I'd just done. Nothing from Jake. I started the car eventually, but just sat there with the engine running. Through the window, I could see people leaving the venue early. The wedding was over. I'd ended it. Whether I'd done the right thing or committed the worst betrayal of my life, I honestly couldn't tell anymore. I drove home that night, but I don't really remember the drive. I kept replaying Jake's face when he told me to get out. I'd never heard his voice sound like that before. When I got to my apartment, I finally looked at my phone. 63 messages. I scrolled through them, feeling numb. My college roommate sent me a long text saying I did what I had to do. 3 of Jake's cousins blocked me. Sarah's maid of honor sent me a paragraph calling me every name in the book. My own mother called asking what happened because apparently someone had already posted about it on Facebook. One of the groomsmen texted saying the wedding ended about 20 minutes after I left. Jake and Sarah left separately. He said it was the most uncomfortable thing he'd ever witnessed. Nothing from Jake, though. That's what I kept checking for. I must have opened our text thread 50 times that night. The last message was from 2 days before the wedding, him sending me a photo of us in our tuxes at the final fitting. We both looked so happy in it. The next few days were worse. The story spread through our entire friend group. People were taking sides. A girl I went to high school with posted a whole thread on Twitter about what happened without naming names, but with enough details that anyone who knew us could figure it out. Half the replies said I was right to expose a cheater. The other half said I was a jealous psychopath who ruined someone's wedding for attention. I learned through mutual friends that Jake had confronted Sarah after they left the venue. She initially stuck to her story that nothing had happened, but Jake demanded to see her phone. She refused. That's apparently when he told her the wedding was off and he was leaving. She broke down and admitted she'd been seeing Marcus but claimed it was only emotional, that they'd never slept together, that it had ended weeks ago. Jake didn't believe her. He went to stay at his parents' house that night. The next day he went back to their apartment while Sarah was at work and found text messages on her iPad that were still synced. The affair had been going on for 8 months. It definitely wasn't just emotional, and it hadn't ended. My friend Chris told me all this 4 days after the wedding. He said Jake had told his groomsmen the basic details. Sarah had moved out and was staying with her parents. They were going to have to deal with canceling the honeymoon and returning gifts. Jake's mom had called all the elderly relatives to explain what happened before they saw it on social media. Still nothing from Jake directly. I tried texting him once asking if we could talk. He left me on read. Then on day 4 he showed up at my apartment. I heard the knock and looked through the peephole and there he was. He looked terrible. His eyes were red, and he had this exhausted look like he hadn't slept since the wedding. I opened the door and he just walked past me into my living room. He stood there for a minute without saying anything. Then he confirmed everything Chris had told me. Sarah had admitted to the affair. He'd found the texts proving it had been ongoing and physical. He'd called off the marriage. She'd moved out. It was over. I started to say I was sorry, that I was glad he knew the truth, but he cut me off. He told me he wasn't there to thank me. He was angry. Not at Sarah, or not just at Sarah, at me. He said I could have told him any other way. I could have pulled him aside that morning before the ceremony. I could have sent him the evidence in a text. I could have grabbed him during the cocktail hour. Hell, I could have objected during the ceremony itself. But instead, I chose to humiliate him in front of every single person he cared about. His grandmother found out her grandson's fiancé was cheating by watching me announce it at the reception. His co-workers were there, his childhood neighbors, his mom's friends. He said everyone he knew had now watched him get betrayed twice in one night. Once by his fiancé and once by his best friend. He said the whole thing was on video now, circulating around social media. People from high school he hadn't talked to in years were messaging him, asking if he was okay. He couldn't go anywhere without people either pitying him or asking for details. Then he said something that's been stuck in my head ever since. He told me I didn't do it for him. He said I did it because I was angry he hadn't believed me, and I wanted everyone to know I'd been right. He said if I'd really cared about protecting him, I would have found literally any other way to tell him the truth that didn't involve destroying him in public. I tried to argue. I said I'd tried telling him privately and he wouldn't listen. He said that didn't give me the right to blow up his wedding. He said I chose the nuclear option because I wanted to prove a point, not because it was the only choice left. We went back and forth for maybe 10 minutes, but it wasn't really an argument. He wasn't yelling. He just sounded tired and hurt. Eventually he said he needed space. He didn't know if that meant weeks or months or forever, but he couldn't look at me right now. Then he left. That was 6 days ago. My phone is still blowing up with messages from people who weren't even at the wedding, but have opinions about what I did. Sarah has called me 12 times from different numbers, leaving progressively angrier voicemails. Apparently Marcus quit his job. Jake's mom called once, cried for 30 seconds without saying anything, then hung up. Some of our mutual friends have chosen sides. A few refuse to talk to me. Others have reached out saying I did the right thing. My own family is split. My brother thinks I'm a hero. My mom thinks I should have handled it differently. My dad, who I barely talk to, somehow heard about it and left me a voicemail saying I betrayed the bro code. I keep going back to that moment at the reception. Jake's face before I started talking, so happy and trusting. Then his face after, completely destroyed. I saved him from a marriage built on lies, but I destroyed him in the process. He might never speak to me again. And I genuinely don't know if I did the right thing or if I just took the worst possible option because some part of me wanted everyone to know I'd been right all along. 1 hour before my promotion announcement, I exposed my boss for stealing my work. I'm a 32-year-old woman, and I've been working at this tech consulting firm for 4 years now. Started as a junior analyst and clawed my way up to senior project manager. My boss, Marcus, is 45, been the department director for 8 years, and up until 6 months ago, I actually respected the guy. I also need to mention my coworker, Sarah, who's 29, and has been my closest friend at the office since she started 2 years ago. So here's the background. 6 months ago, the company was about to lose its biggest client. We're talking a $2.3 million account that had been with us for years, but they were unhappy with results and ready to walk. Marcus pulled me into his office and told me he was assigning me to lead the retention project. He said it was my chance to really prove myself, that upper management would be watching. I was thrilled because I'd been gunning for a VP promotion for 2 years and this felt like my shot. I threw everything into that project. 60 to 70-hour weeks became normal. I developed an entirely new strategy, restructured how we approached their account, and personally rebuilt the relationship with their team. It took 3 months of constant work, but we saved the account. Not only that, we brought in 2 additional contracts from their referrals. It was the biggest win our department had seen in years. But here's where things started getting weird. Marcus kept taking all the meetings with upper management without me. At first, I didn't think much of it because directors present teamwork all the time, right? But then I noticed my name started disappearing from project documentation. Emails that originally listed me as project lead were suddenly crediting the department, or just Marcus's name. When I asked him about it, he'd give me this reassuring smile and say he was making sure I got recognition, that he was building the narrative to executives, that I needed to trust the process. I trusted the process. I was an idiot. About 2 months after we saved the client, Sarah grabbed me at lunch and asked if I'd heard the rumors. I hadn't. She said people were talking about Marcus being considered for a VP promotion. My VP promotion. The one I'd been working toward. The one this entire project was supposed to help me get. I felt sick, but I told myself maybe there was another VP spot opening up. Maybe this was unrelated. I tried talking to Marcus about it. Asked him directly when my recognition would come through, if there would be a promotion announcement soon. He got kind of dismissive, said these things take time, that I needed to be patient and let him handle the politics. He said upper management loved the project results, and that I'd be rewarded. Just trust him. The quarterly meeting was scheduled for today. This is where they announce major promotions, department changes, all the big stuff. Every department head attends, all the senior staff, usually about 40 people in the room. I was nervous, but also excited because I figured this had to be it, right? 6 months of Marcus telling me to wait. This had to be when something happened. I got to the office early. I do that when I'm anxious, just sit at my desk and try to prepare myself mentally. Around 8:30, I went to grab coffee from the break room on the executive floor. That's when I heard Marcus's voice coming from around the corner in the hallway. He was talking to Tom, another department director. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I stopped walking because I heard my project mentioned, and obviously I wanted to know what was being said. Marcus was laughing. That casual, confident laugh he does. Tom said something about the promotion being well-deserved, and Marcus said, and I will never forget this, he said, honestly, these young employees do all the grunt work and you just have to know how to package it. She handed me a promotion on a silver platter. I stood there frozen with my empty coffee mug. They kept talking, but I couldn't hear anything else over the ringing in my ears. She, me, grunt work. He never planned to give me credit. This whole time he'd been actively stealing my work while patting me on the head and telling me to be patient. I went back to my desk and just sat there for a minute trying to process. Then something clicked and I checked my laptop. I still had access to the shared drive with all the original project files. Every draft I'd written with timestamps, every email chain, every calendar invite where Marcus scheduled client meetings without including me, despite my repeated requests to join. All the text messages where I'd asked about credit and he'd reassured me. The meeting started in an hour. I spent that entire hour downloading everything to a USB drive and forwarding key emails to my personal account. My hands were shaking the whole time. I had no idea what I was going to do with this information, but I knew I needed to have it. I showed up to the conference room early and set up my laptop, connected it to the projector system, like I was just preparing for a normal presentation. People filtered in, making small talk, grabbing seats. Marcus came in looking pleased with himself, shook hands with the CEO. Sarah sat next to me and whispered, asking if I was okay, because apparently I looked pale. I told her I was fine. The meeting started, and I sat there with my laptop open, evidence loaded and ready, watching my boss accept praise for work he didn't do. The CEO, David Chen, went through the usual stuff first. Department updates, quarterly numbers, client retention rates that were apparently at an all-time high thanks to our department. Marcus was nodding along like he was accepting compliments. I was digging my nails into my palms under the table, trying to decide if I was actually going to do this. Then David got to the special recognition section. He started talking about the client retention project, how it had saved a major account and brought in additional revenue, how it demonstrated innovative thinking and leadership. He was looking right at Marcus while he said all of this. My heart was pounding so hard I thought people could hear it. David said Marcus's name, said his innovative approach had set a new standard for the department. People started clapping. Marcus stood up and I watched him button his suit jacket with this satisfied smile. He started talking about his process, his strategy, how he believed in empowering his team but maintaining strong oversight. He was giving a whole acceptance speech. I don't remember making the decision to stand up. I just found myself on my feet and my voice came out before I could stop it. I said, "I need to say something." My voice cracked on the first word, which was humiliating, but I kept going. The room went completely silent. Like 40 people all stopped breathing at once. Marcus stopped mid-sentence and stared at me. He tried to laugh it off, said something like, "Can this wait until after the meeting?" His tone was pleasant, but I could see anger in his eyes. I said no. It can't wait. I said he was accepting credit for work he didn't do, and I watched his face change. He tried to keep smiling, but it looked wrong now. Too tight. I asked David if I could connect my laptop to the projector. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the cable. David looked confused, but he nodded. I think he thought I had some kind of relevant presentation prepared. Marcus started saying this wasn't appropriate, that we could discuss team dynamics later in private. I ignored him. The first thing I pulled up was the original strategy document. My name at the top, timestamp from 6 months ago showing when I created it. I talked through it quickly, said this was the foundation of the entire retention project, that I'd developed the approach and implementation plan. Then I showed the email where I'd sent Marcus the draft, and he'd replied saying, "Great work, I'll take it from here." Marcus tried to interrupt. Said I was part of his team, and he'd been overseeing the project as my director. Said this was standard practice for directors to present teamwork to executives. His voice was getting louder and more defensive. I pulled up the calendar invites next. Showed meeting after meeting with the client where Marcus had scheduled himself as the only attendee from our company. I showed the email chains where I'd specifically requested to join those meetings, and he told me it would be better if he handled the client relationship directly, that I should focus on the back-end work. Someone in the room coughed. I couldn't look at anyone except the screen because if I made eye contact, I knew I'd lose my nerve. Then I showed the text messages. Screenshots of conversations where I'd asked Marcus about credit and recognition. Messages where he'd told me not to worry, that he had me covered, that upper management knew about my contributions. Messages where he'd said trust the process. David's expression had completely changed. He'd gone from confused to something else, something harder. He asked Marcus if he wanted to respond to this. Marcus's face was red now and he started talking fast. Said yes, he'd overseen the project as director. That management structure meant he took point on executive communications, that I was making this sound worse than it was. He said something about me being a valued team member but needing to understand organizational hierarchy. I asked him a simple question. Asked him to explain one specific element of the retention strategy. Which framework had I used for the relationship rebuilding phase? He stared at me, and I watched him try to come up with an answer. He said something vague about client-centric approaches and building trust. Wrong. That wasn't even close to what the strategy involved. I told him the answer, explained the actual framework in about 30 seconds. Then I asked if he even knew the name of the client's VP of operations, since he'd apparently handled all those meetings personally. He said her name was Jennifer. It's Michael. The VP is a man named Michael, and Marcus had met with him at least 6 times. The HR director, Linda, spoke up then. She asked Marcus to step outside with her for a moment. Her voice was careful and neutral, but everyone knew what that meant. Marcus started to argue, then seemed to realize how bad that would look. He walked out, and I heard him say something about this being a misunderstanding as he left. I was still standing at the projector. I realized everyone was staring at me, and I suddenly felt like I might throw up. I sat down fast and couldn't bring myself to look at anyone. Sarah grabbed my hand under the table and squeezed it, but didn't say anything. David cleared his throat and said they'd be tabling the promotion announcements pending an internal review. Said the meeting would continue with the remaining agenda items. His voice was tight and controlled, and I knew he was furious. I just didn't know if he was furious at Marcus or at me for making this public. The rest of the meeting was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything being said. I kept replaying what I'd just done, wondering if I'd made a huge mistake. Some people were sneaking glances at me. Some were very carefully not looking at me at all. I pulled out my phone under the table and saw I already had 3 texts from people who weren't even in the room. Word was spreading fast. When the meeting finally ended, I grabbed my laptop and got out of there as quickly as possible. I heard people talking in clusters, but I didn't stop to listen. Sarah caught up with me at my desk and just hugged me without saying anything. I still didn't know if I'd done the right thing or if I'd just completely destroyed my career for a moment of vindication. The rest of that day was brutal. Marcus didn't come back to the office. I got called into HR around 2 p.m. and had to give a formal statement about everything. Linda asked me to walk through the timeline, provide all the evidence again, explain why I hadn't come to HR first before making it public. I didn't have a good answer for that last part. I said I'd overheard him that morning and reacted emotionally, which was true but sounded weak when I said it out loud. People were weird around me for the rest of the week. Some coworkers would give me these supportive nods or thumbs up when they passed my desk. Others actively avoided me, wouldn't make eye contact in the break room. I heard through Sarah that some people were calling me brave, and others were saying I'd thrown Marcus under the bus for personal gain. Like I was the villain somehow for not letting him steal my work quietly. I got a few passive-aggressive emails from people in Marcus's inner circle. Nothing directly confrontational, but lots of comments about team players and handling conflicts professionally. One guy from another department sent me an article about proper channels for workplace disputes. I deleted it without responding. Marcus was suspended pending the investigation. That became official on day 3. I should have felt vindicated, but mostly I just felt anxious all the time. I started checking job boards at night, Googling whether I'd be blacklisted in the industry for this. Sarah kept telling me I'd done the right thing, but I could tell even she thought the public call-out was extreme. My mom called after I finally told her what happened. She said I should have gone through proper channels. That public humiliation wasn't professional, regardless of what Marcus had done. She meant well, but it just made me feel worse. 2 weeks after the meeting, I got called into David's office. I genuinely thought I was getting fired. I'd been mentally preparing myself, updating my resume, reaching out to old contacts. I walked in there expecting the worst. David told me Marcus had resigned, offered a severance package to leave quietly, signed an NDA. The whole corporate exit deal. Then he said they were offering me the official project lead position with a raise. Not huge, but decent. I waited for the other shoe to drop. It dropped. The VP promotion was off the table, indefinitely on hold. David said my actions were understandable given the circumstances, but not how they preferred to handle internal issues. He said I'd put the company in an awkward position, made them look bad for not catching the credit theft earlier. Essentially, I was right, but I'd embarrassed them, and there were consequences for that. I took the project lead position because what else was I going to do? But it was clear that my relationship with leadership had fundamentally changed. Some executives respected what I'd done, treated me normally. Others were cold now, like I was a liability. The woman who'd made a scene, the one who couldn't be trusted to handle things quietly. That was 3 weeks ago. I'm still at the company, but everything feels different now. I got the recognition I deserved technically. My name is on the project, people know it was my work. I got a better title and more money. But the career trajectory I'd been building for 4 years feels derailed. I'm not getting invited to the strategy meetings I used to attend. I'm not being considered for high-visibility projects, and Marcus is already working at a competitor. I found out through an industry contact who asked if I knew him from my company. He landed on his feet within 2 weeks of leaving. I'm terrified he's bad-mouthing me to people in the industry, telling his version of events where I'm some unstable employee who couldn't handle normal management structure. Sarah still insists I did the right thing. She says someone needed to stand up to him, that he would have kept stealing credit from people if I hadn't exposed him. Maybe she's right. But I can't shake the feeling that I won this tiny battle and potentially lost the entire war for my career. The worst part is I don't even know what the right answer was. If I'd gone to HR quietly, would they have actually done anything? Or would Marcus have gotten the promotion while HR dragged out some internal investigation that went nowhere? I've seen how these things usually go. The person with seniority and connections wins, evidence or not. But now I'm the person who made a scene, the one who couldn't play the game. And in corporate environments, that reputation might be worse than being the person who got their credit stolen. I still have the VP title on my career goals list. I don't know if it'll ever happen here now, or if I've branded myself so badly that I need to start over somewhere else. Some days I feel like I absolutely made the right call and I'd do it again. Other days I think about that moment standing up in the meeting and I cringe so hard I want to disappear. My career is in this weird limbo now where I'm simultaneously vindicated and punished. I proved I was right, but I'm paying for how I proved it. I got recognition but lost the promotion. Marcus is gone, but probably telling everyone in the industry that I'm difficult to work with. So I guess that's where I'm at. Still employed, technically won, but wondering if the cost was worth it. And honestly not sure if anyone would have listened if I hadn't made it impossible to ignore. When my best friend introduced his new girlfriend, I revealed that she used to date me and cheated. I, 28, was at my best friend Jake's apartment for what was supposed to be a chill Friday night. We've been best friends since college, going on 7 years now, and he'd been hyping up this get-together all week. Nothing fancy, just pizza, beer, and maybe 8 or 10 of our mutual friends hanging out. The real reason for the gathering, though, was that Jake wanted to introduce us to his new girlfriend. He'd been texting me nonstop about her for the past month, saying how amazing she was and how different she felt from his last relationship. I was genuinely happy for him. His ex did a number on him about a year ago, and seeing him excited about someone new was honestly refreshing. He deserved something good after the mess he went through. So I showed up with a six-pack and my best supportive friend energy, ready to meet this mystery woman who had my best friend acting like a teenager again. The apartment was already buzzing when I got there around 7. Jake had ordered way too much pizza as usual, and people were spread out between the living room and kitchen. I made my rounds, caught up with some friends I hadn't seen in a while, and kept waiting for this girlfriend to show up. Jake kept checking his phone every few minutes, saying she was running late from work but would be there soon. He was practically bouncing with excitement every time someone asked about her. Around 8, I was in the middle of a conversation about something completely forgettable when I heard the door open. Jake practically sprinted to answer it, and I could hear him greeting someone in that overly enthusiastic way people do when they're trying to impress their new partner. I glanced over casually, just curious to see who had my friend so worked up. That's when my entire body went cold. It was Sarah, my Sarah, Well, not my Sarah anymore, but the Sarah who absolutely destroyed me 3 years ago. The Sarah who cheated on me multiple times, lied about everything, and made me feel like I was losing my mind for months. The Sarah I spent a year getting over and thought I'd never have to see again. My heart started racing and I could feel my hands getting sweaty. I must have stopped talking mid-sentence because the friend I was with asked if I was okay. I barely heard him. My brain was just trying to process what I was seeing, trying to make sense of how this was even possible. Jake was walking toward our group with his arm around her waist, and she was smiling that same smile I used to think was beautiful. Jake brought her right over to where I was standing. He was beaming, absolutely glowing with pride as he said everyone's name and introduced his girlfriend, Sarah. She made eye contact with me for maybe half a second, then looked away like I was just another face in the crowd. No recognition, no acknowledgement, nothing. She just smiled and waved at everyone, playing the role of the sweet new girlfriend meeting her boyfriend's friends for the first time. I felt like I was going to throw up. This woman who I dated for 8 months, who I caught cheating in my own apartment, who gaslit me for weeks before I finally had the strength to leave, was standing 3 feet away from me pretending we were complete strangers. And my best friend had his arm around her, like she was the best thing that ever happened to him. I mumbled something about needing to use the bathroom and got out of there before anyone could see my face. I locked myself in Jake's bathroom and just stood there staring at the mirror, trying to breathe normally. My mind was going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Did Jake know? Had she told him about me and he just forgot my last name or something? Was she pretending on purpose? What the hell was I supposed to do? I splashed some water on my face and tried to think clearly. The rational part of my brain knew I had to tell Jake. He was my best friend. I couldn't just let him walk into the same trap I did, but another part of me was terrified. What if he didn't believe me? What if he thought I was making it up because I was jealous or still hung up on her? What if this ruined our friendship? I stayed in that bathroom way longer than was normal, trying to figure out my next move. When I finally came out, I could hear her laughing from the living room. That same laugh that used to make me happy and then made me feel sick. I walked back slowly and saw Jake looking at her like she hung the moon. Someone was asking them how they met, and she launched into this cute story about bumping into each other at a coffee shop and spilling her drink. I knew that story was complete fiction. I stood there listening to her build this entire false narrative about their relationship, watching Jake eat up every word, and realized she hadn't changed at all. She was still the same person who lied without blinking, who could make you believe anything she wanted you to believe. And Jake had absolutely no idea who he was really dating. I needed to get Jake alone. That was my first thought after hearing her spin that ridiculous coffee shop story. I waited for a natural break in the conversation and suggested we grab more drinks from the kitchen. Jake nodded, but then someone else asked him something about the pizza order and he got pulled into another conversation. Every time I tried to catch his attention, something else came up. He was completely focused on making sure Sarah felt welcome and included, introducing her to everyone, showing her off like a prize he'd won. So I just stood there and watched her work the room. And she was good at it, I'll give her that. She complimented someone's shoes, laughed at everyone's jokes, asked interested questions about people's jobs and lives. She was playing the part of the perfect girlfriend flawlessly. A few people even pulled Jake aside to tell him how great she seemed. I wanted to scream. One of my friends, Marcus, came up to me and asked if I was feeling all right. I guess I wasn't hiding my stress as well as I thought. I told him I was fine, just tired from work. But he didn't look convinced. He knows me too well. I just couldn't explain it to him right there with everyone around. Then the worst thing happened. Jake went to answer his phone in the other room for a work call, and Sarah saw her opportunity. She walked right up to me, got close enough that no one else could hear, and whispered that I needed to not say anything. She actually said she was different now, that she'd changed, and basically begged me to keep quiet. The audacity of it made my blood boil. This woman who destroyed me, who made me question my own sanity, had the nerve to ask me for a favor, to protect her. I didn't respond, just walked away before I said something I'd regret. But the rage was building. Every minute I stayed quiet felt like I was betraying Jake. Every smile she gave him, every time he looked at her with those hopeful eyes, I felt worse. I kept thinking about what she did to me and imagining her doing the same thing to my best friend. The lying, the cheating, the gaslighting. I couldn't let that happen to him. Jake eventually suggested we all play some drinking game. I don't even remember which one. Everyone moved to the living room, squeezing onto couches and the floor. Jake and Sarah sat together on the love seat, and he kept his arm around her the whole time. Someone set up the game and we got started, but I barely paid attention to the rules. A few rounds in, one of Jake's co-workers asked again how they met. I guess he'd missed the earlier story. Sarah started to tell the coffee shop lie again, and this time Jake jumped in to add details, like how he offered to buy her a new drink, and they ended up talking for 2 hours. They were finishing each other's sentences, playing off each other like they'd told this story 100 times. It was so perfectly rehearsed and so completely fake. That's when I snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. I interrupted and said that wasn't the first time they'd been in the same room together. The room went completely silent. Everyone turned to look at me. Jake had this confused smile on his face like he thought I was setting up a joke. He asked what I meant. I told him that Sarah and I dated 3 years ago. Sarah's face went white. She tried to laugh it off, said I must have her confused with someone else, that she'd never seen me before tonight. But her voice was shaky, and everyone could tell something was off, so I kept going. I mentioned specific details, where we met, through a mutual friend at a party, the bar we went to on our first date, that weekend trip we took upstate, her tattoo on her ribs that nobody would know about unless they'd been with her, things I couldn't possibly know if we'd just met that night. Jake looked at Sarah, then back at me, then at Sarah again. He asked her directly if what I was saying was true. She stammered, tried to backtrack, and finally admitted that, okay, maybe we'd gone on a few dates, but it was nothing serious, barely worth mentioning. That's when I lost it. I told Jake we dated for 8 months, that she cheated on me with a guy from her work, that I caught them together in my apartment, that she lied about it for weeks, made me feel crazy for being suspicious, and only admitted it when I showed her the proof I'd found. I told him how she gaslit me, manipulated me, and left me feeling worthless for months after. I looked right at her and said I couldn't believe she was pretending she didn't even know who I was. Like those 8 months meant nothing. Like what she did to me never happened. Nobody said anything. You could hear people breathing. That's how quiet it got. Sarah's eyes were filling with tears, and she immediately went on the defensive. She said I was exaggerating everything, that I was controlling and obsessive during our relationship, that she'd been scared of me. She tried to flip the whole script and make herself the victim. Jake stood up and asked everyone to leave. His voice was calm, but you could hear the anger underneath. People started grabbing their stuff, whispering to each other, throwing looks at me and Sarah. Marcus squeezed my shoulder on his way out. Within 5 minutes, the apartment was empty except for the 3 of us. Sarah was crying, practically begging Jake to listen to her side. She kept saying I was lying, that I was clearly still obsessed with her and trying to ruin her life. Jake told her to wait in the bedroom. She tried to argue, but he just repeated himself, firmer this time. She finally went, and Jake closed the door behind her. He turned to me and said he needed the full story. Everything. Jake and I sat down in his now empty living room. The pizza boxes were still scattered around, half-empty beer bottles everywhere, but the energy was completely different from an hour ago. He looked exhausted and honestly kind of devastated, but he wanted to hear everything. So I told him. I walked him through the entire relationship from start to finish. How we met, how things were great at first, then how I started noticing little things that didn't add up. Her being secretive with her phone, coming home late without explanation, getting defensive when I asked simple questions. I told him about the night I came home early from a work trip and found her with the guy from her office, how she tried to say it wasn't what it looked like, then later admitted it but said it was my fault for not paying enough attention to her. I explained the weeks after where she convinced me to give her another chance, promised she'd changed, and then I found out she was still seeing him the whole time. Jake just listened. He didn't interrupt, didn't defend her, just sat there taking it all in. When I finished, he asked if I had any proof. I actually did. I never deleted the messages from back then because after the breakup, I needed them to remind myself I wasn't crazy, that it really happened the way I remembered. So I pulled out my phone and showed him screenshots of her texts, her admitting to the affair, her blaming me for her choices, her lying about where she was when she was actually with him. Jake read through them, and I watched his face get harder with each one. He was quiet for a long time after that. Then he asked me why I didn't tell him the second I saw her walk through the door. It was a fair question. I told him I didn't know what to do, that I was in shock, that I didn't want to ruin his night, but also couldn't just let him date someone who'd destroyed me. I said I knew how happy he'd been, and I didn't want to take that away if I didn't have to. He nodded slowly, but didn't say if that answer satisfied him or not. We just sat there in this horrible silence for a few minutes. Then Sarah came out of the bedroom. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she'd stopped crying. She looked at both of us and said Jake needed to choose between her and me. She said I was clearly unstable and jealous and trying to sabotage her relationship because I couldn't move on. Jake stood up and told her she needed to leave. She started to argue, tried to touch his arm, but he pulled away and said he needed time to think and she had to go. She looked like she might start crying again, but instead she just grabbed her purse and jacket. On her way out, she stopped and told Jake that I was lying about everything, that he'd regret believing me over her. Then she slammed the door. Jake sat back down and put his head in his hands. We stayed like that for probably 10 minutes without talking. Finally, he said he appreciated me telling him the truth, but that what I did was brutal. He said I embarrassed both of them in front of all our friends and made him look like an idiot. I asked if he would have. Rather, I said nothing and let him find out the hard way like I did. He didn't have an answer for that. I left pretty soon after. The vibe between us was just too weird and strained. I told him to call me if he needed anything, but he just nodded and didn't walk me to the door. I went home feeling like I'd done the right thing and also like I'd just ruined my closest friendship at the same time. The next few days were rough. I texted Jake twice just to check in and got nothing back. Radio silence. I started hearing things through mutual friends, though. Marcus told me Jake and Sarah were on a break but still talking. Another friend said Jake asked her if she thought I'd made the whole thing up. Someone else mentioned that Jake seemed really angry about the public call-out and felt humiliated that everyone witnessed it. But then I also heard from a different friend that Jake had thanked him privately for having my back and that he knew I was trying to help. He just needed space to process everything. So I honestly had no idea where I stood with him. The friend group kind of split over it too. Some people thought I did the right thing and would have wanted to know if they were in Jake's position. Others thought I was vindictive and should have handled it privately instead of making a scene. A few people even stopped talking to me, said I was jealous and trying to ruin Jake's happiness. It's been messy. It's been about 2 weeks now and Jake still hasn't really reached out. We've exchanged maybe 3 texts total, all surface-level stuff. Nothing about that night, nothing about Sarah, nothing real. I know they're not together anymore because I saw her remove all the photos of them from her social media, but I don't know if they're done for good or just taking time apart. I keep going back and forth on whether I handled it right. Part of me thinks I should have pulled Jake aside the second I saw her and told him privately. Let him make the decision about what to do with that information without an audience. That would have been the mature thing to do. But another part of me remembers her face when she was lying to everyone, building that fake foundation for their relationship, and I think she deserved to be called out publicly for it. The worst part is not knowing if my friendship with Jake will ever recover from this. We've been best friends for 7 years and now we can barely have a conversation. Maybe he'll eventually understand why I did what I did. Maybe he'll forgive me for the way I did it. Or maybe our friendship is just permanently damaged and things will never go back to how they were. I really don't know. So that's where things stand right now. Sarah is out of the picture, but so am I, apparently. Jake is processing everything alone, and I'm just sitting here wondering if I made the right call or if I should have kept my mouth shut and let him figure it out on his own. Either way, I can't take it back now. During my mother's birthday dinner, I exposed the secret she was keeping from my dad. I'm a 26-year-old guy, and I've been carrying around this secret for months that's been absolutely destroying me inside. My mom just turned 50, my dad is 52, and they've been married for 28 years. I also have two younger siblings, my brother Kyle, who's 23, and my sister Emma, who's 19. We've always been pretty close as a family, the kind that does Sunday dinners and group chats and all that normal stuff. Or at least we were. This whole thing started about 3 or 4 months ago. I had stopped by my parents' house one afternoon, just a random weekday, and my mom asked me to fix something on her phone. I can't even remember what the issue was. Something with her email not syncing or whatever. So I'm sitting there messing with her settings when a text notification pops up at the top of the screen. I wasn't trying to snoop. It literally just appeared right in front of my face while I was holding her phone. The message was flirty, intimate, definitely not the kind of thing you send to someone's husband. The contact name was saved as Jessica from book club, but I knew for a fact my mom hadn't gone to book club in over a year. She'd complained about it getting boring and stopped going. I handed her phone back and didn't say anything. Tried to convince myself it was nothing, maybe just a friend joking around or something I took out of context. But it stuck with me. And once you see something like that, you start noticing other things you probably overlooked before. She was on her phone constantly, way more than usual. She'd smile at texts and quickly lock her screen when someone walked into the room. Little things that individually meant nothing, but together painted a pretty clear picture. The real confirmation came about 2 weeks after the phone incident. I was driving home from my friend's place around 11 p.m., and my route takes me right past my parents' neighborhood. I saw my mom's car pulling out of their driveway, which was weird because they're usually in bed by 10. I don't know what came over me, but I followed her. I'm not proud of it, and I felt like a creep doing it, but I needed to know. She drove to this 24-hour diner about 15 minutes away, pulled into the parking lot, and just sat there. Then a few minutes later, another car pulled up next to hers. A guy got out and got into her passenger seat. They sat there in her car for almost an hour. I was parked far enough away that I couldn't see much, but I didn't need to. I knew exactly what was happening. After that night, I was a mess. I kept going back and forth on whether I should tell my dad. Part of me thought it wasn't my place, that it was between them and I should stay out of it. But the other part of me couldn't stand watching my dad be so clueless. He's the kind of guy who still brings my mom coffee in bed on weekends. He leaves her little notes. He talks about her like she's the best thing that ever happened to him. Every time I saw him, the guilt ate at me a little more. I tried hinting to my mom that I knew. I'd make comments about how important honesty is in marriage, or I'd ask pointed questions about her plans for the evening. She either didn't pick up on it or chose to ignore it completely. She just acted totally normal, like nothing was wrong. That almost made it worse somehow. Then about 2 weeks before the dinner, my dad called me. He was so excited, talking about how he'd booked this fancy Italian restaurant for my mom's birthday. He'd invited everyone, aunts and uncles and cousins, like 20 people total. He'd been planning it for months, apparently. He asked if I'd be willing to give a toast at the dinner, said it would mean a lot to my mom. I agreed because what else was I going to say? But I felt sick about it immediately. The thought of standing up at this big celebration and pretending everything was fine made me want to throw up. The weeks leading up to the dinner were torture. I'd see my parents together and have to act normal. My dad kept talking about the party, showing me the menu he'd picked out, telling me about the cake he'd ordered. He was like a kid on Christmas. Meanwhile, I knew my mom was still texting whoever this guy was. I saw her do it right in front of my dad once. She was smiling at her phone, and my dad asked what was funny, and she just said it was a meme from one of her friends. He believed her without question. That's the kind of guy he is. He trusts people, especially her. I kept telling myself I'd find the right time to tell him privately. I'd plan it out in my head, imagine sitting him down and explaining what I'd seen, but I never did it. I guess I was hoping it would somehow resolve itself, or that I'd find out I was wrong about everything. But deep down, I knew I wasn't wrong. And as the birthday dinner got closer, the weight of this secret just got heavier and heavier. I barely slept the week before. I'd lie awake thinking about my dad's toast, about having to stand up there and give my own toast, knowing what I knew. The whole thing felt like a betrayal, like I was helping her lie to him just by staying quiet. The night of the dinner finally came. I showed up in a button-down shirt and slacks, trying to look normal even though I felt like I was about to have a panic attack. The restaurant had set us up in this private room in the back. Long table with candles and fancy place settings. Everyone was already there when I arrived. My aunts and uncles, a few cousins, my siblings, the whole family, basically. My mom was at the head of the table looking happy and beautiful, already a couple glasses of wine in. My dad was next to her with his arm around her chair, smiling bigger than I'd seen in months. The dinner started, and everyone was in great spirits. Wine was flowing. People were laughing loud, sharing stories. My aunt told this embarrassing story about my mom from when they were teenagers that had everyone cracking up. Gifts started getting passed around. My mom opened each one and made a big deal about how thoughtful everyone was. She got jewelry and books and gift cards. She kept saying how lucky she was to have such an amazing family. I sat there pushing food around my plate, barely able to eat anything. Then the toasts started. Kyle went first and talked about how supportive Mom had always been of his dreams, how she never made him feel bad about switching majors 3 times in college. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. Emma went next and got really emotional talking about how Mom was her role model, how she hoped to be half the woman she was someday. My mom was tearing up, dabbing at her eyes with her napkin. I felt my stomach turn. A few other family members gave short toasts. My uncle made a joke about my mom being over the hill. More laughter, more clinking glasses. The whole time I'm sitting there feeling like there's a bomb in my chest about to explode. I kept looking at my dad, at how happy he was, how proud. He had no idea. None of them did. Then my dad stood up. He raised his glass, and the room went quiet. He started talking about how he and my mom had built this incredible life together. He talked about their wedding day, about bringing each of us kids home from the hospital, about every major moment they'd shared. Then he said something about their unshakable marriage. He called her his best friend, his partner, the love of his life. He said he couldn't imagine a single day without her. His voice cracked a little when he said it, and I saw my mom reach over and squeeze his hand. She had tears running down her face. Everyone was getting emotional. My aunt was crying. Even Kyle looked like he was tearing up. The room erupted in applause when Dad finished. People were clapping and wiping their eyes. Everyone looked at me next. I was supposed to go last. I stood up and my legs felt weak. I picked up my glass and it was shaking in my hand. I started with the safe thing, just said, "Happy birthday, Mom." My voice sounded weird in my own ears. Then I said I needed to say something that had been weighing on me for a while. I saw Kyle's face change, saw him give me this look like he was confused about where I was going with this. I don't really remember making the decision to say it. It just came out. I told everyone I'd seen messages on her phone months ago, messages that weren't meant for Dad. The room got really quiet really fast. I kept going. I told them I'd seen her sneak out late at night, that I'd followed her and watched her meet someone in a parking lot. My voice got louder as I went on, like once I started, I couldn't stop. I said I couldn't sit there and listen to Dad talk about their perfect marriage when I knew she was lying to his face, when I knew she'd been cheating on him. The silence that followed was deafening. Nobody moved. I looked at my dad and his hand was literally shaking, wine sloshing out of his glass onto the white tablecloth. He was just staring at my mom with this look on his face I'd never seen before. My mom had gone completely pale. Her mouth was open, but nothing was coming out. Emma started crying. Kyle said, "What the fuck are you doing?" But his voice was barely a whisper. My aunt half stood like she was going to say something, but then just sat back down. My mom finally found her voice. She said I was wrong, that I'd misunderstood what I saw. but her voice was shaking so bad that nobody believed her. You could see it on everyone's faces. My dad asked her directly if it was true. He said her name, just once, quietly. She couldn't look at him. She stared at her plate, and the silence stretched out for what felt like forever. Then she just broke, started crying and saying she was sorry, over and over. She said she didn't mean for it to happen. She was still talking when my dad stood up. He didn't say a single word. He just walked out. His chair scraped against the floor, and then he was gone. I went after him. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I could explain or apologize or something. I found him in the parking lot leaning against his car. He was crying. I'd never seen my dad cry before, not once in my entire life. He saw me and asked why I didn't just tell him privately. Why did I have to do it like that, in front of everyone? I didn't have an answer. I just stood there like an idiot. He got in his car and drove away without saying anything else. When I went back inside, the room was chaos. My mom had left with my aunt. Half the family was gone already. The ones who were still there wouldn't even look at me. Emma was sobbing into Kyle's shoulder, and when I tried to talk to them, Kyle told me to stay the hell away. He said I'd destroyed everything. Emma couldn't even speak to me. She just kept crying. I tried to explain that I couldn't keep lying, that Dad deserved to know. But Kyle cut me off. He said there were 1,000 ways I could have handled it, and I chose the worst possible one. Then they left too. I sat in my car in the parking lot for probably an hour. My phone kept buzzing with texts from family members. Most of them were telling me how cruel I was, how I could have handled it differently, how I'd humiliated my father in front of everyone he loved. My cousin called me selfish. My aunt said I was disgusting for doing it at a birthday dinner. Only my Uncle Rob texted saying he understood why I did it, that the truth needed to come out eventually. That was it. One person out of 20 who didn't think I was a complete monster. The next few days were a nightmare. My dad moved into a hotel. I know because Kyle told me in a text that was basically just him raging at me for an entire paragraph. He said Dad was a mess, that he'd never seen him like this, and that it was all my fault. He said if I'd just told Dad privately, none of this would have happened. Maybe they could have worked it out quietly, gone to therapy, something. But now everyone knew, and Dad was humiliated and the whole family was taking sides. My mom called me constantly. I ignored most of the calls, but eventually I picked up once and immediately regretted it. She was crying so hard I could barely understand her. She kept saying I'd ruined her life, that I had no right to do what I did. She said it was between her and Dad and I should have stayed out of it. Then she said I did it on purpose to hurt her, to ruin her birthday, like I'd been planning it all along. That one actually hurt because part of me wondered if she was right. When I tried to defend myself, she just hung up on me. Emma completely shut me out. She wouldn't respond to any of my texts or calls. I tried apologizing, tried explaining, but nothing went through. Kyle responded occasionally, but only to tell me how much I'd fucked up. He said Emma was devastated, that she couldn't believe her own brother would do something so cruel. He said the family would never be the same, and it was entirely my fault. I wanted to argue that it was Mom's fault for cheating in the first place, but I knew that wouldn't help anything. The extended family drama was almost worse. My aunts and uncles were split down the middle. Some thought my mom was horrible for what she did, and that I was right to expose her. Others thought what I did was unforgivable regardless of her actions. There were arguments happening in family group chats that I'd been removed from, but Kyle kept screenshotting and sending to me like evidence of the damage I'd caused. My mom's sister wasn't speaking to my dad's brother. Cousins were fighting. It was a complete mess. About a week after the dinner, my parents started talking about divorce. I heard it from Kyle, who heard it from Dad. They'd apparently met up to discuss next steps, and it wasn't going well. My mom wanted to try counseling, but my dad said he couldn't even look at her. He kept saying he felt like their entire marriage was a lie now, like he didn't know who she was. Kyle blamed me for that too. Said if I hadn't made it so public, maybe Dad could have processed it privately, and they could have worked through it. 2 weeks after the dinner, my dad finally called me. My hands were shaking when I answered. He sounded tired, older somehow. He thanked me for telling him the truth, but then said he wished I'd done it privately. He said I had no idea how humiliating it was to find out that way, in front of his entire family, watching everyone's pity and shock. He said he understood I was in a difficult position, but that my solution was worse than the problem. Then he said he needed space from everyone, including me, while he figured out what to do next. He hung up before I could respond. My mom left me a voicemail a few days ago. She wasn't crying this time, just sounded defeated. She said she took full responsibility for the affair, but that what I did was vindictive and cruel. She said a good son would have come to her first, given her a chance to come clean on her own terms. She said, I chose the nuclear option because I was selfish and wanted to hurt her. Then she said she didn't know if she could forgive me. The voicemail ended, and I just sat there staring at my phone. I haven't been sleeping. Every night I replay that dinner in my head. I see my dad's face when I said it, see the wine spilling from his shaking hand, see my mom going pale. I hear the silence that followed. Sometimes I imagine doing it differently, pulling Dad aside beforehand, telling him in private. Maybe he's right. Maybe everyone's right. Maybe I am selfish and cruel, and I destroyed my family because I couldn't handle carrying the secret anymore. But then I think about sitting at that table, listening to my dad talk about their unshakable marriage while I knew the truth. I think about the alternative, keeping quiet, letting the lie continue. Would that have been better? I honestly don't know anymore. My family is completely fractured now. Kyle and Emma won't speak to me. My parents are getting divorced. Half my extended family thinks I'm terrible. And I'm sitting here wondering if I actually did the right thing or if I just blew up everyone's lives because the pressure got to be too much. I don't have an answer. I don't know if I ever will. At my cousin's engagement party, I revealed who she was really seeing behind her fiancé's back. I, 31, have always been close with my cousin Sarah, 28. We grew up together, spent summers at our grandparents' house, the whole deal. But somewhere along the way, I started seeing a side of her I didn't like. She had this pattern with boyfriends where she'd lie about stupid things, manipulate situations to make herself look like the victim, and then move on to the next guy before the current one even knew what hit him. I watched it happen over and over through our 20s, and honestly, I just started avoiding her drama. Then she met Mark, 32. He was different from her usual type, stable, successful, ran his own business. Actually seemed like a decent guy. For a while, I thought maybe Sarah had grown up, you know. They got engaged after a year of dating, and both families were thrilled. Mark's family had money. Sarah's parents were already planning this massive wedding. Everything looked perfect on the surface. About 6 months ago, I was in the next town over for a work thing and stopped at this restaurant for dinner. That's when I saw them. Sarah and this guy David, 35, who I knew was Mark's business partner. They were in a corner booth, and it wasn't a business meeting. They were holding hands across the table, and then I watched him lean over and kiss her. Not like a friendly peck. I sat there with my food getting cold, trying to figure out what to do. I confronted Sarah the next day. Drove to her apartment and told her I knew. She cried, said it was a mistake, that it had only happened a few times, that she loved Mark and was going to end things with David. She begged me not to say anything, said she'd fix it. I was stupid enough to believe her because she's family and I wanted to think she'd do the right thing. 2 weeks before the engagement party, I saw them again. Same town, different restaurant. I'd gone back for another work meeting and decided to grab lunch at this cafe, and there they were, walking down the street together, his arm around her waist. They got into his car and I took pictures on my phone because I knew at that point she'd been lying to me. She had no intention of ending it. The thing about David is that he's married. His wife seems nice from what I've seen at company events Mark dragged Sarah to. And the business partnership between Mark and David was a big deal. They were working on some contract worth hundreds of thousands. This wasn't just about relationships. If this came out, it would destroy everything. I spent those 2 weeks feeling sick. I kept thinking maybe I should tell Mark privately. But then I'd think about how Sarah would just deny it and turn it around on me. She's always been good at that, making people doubt what they saw, making herself the victim. I'd look like the jealous cousin trying to ruin her happiness. Without proof, it would be my word against hers, and honestly, I wasn't sure Mark would believe me. He was completely in love with her. The engagement party was at this fancy banquet hall. Both families had gone all out. Flowers everywhere, open bar, probably 200 guests. I showed up in my suit, feeling like I was going to throw up. Sarah looked perfect, like she always does. Mark was walking around introducing her to extended family members from his side, and she had this smile plastered on her face like she was exactly where she belonged. Then I saw David. He was there with his wife, playing the role of supportive business partner. His wife was wearing this blue dress and talking to Mark's mom, completely clueless. David and Sarah didn't interact directly, but I could see them aware of each other in the room. It made my skin crawl. Dinner was served, speeches started. Mark's dad got up with the microphone. He's this older, traditional guy, really big on family values and doing things the right way. He started going on about how marriage is built on loyalty and faithfulness, how Sarah was the perfect woman for his son, how lucky Mark was to find someone with such integrity and character. People were nodding along, getting emotional. Mark was beaming at Sarah from across the room. That's when I saw it. Right in the middle of his dad's speech about faithfulness, Sarah and David exchanged a look. It was quick, just a small smile and a glance, but it was there. This knowing look like they were sharing a private joke while Mark's dad praised her character. David's wife was standing right next to him, listening to the speech. Mark was glowing with pride. And these two were smirking at each other like none of it mattered. Something in me just snapped. I'd been going back and forth for weeks about what to do, trying to convince myself to stay out of it, that it wasn't my business. But watching that look pass between them while Mark's dad talked about loyalty, while Mark stood there completely in love and completely fooled, I couldn't do it anymore. The speech ended. Everyone clapped. Mark's dad looked around the room and said he wanted to hear from the groom's side of the family. Then he looked right at me and held out the microphone. People were smiling, expecting some funny childhood story about Sarah. Mark was nodding encouragingly. Sarah was looking at me, and for just a second I saw something in her eyes. Like she knew, like she was warning me to keep my mouth shut. I stood up and took the microphone. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The room got quiet, everyone turning to look at me. Sarah's smile had frozen on her face. I looked at Mark, at his dad, at David standing there with his arm around his clueless wife. I knew there was no going back from what I was about to do. I started talking and my voice was shaking. I said I've known Sarah my whole life and I needed to say something that nobody here wanted to hear. The room went from cheerful to dead silent in about 2 seconds. You could feel the tension shift. Sarah stood up from her table and said my name like a warning, but I was already too far gone to stop. I told them Sarah had been having an affair, for months, with someone in this room. People gasped, started murmuring to each other. Mark's face went from confused to hurt in real time. He asked what I was talking about, and his voice cracked a little. I felt like garbage, but I kept going. I said it was David, his business partner, the man he trusted. The room exploded. David's wife let out this scream and started crying immediately. David jumped up and called me a liar, said I was making it up, that I was crazy. Sarah was yelling at me too, calling me jealous and vindictive, saying I'd always been jealous of her happiness. Some of her friends were booing me. Mark's family looked shocked. Mark himself just stood there frozen, looking between me and Sarah and David like he couldn't process what was happening. Mark's dad demanded proof. He asked if I had any evidence or if I was just trying to destroy his son's engagement with rumors. Everyone went quiet, waiting for my answer. That's when I pulled out my phone. I had the photos from 2 weeks ago. Sarah and David in his car, kissing. I had screenshots of text messages Sarah sent me when I first confronted her, where she admitted to the affair and promised to end it. I held up my phone and passed it to Mark's dad first. watched his face change as he looked through everything. Then he passed it to Mark. Mark stood there scrolling through my phone, and the room was completely silent except for David's wife sobbing. You could have heard a pin drop. Sarah tried to grab the phone from Mark, but he pulled away from her. She was saying it wasn't what it looked like, that I'd taken things out of context. But everyone could see the proof right there. There was no explaining it away. David's wife grabbed my phone next and looked at the photos. Then she threw her drink directly in David's face and ran out of the banquet hall. Her heels were clicking on the floor, and then we heard the door slam. David was standing there dripping with whatever she'd been drinking, trying to wipe his face with a napkin. Mark asked Sarah if it was true. His voice was so quiet and broken. Sarah started crying and tried to explain. She said it just happened, that she didn't mean for it to go this far, that she loved Mark too. She was reaching for him, but he stepped back from her. He took off his suit jacket, placed it on his chair, took off his engagement ring, and put it on the table. Then he walked out. Didn't say another word. Just left. His family followed him immediately. His mom gave Sarah this look of pure disgust as she passed. His dad stopped in front of me on his way out and put his hand on my shoulder. He said I did the right thing, son. Then he left too. Half the room cleared out in under 5 minutes. Mark's entire side of the family, most of his friends, all gone. That's when my own family turned on me. Sarah's mom, my aunt, started screaming that I'd ruined everything. She was calling me horrible names, saying I'd destroyed her daughter's life over lies. My uncle got in my face calling me a backstabbing piece of shit. Other cousins were piling on, saying I should have talked to Sarah privately if I had concerns, that humiliating her in public was cruel and unnecessary. I tried to explain that I did talk to her privately, 2 months ago, that she promised to end it and didn't, that she'd been lying to everyone this whole time. But they didn't want to hear it. Sarah was sobbing with mascara running down her face, and everyone was more focused on comforting her than acknowledging what she'd actually done. Some guests were awkwardly gathering their things and leaving. Others were standing around in clusters, whispering and staring. The waitstaff didn't know what to do. The DJ had stopped the music. It was chaos. David tried to approach me, and I still don't know if he was going to threaten me or try to fight me or what. I told him to stay back, called him pathetic, told him they both were. He started saying I didn't understand the situation, that it was complicated, and I just laughed at him. His wife just left him in front of everyone, and he was trying to explain himself to me. Sarah's mom physically pushed me, shoved me backwards and told me to get out, that I was no longer welcome in this family, said I'd always been jealous of Sarah, that I couldn't stand to see her happy. My dad tried to step between us, but my aunt was screaming at him too. It became this whole thing with the family splitting into sides right there in the banquet hall. I left before it could get worse. Walked to my car in the parking lot and sat there for probably 20 minutes with my hands shaking. I could see people leaving the venue, getting into their cars. Some of them were crying. Some were arguing. I watched David come out alone and get into his car. Then Sarah came out with her parents flanking her on both sides, protecting her like she was the victim. My phone started blowing up immediately. Text messages, calls, social media notifications. I turned it off and drove home. I had no idea what I'd just done to my family. All I knew was that Mark didn't marry someone who was cheating on him, and somehow I was the bad guy for it. The next morning, I turned my phone back on and had over 100 notifications. Mix of messages supporting me and messages telling me I was a terrible person. Sarah's parents had already started telling their side of the story to the extended family, painting me as a liar and troublemaker who was jealous of Sarah's engagement. Half the family was buying it, despite the literal proof I had. Mark's best friend reached out to thank me, said Mark was completely devastated, but grateful he found out before the wedding. He told me Mark had been planning to surprise Sarah with a honeymoon in Greece and had already put down deposits on a house for them. The guy had been all in. His friend said I saved Mark from making the biggest mistake of his life, even if it didn't feel that way right now. David's wife messaged me too. She thanked me for the proof and said she was filing for divorce. Apparently David had been denying everything to her face until she showed him the photos I had. Even then, he tried to minimize it, say it was just a few times, that it didn't mean anything. She said she'd suspected something for months, but kept telling herself she was paranoid. The message made me feel slightly better about the whole thing, but only slightly. The family group chat turned into a war zone. Some relatives were defending me, saying I did the right thing. Others were saying I should have handled it privately, that public humiliation was unnecessarily cruel. My parents were caught in the middle. They told me privately they understood why I did it, but wished I'd found another way. They didn't defend me in the group chat, though, which hurt more than I expected. Sarah's parents refused to speak to me. They uninvited me from all future family events. Thanksgiving, Christmas, my grandmother's birthday, everything. Just cut me off completely. My grandmother called me crying, saying the family was broken now and asking why I couldn't have just kept quiet. That one really got to me because she's always been my favorite relative. Sarah sent me this long text message a few days later. It was pages of her calling me self-righteous and jealous, saying I'd always wanted to see her fail. She claimed she was going to end things with David after the wedding, that she just needed time. Said I ruined not just her engagement, but Mark and David's entire business partnership, that people lost money because of me. She threatened to sue me for defamation, even though I had proof of everything. Then she blocked me on everything. I found out later from mutual friends that the business deal between Mark and David completely fell apart. They'd been working on this major contract, and when everything imploded, neither of them could work together anymore. Both of them lost a significant amount of money. David's wife went after him hard in the divorce and took him for pretty much everything. Some people in the family started blaming me for the financial fallout too, not just the relationship drama. About a month after the party, I ran into Mark at a coffee shop. Total accident. We both just happened to be there. He looked exhausted but said he was doing okay. He thanked me, said he would have married her and never known the truth. Admitted he was angry about how it all went down, that finding out in front of everyone was brutal. But he understood I was in an impossible position. His family held no ill will toward me, which was something at least. We talked for maybe 10 minutes and then went our separate ways. It was clear we weren't going to be friends or anything. But at least he didn't hate me. I've spent a lot of time thinking about whether I did the right thing. Not about exposing Sarah, but about how I did it. Was it really about protecting Mark, or was part of me wanting to punish Sarah for being a liar? Could I have pulled Mark aside privately one more time? Would he have believed me without the public spectacle? I honestly don't know. I think about that toast from his dad, talking about faithfulness while his son was about to marry someone cheating on him, and I feel justified. Then I think about the look on Sarah's face when everyone turned on her, and I feel like maybe I went too far. It's been 3 months now. Half the family still doesn't talk to me. Sarah moved to another city, blocked everyone except her parents. I heard through the grapevine she's already dating someone new. Family gatherings are incredibly awkward. I've stopped going to most of them because the tension is unbearable. My parents keep saying it'll blow over eventually, but I'm not sure it will. Some cousins have privately messaged me saying they knew Sarah was trouble and I did the right thing, but they won't say it publicly because they don't want to deal with her parents. My girlfriend supported my decision, but she worries about the family rift. She keeps asking if I regret it. I don't regret exposing the truth. I regret the method. I regret that it had to be so explosive and public. Sometimes I see old family photos on social media and wonder if things will ever be the same. They probably won't be. I have no regrets about making sure Mark knew the truth. He deserved to know before legally tying himself to someone who was lying to his face. But I do wonder if there was a better way to do it. A less destructive way. Maybe I should have tried talking to Mark privately one more time with the proof ready. Maybe the public call-out was my anger talking more than my sense of justice. I broke up my family to save a guy I barely knew. Some days I think it was worth it. Other days I'm not so sure. But Mark isn't married to a cheater and David's wife isn't stuck with a husband who was betraying her. That has to count for something. The night before my brother's wedding, I told him the truth about his fiancée and my ex. I'm 27, and my brother Mike is 30. We've always been close, the kind of siblings who actually like hanging out with each other even as adults. So when he asked me to be part of his wedding party for his marriage to Sarah, Obviously, I said yes. The wedding was at this beach resort about 3 hours from where we live, one of those destination things where everyone stays at the same hotel for the weekend. About 50 people made the trip. Family, friends, the whole deal. Here's the thing, though. I had a history with Sarah that nobody knew about except me. Well, sort of with Sarah. It's complicated. When I was 23, I dated this guy Jake for about 2 years. It was serious. We were talking about moving in together, meeting each other's families regularly, the whole 9 yards. Then I found out through a mutual friend that he was cheating on me. She'd seen him out with another woman multiple times, being way too coupley for it to be innocent. I confronted him, he gave me some bullshit excuse, and I ended it immediately. Blocked him on everything, cut all ties, never looked back. It sucked at the time, but I got over it and moved on. Fast forward about 8 months after that breakup, Mike had started seeing someone new and was being all secretive about it, which wasn't like him. After a few months of dating her, he finally brought her around to meet the family. Her name was Sarah, and she seemed nice enough. Pretty, funny, got along with our parents. During dinner that first night, she was talking about her past relationships and mentioned getting out of something toxic with her ex. She showed us a picture on her phone of them together at some event, laughing about how she should have seen the red flags earlier. My stomach dropped. It was Jake. Sarah's ex was my ex Jake. I didn't say anything that night. I figured it was just an awkward coincidence and didn't want to make the whole dinner about me and my old drama. Small world, right? But after I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started doing the math on the timeline. Sarah had said they dated for about 1.5 years before breaking up. She mentioned specific things: a vacation they took in summer 2021, a New Year's party in 2022. Those dates overlapped with when I was with Jake. Like, significantly overlapped. We're talking at least 6 to 8 months where they were clearly seeing each other while he was supposedly committed to me. I went through my old photos, checked timestamps, cross-referenced everything. There was no way around it. Sarah was the other woman. She had to have known Jake was in a relationship. You don't date someone for 6 months without knowing they have a girlfriend. I thought about telling Mike. I really did. But what was I supposed to say? Your new girlfriend was the person my ex cheated on me with 3 years ago? It felt petty. It felt like I was making it about me when Mike was finally happy. He'd had a string of failed relationships before Sarah. And this was the first time I'd seen him genuinely excited about someone. Plus, I convinced myself that maybe Sarah didn't actually know Jake was dating me. Maybe he lied to her too. Maybe she was just as much a victim as I was. So I kept my mouth shut. Months went by, then a year, then 2 years. They got engaged. I was happy for Mike, or at least I tried to be. I shoved down the weird feeling I got every time I saw Sarah at family dinners. I told myself the past was the past and it didn't matter anymore. Then we all arrived at the resort for the wedding weekend. It was Thursday afternoon, and the place was chaos in the best way. People checking in, kids running around, everyone day drinking and catching up. I was rooming with my cousin, and we spent most of Thursday settling in and hanging out by the pool. The rehearsal and rehearsal dinner were scheduled for Friday night, with the wedding on Saturday afternoon. Friday night came and the rehearsal went fine. We moved to the resort restaurant for dinner afterward. Open bar, good food, everyone was in great spirits. I was actually having fun, thinking maybe I'd been overthinking everything for the past 2 years. Maybe it really was just ancient history that didn't matter. I stepped out onto the patio to take a phone call from a friend who couldn't make it to the wedding. The patio had these big planter boxes with tall plants, and I was standing on one side making my call when I heard laughing on the other side. I recognized Sarah's voice immediately, and her maid of honor was with her. They were both clearly drunk. I should have walked away. I should have gone back inside. But I heard Sarah say Jake's name, and I froze. She was talking about how crazy it was that Jake's ex turned out to be Mike's sister. Her maid of honor was laughing, saying something about what a small world it is. Then Sarah said it, the thing that made my blood go cold. I know, right? Thank God Mike never needed to know the full story. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. They were laughing. Actually laughing about it like it was some funny secret they were keeping. Not just that she dated Jake, but that there was a full story Mike didn't know. That she was actively keeping something from him. I stood there behind that planter for another 5 minutes while they moved on to talking about other people at the wedding. My hands were shaking. When I finally went back inside, I couldn't eat. I couldn't focus on any conversations. Every time I saw Sarah across the room smiling and glowing like the perfect bride, I felt sick. She knew. She'd known the whole time. She knew exactly who I was when Mike introduced us, and she'd spent 2 years pretending otherwise. And now, hours before marrying my brother, she was joking about keeping him in the dark. I barely slept that night. I went back to my hotel room and my cousin was already asleep. I tried to lie down, but I couldn't stop replaying what I'd heard. Sarah's voice, that laugh, the casual way she said Mike didn't need to know, like she was doing him a favor by lying to him. I kept pacing around the room, going out onto the balcony, coming back in. My mind was racing through every possible scenario. Part of me wanted to pretend I never heard anything. The wedding was in less than 24 hours. 50 people had traveled here. My parents had helped pay for half of it. Mike had been planning this for months. If I said something now, I'd be the one who ruined everything. But then I'd think about what staying quiet actually meant. It meant Mike would marry someone who had knowingly been the other woman in my relationship. Someone who had lied to him for 2 years about it. Someone who was literally joking about keeping secrets from him the night before their wedding. And if I said nothing and he found out later that I knew, he'd never forgive me. I'd never forgive myself. Around 2 a.m, my cousin woke up and found me crying on the balcony. She asked what was wrong, and I just broke down and told her everything. The whole story from the beginning. Jake, the cheating, Sarah being the other woman, what I'd overheard at dinner. She just stared at me for a minute and then said I had to tell Mike. But then she backtracked. Maybe I should wait until after the wedding so it wasn't completely ruined. We could tell him on Sunday before everyone left. I almost agreed with her because it felt like a compromise. But then I realized that was just another version of staying silent. If I didn't tell him before the wedding, I never would. I'd watch him get married and spend the rest of my life knowing I could have stopped it. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the time the sun came up, I'd made my decision. Saturday morning, the hotel was chaos. Hair appointments, makeup, people running around with dresses and suits. Everyone was texting in the family group chat about timing and photos and where to meet. I looked like hell because I hadn't slept, but I got dressed and tried to pull myself together. I texted Mike around 9 asking if he could come to my room. I needed to talk to him about something important. He said he was kind of busy and could it wait until after the wedding. I told him no, it couldn't wait, and it was about Sarah. He showed up at my door 10 minutes later looking worried. He asked if Sarah was okay. If something happened. My cousin quietly grabbed her stuff and left to give us privacy. I told him to sit down. Then I asked if he remembered when I dated Jake. He looked confused. Yeah, my ex from years ago. Why? What did that have to do with anything? I told him Sarah's ex Jake was my ex Jake. The same person. He said yeah, he knew that already. Sarah had mentioned it once. Small world. Ancient history. That's when I told him it wasn't ancient history. The timeline overlapped. She was seeing Jake while I was dating him. She was the person he cheated on me with. Mike's whole face changed. He asked what I was talking about, like he didn't understand what I was saying. So I explained the timeline. I showed him the dates, walked him through the math, his relationship with Sarah, her stories about Jake, the months that overlapped with my relationship. He started getting defensive, saying maybe I had the dates wrong, maybe there was an explanation. I told him I'd heard her, last night at the rehearsal dinner. I recounted the exact conversation, her exact words about him never needing to know the full story, about what he didn't know not hurting him. Mike went completely pale. He sat down on the edge of the bed and just stared at the floor. There was this long silence where neither of us said anything. Finally, he asked if I was sure. If I was absolutely sure that's what I heard. I said yes. I apologized for the timing, said I knew it was awful. He said the timing was shit. The wedding was in 6 hours. I told him I knew, but I couldn't let him marry her without knowing the truth. He said he didn't know what to believe. Sarah wouldn't do that. She wouldn't lie to him for 2 years. I told him I had proof. Old photos with timestamps on my phone. I could prove exactly when I was with Jake. He looked like he was going to be sick. Then he just stood up and left. Didn't say anything else, just walked out of my room and closed the door behind him. I sat there in complete shock, realizing what I'd just done. The wedding was supposed to start at 3. It was now almost 10. My cousin came back and asked what happened. I told her, and then I completely panicked. What had I just done? I'd just destroyed my brother's wedding 6 hours before it was supposed to happen. An hour later, my phone started blowing up. First my mom, then my dad, then aunts and uncles. Nobody was saying what was happening, just asking where I was and if I was okay. Then I got a text from my mom asking what I'd said to Mike. He was locked in his room and wouldn't talk to Sarah. My parents showed up at my door. My dad looked furious. He said Sarah was crying in the bridal suite and Mike wouldn't see anyone. What the hell had I told him? So I explained everything again. The timeline, the cheating, the conversation I'd overheard, all of it. My mom looked horrified. My dad asked if I couldn't have waited one day. Even if it was all true, did I really have to blow everything up right now? I asked him if he would have wanted Mike to marry her without knowing. He didn't have an answer for that. They left to go talk to Mike and told me to stay in my room. 2 hours before the ceremony was supposed to start, the official word came down. The wedding was postponed. Sarah wasn't feeling well. That was the story they were telling everyone. Guests were confused but understanding, making the most of the resort. I stayed hidden in my room and ignored every call and text that came through. I spent the rest of Saturday in my room. My cousin brought me food from room service and sat with me while I basically had a breakdown. I kept checking my phone, but there was nothing from Mike. The family group chat had gone quiet. I could only imagine what people were saying in private conversations. Around 10 that night, Mike texted asking if he could come up. I said yes, obviously. When he showed up, he looked completely exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days, even though it had only been 12 hours since I told him. He sat down in the chair by the window and didn't look at me at first. He said he'd talked to Sarah. About Jake. About the timeline. About what I'd overheard. There was this long pause where I thought I might throw up. Then he said she admitted it. Not all of it, but enough. Sarah confirmed she knew Jake had a girlfriend when they were together. She claimed she didn't know it was me until Mike introduced us at that first family dinner. When she realized, she panicked and didn't know how to bring it up. The longer she waited, the harder it got, so she just never said anything. She tried to explain away the conversation I'd overheard, said I'd taken it out of context, but she couldn't actually explain what context would make it okay. Mike had broken off the engagement an hour before coming to see me. He told me he didn't know if he should thank me or hate me right now. I started crying and apologizing. I told him I didn't want to hurt him. I just couldn't let him marry her without knowing. He said I didn't hurt him. She did. I just told him the truth. But there was this distance in his voice, this pain in his eyes that killed me. He said he needed time to process everything. Then he left without hugging me, without any of the closeness we normally had. Sunday morning, people started clearing out of the resort. I helped my parents pack up their stuff, and the silence between us was unbearable. My mom finally said I did the right thing, but that didn't make it easy. I asked if Mike was leaving too, and she said no. He was staying a few extra days by himself. He needed space from everyone. Apparently, Sarah had left in the middle of the night with her bridesmaids. Just packed up and drove back home. The drive back was awful. My dad barely spoke to me. My mom kept trying to make small talk, but it felt forced. I could tell she was torn between supporting me and being devastated that the wedding didn't happen. When they dropped me off at my apartment, my mom hugged me and told me to give Mike time. My dad just nodded and got back in the car. Over the next 2 weeks, things were weird. Mike and I texted a few times, but it was surface-level stuff. How are you? I'm fine. That kind of thing. Nothing real. I found out through my mom that he was staying with a friend and figuring out his next steps. The family group chat was awkward as hell. Some relatives were clearly blaming me even though nobody said it directly. My aunt sent me this passive-aggressive text about knowing when to keep family business private and how airing dirty laundry only hurts everyone. I didn't respond. My cousin checked in on me every day. She asked if I regretted it, and honestly, I didn't know how to answer. I saved Mike from marrying someone who lied to him for years, but I also destroyed what was supposed to be the happiest day of his life. There had to have been a better way to handle it, a better time. But when? Before they got engaged? During the engagement? A week before the wedding instead of the night before? Would any of those have been better? And if I'd stayed silent completely, could I have lived with myself watching him marry her? I went back to work and tried to act normal, but I felt like garbage. Some of my coworkers knew I'd gone to my brother's wedding and asked how it was. I just said it got postponed due to illness and left it at that. My friends who knew the real story were split. Half thought I did the right thing, half thought the timing was cruel. Nobody seemed to think there was a good answer. 3 weeks after the wedding that didn't happen, Mike finally called me. Not texted, actually called. We talked for almost 2 hours. Really talked like we hadn't since we were kids. He told me everything that happened after I told him. How he'd confronted Sarah and she'd tried to deny it at first. How she'd eventually broken down and admitted she knew about me the whole time. How she'd cried and begged him to still get married, said it was in the past and didn't matter anymore. How he'd realized that if she could lie about something that big for that long, he couldn't trust her with anything. He said he didn't blame me, but he was still hurt and processing everything. Not hurt by me telling him, but hurt by the whole situation. He needed more time before things could go back to normal between us. I told him I understood and I'd give him whatever space he needed. Before he hung up, he said something that's been stuck in my head ever since. He said, for what it's worth, he thought I saved him. He just wished it didn't have to happen the way it did. I hung up the phone and sat there for a while. I still don't know if I did the right thing. My mom says I did what I had to do, but I can hear the disappointment in her voice when we talk. Mike says he doesn't blame me, but I don't know if we'll ever be as close as we were before all this. Part of me thinks I should have told him years ago when I first figured out the timeline. Part of me thinks I should have kept my mouth shut forever and let him be happy, even if that happiness was built on lies. Some of my family still aren't speaking to me. My dad barely looks at me at family dinners. I guess I'll never know for sure if I made the right call. At my father's funeral, I revealed the secret family he tried to keep hidden. I'm 35, and I was standing at the podium in front of a packed church, looking out at everyone who came to say goodbye to my dad. My mom was sitting in the front row, 62 years old and looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. She was wearing black and holding a tissue, and every few seconds someone would lean over to squeeze her hand or whisper something comforting. My younger brother couldn't make it back from overseas in time. So it was just me up there, expected to deliver the eulogy and tell everyone what a great man our father was. The church was completely full. Dad's colleagues from his accounting firm took up 3 whole rows. Our extended family filled another section. There were neighbors, people from his volunteer work at the community center, old friends from college. Everyone kept talking about how beloved he was, how devoted, how he always put family first. I had a speech prepared. It was safe, predictable, full of the kind of stories you tell at funerals. The time he taught me to ride a bike, how he never missed one of my baseball games, his terrible dad jokes. All of it was true, but none of it was the whole truth. Dad died 3 months ago from a heart attack. He was 64. It was sudden, and everyone kept saying at least he didn't suffer. At least it was quick. I nodded along and accepted their condolences and pretended I was just grieving normally. But I'd been carrying something else for months before he even died, something that made my grief complicated and angry and confusing. 6 months before Dad's heart attack, I needed to borrow his laptop for a work presentation. Mine had crashed and I was desperate. He was out playing golf, and Mom said to just grab it from his office. I wasn't snooping, not at first, but when I opened it, his email was already up and I saw a name I didn't recognize. Claire. The subject line was something about their daughter's dance recital. I should have closed it. I really should have just closed it and minded my own business. But I didn't. I opened the email and then I opened another one. And another one. At first I thought it was an affair, which would have been bad enough. But it was so much worse than that. My father had an entire second family. Claire lived 2 towns over, and they had 2 kids together, a daughter who was 13 and a son who was 10. He'd been supporting them for 14 years. I found bank statements showing monthly transfers, tuition payments for private schools, a second mortgage on a house I'd never heard of, birthday cards he'd signed, photos of him at their soccer games and school plays. He had a whole other life, and somehow he'd managed to keep it completely separate from us for over a decade. I confronted him the next day. I'll never forget the look on his face when I told him I knew. He went pale. Then he just deflated. He didn't even try to deny it. He begged me not to tell Mom. Actually begged. He said it would kill her. That she had a heart condition and the stress would be too much. He promised he was going to handle it, that he was planning to retire next year and figure everything out then. He said Claire knew about us, that she'd always known, but that telling Mom now would only cause unnecessary pain. He made me promise to keep quiet, just for a little while longer. So I did. I kept his secret even though it ate me alive. And then he died, and suddenly I was the only one who knew, and I didn't know what to do with that information. Standing at that podium, I was holding my safe speech and trying to focus. Several people had already gotten up to speak before me. Dad's business partner talked about his integrity and honesty. My uncle talked about what a devoted family man he was. My aunt cried while describing how he'd been there for her when her husband died, how loyal and dependable he was. Every word felt like a knife. Mom kept nodding and crying, completely believing everything they said about him. Then I was scanning the crowd, just looking at all the faces, and that's when I saw them. Back row, near the side door. A woman who looked about 50, with 2 kids sitting on either side of her. The boy looked uncomfortable in a suit that was slightly too big. The girl had her head down, and the woman was crying quietly, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. I knew immediately. It was Claire, and those were his other kids. My half-siblings, I guess, though I'd never met them. Nobody else in the church seemed to notice them or know who they were. They were just random mourners in the back, except they weren't random at all. Claire looked up, and our eyes met. She didn't look away. There was something defiant in her expression, like she had every right to be there, which I guess she did. She'd lost someone too. Those kids had lost their father, but they were sitting in the back like strangers, like people who'd just wandered in off the street. The pastor called my name. It was my turn. I walked up to the podium and everyone was looking at me expectantly. Mom gave me a small, sad smile. The prepared eulogy was in my hands, 2 pages of safe memories and appropriate sentiments. I could feel Claire still watching me from the back. I could feel my mom's grief and trust radiating from the front row. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought everyone could hear it. I unfolded the papers and looked down at them. Then I looked back up at the crowd. Everyone was waiting for me to talk about what a great man my father was. I stood there at the microphone for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. My mouth was dry. The prepared speech felt like it was burning my hands. I kept looking between Mom in the front row and Claire in the back, and I realized I had to make a choice right then and there. I could read the safe version, protect Mom from the truth a little longer, let Dad's reputation stay intact. Or I could tell everyone what he really was. The thing is, my dad made me complicit in his lies when he told me and begged me to keep quiet. For 6 months I'd been carrying his secret, and it had been eating me alive. Every time Mom talked about him, about their marriage, about how lucky she was to have had him, I had to just sit there and nod. Every time a relative called him a good man at the wake, I had to agree. I was so tired of lying. And those kids in the back, they couldn't even sit with family. They couldn't grieve openly. Nobody knew who they were or that they had any right to be there. Their father was being eulogized as a devoted family man, while they had to pretend they were nobody. The daughter looked about the same age I was when Dad taught me to ride a bike. Had he taught her too? The thought made me sick. I folded up my prepared remarks. I heard the paper crinkle in the silent church. Then I just started talking. I said my father was a complicated man, and I thought it was time everyone knew the truth. I saw Mom's expression change from sad to confused to worried in about 3 seconds. I could feel the energy in the room shift. People sat up straighter. I kept going before I could lose my nerve. I told them that Dad had another family. I said he'd been supporting a woman named Claire and their 2 children for 14 years. I pointed to the back row and said their names. Claire's face went white. The kids looked terrified. I said I'd found out 6 months ago and that Dad had begged me to keep it quiet, that he'd promised to handle it eventually, but then he died. I said I didn't know if I was doing the right thing by telling everyone, but that these people had lost someone too, and nobody even knew they were grieving. I tried to explain that Dad had provided for them, that he'd cared about them, that this wasn't just some affair, but an entire second life he'd built. I wanted people to understand that it was complicated, that he wasn't just a villain, but he also wasn't the saint everyone thought he was. I didn't get to finish. The room exploded. My mom made this sound I'd never heard before, like something broke inside her. She started sobbing, these deep, horrible sobs, and my aunt grabbed her shoulders. People were gasping and turning around to stare at Claire. I heard someone say, "Oh my God." Someone else said, "This can't be real." Uncle James stood up and started shouting at me. He was asking what the hell I thought I was doing. How dare I disrespect the dead like this? What kind of son does this at his own father's funeral? Other relatives were standing up too. Some were trying to see Claire and the kids better. A few people looked angry and started moving toward the back row. I saw Claire's face go from shocked to scared. She grabbed both her kids and pulled them up. They practically ran out the side door while people were still yelling. I wanted to say something else, to explain better, but my cousin was telling me to get down from the podium. Someone called me a liar. Someone else called me cruel. The pastor was trying to calm everyone down, but nobody was listening. It was complete chaos. People were crying, shouting, hugging Mom, arguing with each other. I stepped down from the podium because I didn't know what else to do. I tried to push through people to get to Mom, but my aunt literally put her hand up and blocked me. She told me I'd done enough damage and to stay away from her. Mom wouldn't even look at me. She was crying into her hands, and my aunt and uncle were surrounding her like bodyguards. Other relatives were shooting me looks that ranged from disgusted to pitying. A few people were already leaving. I heard someone say they couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. Another person was on their phone, probably already spreading the news to people who weren't there. My cousin Sarah came up to me, and for a second I thought she was going to yell at me too. But she just looked sad. She asked me why I did it like that, why I couldn't have just told Mom privately. I didn't have a good answer. I still don't. The funeral basically ended after that. There was supposed to be a reception at our house, but I don't think anyone knew if it was still happening. People were leaving in groups, and I could hear them talking in the parking lot. Some voices were angry, some were shocked, some were gossiping. I stood there in the emptying church feeling like I'd just detonated a bomb in my family. I tried calling Mom that night, but she didn't answer. I tried again the next morning. Nothing. My aunt finally texted me that Mom needed space and I needed to respect that. By the end of the day, I had about 15 texts from relatives. Some were calling me horrible names. Some were saying I was cruel and selfish and that I just wanted attention. A few cousins said they were glad someone finally told the truth, that they'd always suspected something was off about Dad. But most people were on Mom's side, which I understood. I'd humiliated her in front of everyone. I destroyed her image of her husband and her marriage in the most public way possible. I kept replaying it in my head, wondering if I should have done it differently. If I should have told Mom privately first. If I should have kept Dad's secret like he asked. If I should have at least waited until after the funeral. But I also kept thinking about Claire and those kids sneaking out the side door, and how nobody would have ever known they existed if I hadn't said something. Mom finally agreed to talk to me 3 days later. Those 3 days were some of the worst of my life. I didn't know if she'd ever speak to me again. When she opened the door, she looked like she'd aged 10 years. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she wouldn't really look directly at me. We sat in her kitchen, the same kitchen where I'd eaten breakfast as a kid, and she just started talking. She said she was devastated, that she'd spent 40 years with a man she thought she knew, and now she was finding out huge chunks of her life were a lie. But then she admitted something I wasn't expecting. She said part of her had suspected something years ago. There were late nights he couldn't explain, weekend trips that seemed off, money that didn't quite add up. She'd pushed those thoughts away because she didn't want to know. She'd chosen to believe him. She was angry at me, though. Really angry. Not for telling the truth, but for how I did it. She asked me why I had to humiliate her in front of everyone. Why I couldn't have told her privately so she could at least process it before the whole world knew. And then she asked why I'd known for months and never said anything. That one hurt because she was right. I'd kept Dad's secret and let her keep living in ignorance, and then I'd exposed everything in the worst possible way. I told her I didn't know what the right answer was, that I'd been paralyzed by the whole situation. She just nodded and said she needed more time. Our relationship now is strained. We talk, but it's different. There's this distance that wasn't there before. I don't know if it'll ever go back to how it was. The family split pretty much down the middle. Uncle James won't speak to me at all. He told other relatives I'm not welcome at family gatherings and that I'm dead to him. My aunt is barely civil when I see her, but some cousins reached out to say they understood why I did it, even if they wished I'd handled it differently. My brother finally called from overseas about a week after the funeral. He was furious that I hadn't waited to tell him first, that he had to hear about Dad's secret life from our cousin's Facebook post. We got into a huge fight about it. He said I was selfish and that I just wanted to make a scene. We haven't really talked much since. Claire emailed me about a week after the funeral. I almost didn't open it. The subject line just said, "Thank you," and I couldn't imagine what she was thanking me for. In the email, she said she appreciated me acknowledging her and the kids, that they'd felt invisible for so long. But she also said I'd made everything harder. Word had spread in their town because someone from the funeral knew someone who lived there. Her kids were dealing with bullying at school, people calling their dad a cheater, calling them homewreckers even though they were just kids. She said she'd been planning to reach out to my mom eventually, on her own terms, but now that chance was gone. She also told me things about Dad that made me angry all over again. She said he was actually a good father to them, that he showed up to birthdays and school events, that he helped with homework and took them to the park. He was present in their lives in a way that made his double life even more calculated and deliberate. It wasn't just some mistake or affair that got out of hand. He'd actively chosen to maintain 2 completely separate families for over a decade. The worst part came about a month after the funeral when we had to deal with Dad's will. Turns out he'd left money to Claire's kids. Not a huge amount, but enough that it caused another massive fight in the family. Uncle James tried to contest it. Mom didn't know what to do. Some relatives thought the money should go to Mom since she was the legal wife. Others thought the kids shouldn't be punished for Dad's mistakes. It was a mess. Still is, actually. The lawyers are dealing with it now. It's been almost 3 months since the funeral. Mom told me last week that she's thinking about reaching out to Claire. Not to become friends or anything, but to get answers. She wants to know when it started, how it happened, if Claire knew about her the whole time. I think she needs to understand how her marriage became such a lie. I told her I'd support whatever she decided to do. I still don't know if I did the right thing. Some days I wake up and think I was justified, that someone needed to tell the truth and those kids deserved to be acknowledged. They'd lost their father too, and they couldn't even grieve openly. Other days I think I'm the worst person in the world. I destroyed my mom's dignity in front of everyone she knew. I humiliated her when she was already at her lowest point. I could have told her privately. I could have handled it so many different ways. I keep thinking about those kids in the back row. The girl is 13, the same age I was when I thought my dad was a hero. She probably thought he was a hero too, and now she knows he was living a lie. The boy is only 10. He lost his dad and then found out his dad had a whole other family. That's going to mess him up for life. But I also think about Mom, sitting in that front row, finding out her entire marriage was partially fake while a church full of people watched her fall apart. I think about how I could have spared her that specific pain, even if I couldn't spare her the truth. My brother says I did it for myself, not for Claire or the kids or even for the truth. He thinks I was angry at Dad and wanted to hurt him even though he was already dead. Maybe he's right. I don't know anymore. I can't undo what I said at that funeral. The secret is out, and my family is fractured, and I'm not sure anything will ever be the same. Part of me still thinks someone needed to tell the truth. But did it have to be me? And did I have to do it like that in front of everyone at his funeral?